All right. So, do I bring this to order?
Yes.
The meeting is to order. The do let's see here. Oh my god. Put on my thing. I guess do we ask if there's anybody that wants to to speak about the what's in closed session?
Yes.
Do we have anybody? Tamara?
We do have some people.
Okay.
You have two people with their hands raised, Ellie and Jessica Carrasco.
Okay. So we will give them 2 minutes. They can speak.
3 minutes.
I'm going to do 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So let's go with let's see here.
Ellie, go ahead and
Ellie, go ahead.
Okay. First, I'd like to say why are we going from 3 minutes to 2 minutes? We usually get the 3 minutes. But hi, my name is Ellie. I live in District 7. I think we should get the 3 minutes. I'm Watsonville born and raised. Specifically, I grew up in the Parks and Rec and the Youth Center and other programs that no longer exist. The city has cut community programs and funding for the departments that provide them for years. And although we have many artists in our city, we don't have enough support for them. We often travel to San Benito or Monterey County to work instead. Year after year, Esperanza del Valle sell out week-long shows at Teatro Campesino in San Juan Bautista. Watsonville community members, including myself, travel out to the city to see these shows. That is lost revenue for Watsonville. And that's only one example. PVA will open this space to our community. The collaborations that will be possible with other thriving artists in this city, like the Watsonville Film Festival and White Hawk Dancers, cannot be dismissed and are important. PVA in the Porter Building will not only enrich our community, it will also bring in money, and I hope that you understand that. I ask you to support community. It is clear with the last meeting and email communication that 99% of people are in support of the PVA's bid, and I am here to ask you once again to listen to community in making this decision. An art center like this is long overdue and belongs in our core of downtown, not anywhere else, in the core. It's clear after attending the downtown specific plan that Porter Building is essential to our core, and art is what's part of our core in Watsonville. This was timed to the 3 minutes because I knew I had my 3 minutes. So I just hope you understand that art will bring revenue. Art is builds community, and I hope you live up to your promise to advocate for artists in Watsonville and in representing what our community wants and needs. This is long overdue, and we do not want gentrifying places that we will not support. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ellie. All right, Jessica.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Jessica Carrasco. Some of you already know me. Some of you don't. I'm a local artist here in Watsonville, and I'm here to speak about the Porter Building as well. I just want to say that I'm a little disappointed and confused. I was originally under the impression that the city council members who were going to vote on the Porter Building were those that were in the council prior to elections. And to me, this really did make sense because those city council members sat through this council meeting and heard the public and the public opinion and the presentations, as well as the worries of the community. I want to point out that literally 99% of the public opinion was for PVA to get the Porter Building, and that's what I'm here for. I want to remind you that this is what the community wants, and not only it's what they want, but it's also what they need. For a really long time, the city council has promised the artist community space and opportunities, and this is the time to show that you're supporting the artists, right? And by supporting artists, you're also supporting the youth, you're supporting adults, and you're supporting seniors to have activities here, right? And I really hope that you guys keep that promise. A lot of you have, you know, been very verbal about supporting the artists, and I just want to see that in your vote, and I hope that you do the right thing. You keep your promise not just to artists here, but also to the community, because in the long run, an arts building is really going to benefit the community, especially in times like this. With all of the crazy things going on, you need to give people things to do, and this is going to be really big for us if you vote to give the Porter Building to the PVA. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. All right, let's go with Terry.
Go ahead and unmute, Terry.
Good evening, council members. Terry McKenna. I'm a business owner here at the Watsonville Airport. I've worked here at the Watsonville Airport for about 38 years, started it here in about 1983. I'm currently trying to make my business work here in Watsonville, and I'm struggling with the management here. If you're not aware of the problem, I hope you can understand that I'm pretty upset about it. My access to park my employees' cars, access to my building by customers has been cut off, and I'm struggling right now. I'm on the last ditch effort here to try to get my access back. I've unfortunately had to file a lawsuit that's not doing you any good. It's not really seem to be moving in the right direction, but I'd really hope that you'll consider what you've read, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Terry. And thank you for being a valued business owner in our community. Thank you. Okay, Francis.
Go ahead, Francis.
Oh, hi. Hi, this is Francis Salgado with Watsonville. I'm a community member. So I want the PVA Arts Center to happen at the Porter Building. I don't think it's fair that the city council members that previously had heard everybody's point of view are no longer making the decision, and it's going to be during closed session. I don't think I need to reiterate how important arts is for the Watsonville community and how much we need it for the youth. And time again, it feels like the city council has been choosing profit over people. Please prove me wrong, and please prove all these people wrong that said that you are for gentrification. If you approve the Pajaroni and the owners for them to do their business, you are just showing everybody in the community that you prefer profits over people. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Francis. Can we please have Vanessa?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Quiroz Carter. I recently ran for District 2. Congratulations again to Aurelio. I wanted to also voice my support for PVA for the Porter Building. I talked a lot about this last time, but I just wanted to bring up the point about gang activity in Watsonville, and we've seen an uptick in that. Personally, my home was vandalized with graffiti, my front door, and there was a string of graffiti this past weekend, and I would love to see something like PV Arts that would nurture those types of people who are drawn to vandalizing and things like that, and hopefully those people would find this place as a space of community and be able to harness their talents and do something productive with their time. PVA has definitely shown that they care for the community. They're opening up space for the community. They're providing community development. They're investing in growth, skills, and empowerment for the community. And I would, again, just like to voice my support for that program to keep kids off the streets, to help support our seniors, especially in these times where connection is so needed. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Vanessa. I have noticed the string of graffiti as well lately, so we are definitely, we notice it, and hopefully we can address it in a positive way. Thank you. All right, that looks like it's it.
Hold on, we had Citlali also.
I don't see anybody else, Beatrice.
Hi,
Yes, she was there.
I had raised my hand previously.
Oh, okay.
It
Oh,
said that I was promoted. I'm not sure, but
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm here also in support of PV Arts. You know, getting access to the Porter Building. Just to kind of go off of what Vanessa and previous folks have touched on. Um, you know, our community is in dire need of a space like this. You know, it's statistically proven that, you know, when communities like ours have spaces that cultivate art, that cultivate creativity, crime goes down. You know, our youth now have you know, would be able to have outlets for you know, the traumas and the emotions that have also been a result of the pandemic, you know. um, and so this would be a really great opportunity, not only for our youth, but, you know, our city council time and time again have promised spaces like these. And so what better opportunity to show us that you all are in support of artists, of local artists, of spaces like these. Um, and I also want to mention, you know, for those of you who were not there for the presentation, you know, there was a lot of concerns of the language that was being used from the people who own the Pajaronia now. The language that was being used are major red flags for gentrification. And gentrification is not only of like anything new that's coming in. We have to make sure that our community is receiving the services that they need first, and then we can welcome businesses like that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Gina Cole. Go ahead, Gina.
Good afternoon. I'm also voicing support for using the Porter Building for Pajaro Valley Arts as part of the downtown specific plan group. And thinking back on all of the surveys that were taken and collected from people in the city, arts downtown is a really big draw for folks. And part of the goal is to be able to bring people downtown because there's something for them to do there, something for them to see there, something for them to be a part of in our downtown. And I feel like that would be a great and honorable use of that particular building. It's such an iconic building. It's definitely a piece of the hub of our downtown center. And again, I would like to support using it for the arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. All right, so T.
Hi, this is Tony. Can you guys hear me? Hi, this is Tony from the Pajaronia newspaper. I'm the managing editor over there. I know that the last time I spoke was during our presentation, kind of as a guest, as one of the presenters. I did that because I figured we were only going to have about 10 minutes to present. I didn't know we were going to have a full-on, 20, 25-minute presentation. But anyways, I just want to reiterate what I said at that meeting, is that these are two really great proposals. These are two really great things that could come to downtown. And I think whichever one that you guys select is going to be an asset to the community. Obviously, both of them have their pluses. And I think, the community has said that ours has, more minuses than the other one, than theirs, than the PV Arts one, excuse me. I would like to say that if you guys do choose PV Arts, I hope that you don't just select that proposal and leave them to find out the financials on their own. They're going to need support financially to be in that building, and they deserve support financially for everything that they do for the community. And so whether it's another Measure Y to help support them and help them grow and help them offer more services and stuff like that, then I hope it's that. But I hope that we just don't bring in that organization and say, okay, now foot the bill. This is something that if that goes into that building, should be a community asset and something that I think the city should treat as a community asset. So good luck. Like I've said, you know, both proposals are really great. Both will be assets to the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tony. And you guys are an asset to our community as well. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. All right, I think that's it.
I don't see any more.
Mayor, can I have a minute?
Sure.
I just wanted to inform the community that, you know, last time I had to recuse myself because I was the president of the board of Pajaro Valley Arts. I since resigned in November prior to my elections. So I am now no longer going to be recusing myself from the process, just so they're aware. Thank you.
All right. If there's no one else to speak, I think we can go into closed session. All right, thank you.
They'll be back probably like at 5:30.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our first meeting this year. I hope all our council members are back. We had a very long closed session, so sorry about us coming in a little bit late today. Beatrice, would you like to take roll? Okay, actually, closed session. Let's go with Alan first. Is everybody back?
Yes, 1 second. We're reconnecting, Jimmy.
Okay.
One moment. Madam?
I'm here.
You want to do roll call, please?
Yeah, I was going to report from closed session first, though.
No, we do roll call first.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well, I'm looking at my the way you have it here, and it's first on the list. So, go ahead.
Estrada,
Present.
Garcia,
Here.
Gonzalez,
Present.
First,
I'm here.
Montesino,
Here.
Parker,
Here.
Dutra.
I'm here. Thank you. All right. Okay. Now, report from closed session.
I don't think Alan's here yet.
Mayor, we don't have the city attorney on yet, so perhaps we can take that item out of order.
Okay. Sure. Well, then let's. Why don't we do the Pledge of Allegiance? Let's see here. Councilmember Montesino, would you like to lead us?
I pledge allegiance
You're on
to
the
the
mute.
flag
You're on
of
mute.
the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Eduardo, you are on mute.
How's your voice, Eduardo?
Okay, so let's see here. Is he back yet?
I'm here.
There you go, Alan. Go ahead. Report out of
Thank
closed
you.
session, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The item considered 5 items in tonight's closed session. As to items 1C, Guy versus Watsonville, 1E, conference with labor negotiator, and 2, conference with real property negotiator, the council gave direction but took no final action. As to the remaining 2 items, 1C and 1D, the council received a report but took no action.
Thank you. Okay, so let us move on. Let's see here. Information items, report of disbursements. Who does that?
That's just a written report,
Okay. And
so we don't.
want me to read it? Okay.
Mayor.
Yes.
I have a question real quick on the disbursements.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
I was questioning the payouts for the Grusky Law Firm. I noticed that there's few items that have the same code, invoice and invoice dates and check numbers, but they're in different funding sources, and I want to know why.
Okay. Matt?
Hey, Councilmember Gonzalez, we are charging out Grunsky's invoices to each of the departments and funds that are utilizing those services. I could also bring on Cindy Serwin later and get an answer back to you on that. But we always want to ensure that our city attorney's work is being properly charged to each of the appropriate funds.
And then the reason I questioned it was because there's one that's a fund paid out, and the AT&T CalNet 2 is in the same funding, and so it didn't make sense how legal and AT&T and CalNet 2 were in the same payout, to the same funds.
And we do have Cindy on. I'm not sure she has that answer offhand. If she doesn't, we can get an answer back to you.
All right, Cindy?
All right, thank you. I'll get my answer later.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions about the disbursements? All right, written reports by council members regarding actions taken on their regional commission boards. All right, so I guess this is the moment when the council members will give their comments. Let's start with Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you very much, Mayor Jimmy. I've written a long report. Well, I didn't write it all, but it's from the seniors, the AAA, the Seniors Council, and even though it is a kind of a long report, if folks just read the executive summary on it, they'll get the picture. Regarding my comments, I just want to wish everyone a happy 2021 and welcome to the new council members and the new members of the public that are joining us this evening as well. It's difficult times out there. People are hurting. There's a lot of things in play and in flux that we don't know about, particularly with COVID and all the ramifications of COVID. And so I just ask for everybody's patience at the public level and know that the city is doing the best it can, and we will continue to do the best we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor Dutra. I'd like to welcome everybody here today again. Again, it's a new year, it's a new beginning, new legislative year, and comes with new challenges. I gave a report on the RTC for the TCA. It's on the oral, the written part. There will be another meeting February 4th, following up on the TCA and the RNIS, the risk analysis. And one of the things that came out of that was the preferred alternative mode of transportation was rail, and it was light rail. And this was basically for the people that participated in this throughout the county. And so that was a really interesting outcome that they preferred rail service to any other of the alternatives. But we do have another meeting February 4th. I encourage the community to attend if possible. It's at 9 o'clock. It's actually virtual, so Just go to the RTC website and you will be able to get access on that. CAB, as a CAB representative, we've had to move our board meetings to every other month due to COVID, the impact that it's having on us and staffing. So for right now, CAB has moved to an every other month process, except for the finance committee, which will continue to meet on a monthly basis. You know, we need to remember to support our local economy, our local business, shop local. It's really important. Stay healthy. Let's follow the guidelines. Let's get out of this mess. And the vaccines are coming out. So I know it's all voluntary, but the more we all do it, the better it is for our community overall. With that, I'd like to thank all the volunteers of the community that have come out and stepped up and helped your fellow neighbor. Remember, kindness doesn't cost anything. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Parker. Let's go
If
to
you
Council-
would, I would appreciate you could come back to me, Mayor Jimmy. I appreciate
Absolutely. Councilmember Estrada.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, fellow City Council members, members of the community, happy 2021. You know, as grateful that we're here and we get to do the work of the people for the city of Watsonville. In a bit of a somber mood, mostly because of what we saw on January 6th. A clear and direct threat to our democracy took place. A group of people trying to disenfranchise a large majority of the country, a lot of people of color, minorities. And so really tough day for especially us that do this type of work and us that believe in the political process. That was a tough day. As Aurelio mentioned, COVID has also played a huge role in our community. The inequities that exist in our communities have been, you know, they're up in the surface and we're seeing it firsthand. And, you know, we're seeing a lot of increased violence in the community too because of hard economic times. And, you know, all of this, race is tied to all of this, you know. And as hard as 2020 was, you know, in this new year, I'm definitely asking the community to definitely, you know, try to work with people who I think you can work with, right? We should always oppose extremism in any way. We should always oppose hate in any way. But I'm hoping that we can work together and, you know, really show that democracy is not chaos and that we can do, together, we can bring a lot of good for the community. And so thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. And just looking forward to this 2021. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
Happy New Year to all. When I was mayor, I averaged about 5 Zoom meetings per week. During this break, I only had 2 Zoom meetings in 6 weeks, so that felt really good. One meeting was with Green New Deal Monterey Bay, and the other was with 5 members of COPA to discuss housing issues. It was a good meeting because they pointed out that they appreciated the rental assistance application created by Watsonville. They believe it's the best in Santa Cruz and Monterey County, and they will be advocating that the Watsonville application be a model for all jurisdictions. We also discussed food insecurity and vaccinations. There were some unanswered questions regarding the rental assistance process that have now been answered by our housing manager, Carlos. And I introduced 2 of the members to Deputy City Manager Tamara to see how the city and COPA might be able to form a partnership to continue addressing housing. And so with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. And Councilmember Eduardo Montesino. Welcome.
Welcome. Happy New Year, everyone. Just like to say a few comments. You know, hopefully, you know, tomorrow we're getting a new president, and hopefully we're gonna work together to combat the COVID crisis. Because by working together is the only way we're gonna get out of this out of this crisis. Let's work on together. We still got a long road ahead of us, getting our community educating, and now that the vaccines roll out, we gotta put our energy in educating people about the vaccine and how safe it is. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Montesino. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mayor Duce. I really appreciate that. I want to reiterate there's a few things about COVID and how things are getting handled. And I appreciate what Councilmember Estrada said, not only about the violence, but about the inequities. Mid-County and North County are getting their shots, but we here in South County are not. And I know that the city of Watsonville, we are trying to use all our resources to bring that, but we're not the ones. This is something about our county. And yet, my mom, who's 98, Jeremy, your grandmother is 100. I don't know if she's had her shot. And that's, why not? They're still in that tier. Yet people who are much younger than they are having their shots. So I just want to say that we're working on it. The city, I know our city manager and our fire department and our EMTs, and they're putting together a plan, but there's just some serious inequities. On a positive note, Ferrari Forest came to the East Lake Shopping Center during this pandemic, and I want to welcome them to our Eastern Gateway to Watsonville. This Smith and Van Diver, and I don't know, Councilman Hurst, if that's in yours, but I had a nice chat with my family up in Washington State who live on the Yakima Indian Nation. And believe it or not, they said, oh, we found the best hand cleanser. It's not sticky, and it's made in Watsonville. They were thrilled with that. We have a crab feed coming up for the Fairground Foundation. It's online, March 6th. You can buy it and then drive through and pick it on up. SACO is having, Slavic American Cultural Organization is having a raffle. If you'd like to participate, you can check them out on Facebook. And Watsonville Neighbors is doing a recycling drive, helping our seniors who can't really get out, but have recycling to do. So just want to thank everybody and really want to welcome Eduardo and Mayor Jimmy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Well, I just want to say Happy New Year to everybody. It's such an honor to be your mayor, and I look forward to working hard for you all every single day. I have taken the reins handed over to me from Councilmember Garcia, and she's not kidding when you talk about the hundreds of emails that you get. My inbox is very full, and I have had many conversations with a lot of people I still need to call back. Just know that I am working on everything that I'm receiving, and I know that we are in very hard and trying times. So just know that I will get back to you if I haven't got back to you already. And I want to say that I also, over the holidays, I helped with PAL with our, I guess it was drive-through with a cop this year, not really necessarily a shop with a cop, but we took care of families, and I once again got to play the famous Santa Claus. I'm a younger version of it, but with some padding and the extra weight I gained from COVID, it was okay. But I also want to say that we've been working hard on the vaccine distribution, or trying to get the vaccine. Councilmember Parker is correct. A lot of the vaccine is staying to the north. I have weekly meetings with the county. We are trying to get the vaccine down here. I know that our city manager, he is making this a priority, working with Salud now to make sure that we start getting the vaccination in the arms of our residents here in South County. This is something that I feel like I'm always speaking until I'm blue in the face about. The inequity that throughout our county itself is very clear. And just know that I am there fighting for you every single day. sometimes upsetting people because I am calling them out for, not having the equity down in South County that is throughout the rest of the county. We will get these vaccines down to us. We are disproportionately affected, and we know that we need to get the vaccine down to our community so that we can start addressing the serious issues. We have generational housing down here. We have essential workers. We have migrant workers who are every single day outside in elements that prevent them from, having a safe environment, from, keeping safe from COVID. So, we know that these are serious issues. We are fighting every single day, and hopefully within the next couple of weeks, we will have good news of getting the vaccine actually down to South County. With that said, I will not take too much more time of everybody's evening, and we will move on with our meeting, because it seems like it's going to be a long one this evening. With that said, this time is going to be set aside for members of the general public to address the council on any item not on the council agenda, which is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. No action or discussion shall be taken on any item presented, except that any council member may respond to the statements made or questions asked, or may ask questions for clarification. All matters of an administrative nature will be referred to staff. All matters relating to council will be noted in the minutes and be scheduled for discussion at a future meeting, or referred to staff for clarification and report. All speakers are asked to announce their name and address in order to obtain an accurate record for the minutes. So we want to know who we're talking to, and we'd like to know exactly which council member who we represent. So if you can help us out by doing that at the beginning, that would be great. We have a very, very full meeting this evening. Let's see, can we get a raise of hands of how many people are going to actually want to speak during this initial time?
Mayor, I just want to remind members of the public, they can raise their hand using the computer feature on the computer, or if they're on the phone, they're joining us via phone, and I see there are a few of those, they can raise their hand by pressing *9.
Right. And we're definitely gonna have proclamations later. So if you're gonna do that, we're gonna speak after that as well. So this is just specifically about things that are not on the agenda. So if you see something not on the agenda, this is your time to speak about it.
Mayor, may I also announce that we have an interpretation in Spanish for those people who want to hear the meeting in Spanish?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Beatrice. This will also be translated in Spanish as well.
Nomás le queremos avisar que tenemos interpretación en español. A las personas que gusten escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor, usen el globo que dice interpretación y ahí elijan español para poderlo escuchar en español. Y si están usándolo en su teléfono inteligente, por favor, vayan donde están los 3 puntitos y ahí escogen la interpretación. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, gracias. All right, so we just have 3 people. So if there's only 3 people speaking, then let's, because we have a very long meeting, I'll give everybody 2 minutes this evening. Let's go with
Ellie.
Excuse me?
I need to move then, Jimmy, so allow me, I'll let you know who I moved. It's easier.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, if it says talking permitted, I'll just call on that person.
Okay.
Is that, okay, Ellie?
Ellie.
Hi, yes, my name is Ellie and I live in District 7. My council member is Ari Parker. I just wanted to once again voice my support for the Porter Building going towards the PV Arts. And Mayor, you were talking about inequity between South County and North County. So I wanted to share some art spaces data that we have. It's a little old, it's a couple of years old, but art spaces in Santa Cruz versus Watsonville, we have 18 art studios in Santa Cruz, only 5 in Watsonville. We have 25 dance studios in Santa Cruz, only 3 in Watsonville. We have 20 performing venues in Santa Cruz, only 6 in Watsonville. We have 8 recording studios in Santa Cruz, none in Watsonville. And when we compare that to our youth, we have 8,798 youth in Santa Cruz when these numbers were taken, compared to 16,892 in Watsonville. So we're talking twice amount of kids with less than half of art resources here in our city. So I hope that you support this inequity, like you called it, between South County and North County, which is very real, and support the arts when it comes to the Porter Building and giving us a strong art core here in downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lally, go ahead.
Hello, council members. My name is Hiklali. I am from District 2. I believe my council member, our council member is Aurelio. And I just really want to reiterate or just thank Ellie for what she just mentioned. You know, it's important that when we talk about inequity, we see all aspects of the inequity that's happening in Watsonville. I also wanted to ask or bring up a topic that has that the community members have been really concerned about for a couple months now. The topic of the relocation of the George Washington bust has been going on, and it just kind of feels like the city is pushing it as much as possible. This is a long conversation that we've had with the Parks and Recs commission, I'm sorry. And especially considering, you know, what's going on in our country right now. You know, the city has yet to denounce racism itself, and it, you know, having the statue there is one of the reasons why a lot of us are speaking up about the relocation, right? Because George Washington has a very extensive racist and violent past, right? And so there are many community members here in Watsonville who are really wanting the relocation of this statue just to make the plaza a more neutral space for its community members. So I think that this is a conversation that we need to be having as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve, go ahead.
Okay, first I want to agree with both of the previous speakers. They're absolutely right on the money. Second of all, I want to thank the mayor for his remarks and Councilmember Estrada for his. We have seen a tumultuous 4 years, and if we are going to really step up to the plate and reject white nationalism, I'm asking you to pass a proclamation to ask our U.S. Senators Alex Padilla and Dianne Feinstein to vote to convict Donald Trump. I'm also asking that you pass another proclamation asking the Justice Department to fully prosecute everyone who tried to break into the Capitol building to the fullest extent of the law. The only way our nation can heal is to punish those who've done great transgressions, who committed sedition and treason against the United States. And I want to point out a quote you may not have heard, this was yesterday, was MLK Day. He said at a news conference in Mississippi, "Nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity." And if that doesn't apply to the last 4 years, I don't know what does. I would also like to point out, I'm not speaking to represent the Cabrillo Board of Trustees, of which I am a member. I am a Pajaro Village resident. Ari Parker is my council member. I live at 774 Brate. But I did at last Monday night's meeting ask Matt Wetstein, our president, to please turn Cabrillo College from a testing center for COVID-19 to an inoculation or vaccination center. It's an ideal place. I hope you'll all consider it because Cabrillo has many different purposes. And as the saying says, breakthroughs happen at Cabrillo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Go ahead, Dory.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dory Rose Inda, and I live in District 7. And I'm also the CEO of Salud para la Gente. And I just wanted to take a couple minutes to give you an update on vaccination rollout, at least the what I know about it. And first, well, I'm just going to jump into because I have 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Can I have extra time, please? It will take more than a minute and a half to tell you what's happening in terms of vaccine rollout.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So the vaccine rollout, the way that it works, just to give you context, is that there's 4 different sources of vaccine. One flows into the multi-county entities, which are the Sutters, Kaisers, and Dignities. Another flows through the federal government directly to CVS and Walgreens through contracts, and those are geared towards vaccinating nursing homes and assisted livings, et cetera. Another source flows into the county public health department, and a final 4th flows into clinics like ours and others. The last 2, both the county public health and ours, comes directly from the state. Ours comes under the control or oversight of the county, although it comes separately from the state. Those 4 sources don't work exactly the same. The multi-county entities have a different flow and access to vaccine volume and supply, and they have more discretion in their rules. The county, and thus our clinics like ours, have pretty strict directives that they have to follow from the state. And I heard some of the conversation earlier, and I think what you're seeing is a really just a fantastic example and lesson in the systems, as we have seen through COVID, that create inequity. There are systems and structures to this that are all created for good reason, but they actually do create the potential for an inequitable distribution. And we're seeing that where if you are a patient of Sutter or Kaiser or Dignity, you might have already gotten an email that says if you're 75 or older, you can begin to schedule your appointments. If you're a patient of ours, we're not yet allowed to do that because we're under a different source of volume of vaccine supply and under separate rules. So I want to provide this context because I want to help you understand the complexity of it and how it is outside of the control of who we might normally ask to make change or create control. Having said that, I think our local partners and health and at the county have been diligently working to make sure that there is inclusion as much as possible. Both Sutter and Dignity worked fast and furious to make sure that our healthcare employees were included in their early distributions of vaccines. And now that we have our vaccines, which we are also, and Watsonville Hospital as well. And now that Salud has vaccine supply, we are not just vaccinating our own employees, but we are sending out to, we are making our vaccines available to all health workers and in-home health workers. So this is an opportunity to tell you, and we are sending out to our 28,000 patients, that if you are or you know of someone who is a healthcare worker or an in-home caregiver, you fit into this very early group of people who are eligible for vaccines. And Salud is a site in which people can schedule those visits. So please pass on that. I hope it's being shared across, I don't know who's in the audience. So that's one piece. We're just day to day and sometimes 2 to 3 times a day hearing changes in what's next, be moved forward. Matt Huffaker, city manager, has been really actively involved in the efforts that the county have committed to at the fairgrounds. That is looking very promising as a mass vaccine site. Sutter has created one at the drive-in, and it's setting and creating a model that it is mentoring us or supporting us to create at the fairgrounds. And by us, I mean the county with city support and other partners to make sure that we have a space through which a lot of our community can get vaccines as long as there is supply available very quickly. So that's very promising, and hopefully we'll see more progress on that in the immediate future, and within a few weeks, real scaling of that. There's more I can say certainly about equity, but we're working hard to make sure that this is not a story that gets told in hindsight of things that weren't done that could have been done. Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted.
So with no further comments, let's go back to the council for 2 minutes each to.
No.
Do we? So we're
You
gonna skip
already
that.
did that.
Okay, oral communications. Well, it's on here twice, so.
All right.
Okay, so let's move to the proclamations. So I'm going to be, along with the council, and presenting to you 4 proclamations, mayor's proclamations to 4 individuals in our community. The first person that I'll be giving a proclamation to is my grandmother, who turned 100 years old, and she, and she still has the energy and the wits, and she's definitely she's got plenty of years left in her. And but you know, my grandmother's journey to get here, you know, my grandmother immigrated from Mexico with 4 of her children, and she had 3 children here. It's you know, a story very common for a lot of families in our community, and they worked hard for the American dream. And so I am just, and I am lucky to have the opportunities that I've had because of the hard work that they put in, working hard in the canneries, and I feel honored. So I am going to be honoring my grandmother with a proclamation, as well as Dana Sales, who was on the county board of education for Santa Cruz County for his many years of service, as well as Ed Banks, who sat on the Cabrillo board for his many years of service. And I'm going to be also working with the city council member to honor council members to honor businesses in our community who have left a large, who have impacted us greatly. And we had 2 scheduled for this evening, but we're only going to do one. We're going to push one to next month for specific reasons. But we're going to be doing Emura this evening. They have been just big community partners, always so generous, and I'm excited to be giving that award to them. So if you know of any businesses you want to have recognized while I am in office, please let me know, jimmy.dutra@cityofwatsonville.org, and let's work together in really recognizing our small businesses. Right now, they need us now more than ever. So, and I know myself and the council, we are here for all of our small businesses, and we are going to be supporting them throughout the year. So, without further ado, I decided to do this a little bit differently. Let's see how this works, but they were pre-recorded earlier. So, Tamara, take it away.
I couldn't unmute myself if I was sharing, so give me 1 second again. The link wasn't working, so I need a moment, Mayor.
In this moment, then and while she's getting that ready, So after we do the proclamations, we will open it up to the public to say a few words that they would like, the city council members as well, to the people that are being honored. I'm sure, and some of them are probably here this evening, for the accolade that they're receiving. So we will do that afterwards for all 4 of them, so you can talk about whoever you would like.
I don't know.
Would you like me to share my screen and do it? Am I?
You could. The thing is, like, yes. Can you hear it?
No.
Where is my Zoom? See, like my Zoom.
Oh, I can't share because I'm not I don't see it on here.
See, it's not. See if you can share it, Jimmy.
I don't see a sharing on for. I don't have that option.
1 second. I don't know why it's
Oh wait, I do. Here we go.
Okay, go ahead, Jimmy.
Okay, let me
It's not allowing me to share.
Hold on a second. Oh gosh. Sorry, everybody. Okay, let me see here. Let me share. Oh, only host can share, all panelists. Tamara, it's not letting me share it. Did something happen? Should we move on to the next thing while you pull this up and get it ready?
Okay, Jimmy, I exited and I came back. Let me see if I can do it now. But where is it in here?
To my grandmother, who turned 100 years old. So what I'd like to do is read what it says. It says, whereas Epi's friends and family wish to honor her journey through life of 100 years and counting, and Epi and Furman had 3 children, Cornelia, Teresa, and David, whom they raised while Furman worked for Watsonville Canning, among other jobs, to provide for his family. And she now has 5 living grandchildren: David, Doza Googly, Jimmy Dutra, Lori Dutra, Philip Tavares, and David Tavares, but sadly lost her firstborn grandson, Tommy Googly, in 2017. And 7 great-grandchildren: Mark Googly, David Googly, Tom Googly, Carson Ariano, Xander Ariano, El Tavares, and Quinn Tavares. Epi has lived through various monumental events such as the Great Depression, World War II, the Korean War, the Civil Rights era, desegregation, 9/11, marriage equality, and now COVID-19, as well as being a lifelong voter who has seen the terms of 19 presidents. And Epi enjoys playing cards with her friends as well as spending time with all her family. And Epi has created a long-lasting legacy for her family and is a highly valued member of our community. On behalf of the City Council, hereby congratulate my grandma, Epi Tavares, on her 100th birthday with well wishes for many more joyful years to come. Grandma, what contributed to you having 100 years of life?
Just living good, being a good woman, loving my children. I didn't know I had so many friends. But when my birthday, that telephone rang all day. So I'm all over, not just here in Watsonville.
I have the honor of giving my proclamation, the mayor's proclamation, to Ed Banks. I have known the Banks family for a very long time. I went to school with his kids, and I just know that, again, deep roots of a family in this city, and someone who does such great things for our community. And I want to award this proclamation to him. Ed Banks, a native Californian, was born in San Francisco, grew up in La Selva Beach, and attended Aptos Elementary School. Then graduated from Watsonville High School in 1966. Ed has served on several organizations, boards of directors, and Ed is a former Area 7 trustee for Cabrillo Community College, as well as past president of the College Foundation's Board of Directors, and currently serves as a trustee on the Pajaro Valley Cemetery District. On behalf of the City Council, hereby recognize Ed Banks for his contributions to the community and wish him continued success in future endeavors.
Well, as they say, no good deed ever goes unturned, so we say. And my devotion to the community, I think, is pretty much evident, but it doesn't come without a lot of support from family, friends, and especially my wife, Kathleen, and her parents, her father and mother, who both passed on. But her father was a real inspiration to me, Dean Friend, who also served in the fire department for several years, 50 plus to be exact. In fact, our fire museum is named after him. So with that, I'm deeply appreciative of the award.
I'm here with Dana Sales, and I have the honor of giving him a proclamation, the mayor's proclamation, for the many years of service that he gave to the Santa Cruz County Board of Education. And I've known Dana for several years, and he's just been a huge voice in our community and has always had the interest, the best interests of our youth and everybody in our community. So it's an honor to be giving him this proclamation this evening. Dana was born and raised in the Pajaro Valley and attended local public schools, Salsa Puedes and Watsonville High School, then enrolled at the United States Naval Academy. And Dana completed 35 years as a school board trustee, and Dana has always kept the best interests of the community's residents at the forefront and has been part of the board of Watsonville's Chamber of Commerce and Agriculture and Red Cross, as well as the Cultural Council of Santa Cruz County and the Salvation Army. On behalf of the City Council, hereby recognize Dana Sales for his years of exemplary service to the community and wishes for success in all future endeavors.
I have to first off thank my family, my wife especially, Lynn, because we would start every year actually sitting down with my calendar and planning our time off or vacations or family events around my school board meetings. And well, that's over now. But before that, I was serving on the planning commission. So now that I'm not on the school board anymore, I can finally get active and doing things to help plan the future of the city of Watsonville, if it's possible.
Absolutely.
And get more active in the Chamber of Commerce and promote doing, really encouraging growth and development of business in our community. I appreciate it, and thank you very much for the recognition.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor Jimmy Dutra here, and I'm with Kevin Kajihara, who is the owner of Imura. And I am going to be giving one of my first proclamations to this amazing establishment that I've been coming to for many, many years. And they are also very big in giving back to our community. Recently, I know that they've been helping our nurses and doctors with food at the hospital and with our fires that were going on over the summer. They were big on making sure that our firefighters got food and just many, many other things that you guys have done in our community. And Imura opened its doors nearly 30 years ago in 1992 with a focus on generously serving fresh food. And Imura has regularly donated to Pajaro Valley Shelter Services, Monarch Services, Watsonville Youth Training, and Pajaro Valley Loaves and Fishes for years, as well as making monetary contributions to other local nonprofits. And prior to COVID-19 pandemic, Imura's owner would regularly take their kids to help serve food or treats to members of Senior Center. On behalf of our entire City Council, hereby recognize Imura Japanese Restaurant and its owners for their ongoing contributions to the community and wish them continued success in the future.
Jimmy and the city of Watsonville, we really appreciate this. Thank you so much. My wife and the family, they're big believers in giving back to the community. And it sounds cliche, but without you guys, we wouldn't even be here, you know, every day, keeping the doors open and keeping everybody here. So we, you know, just thank you guys so much. Thank you.
So those were the 4 awardees of the Mayor's Proclamation this month. I'm honored to give those proclamations out. And at this time, I would like to hear from our council members or from the community if anybody would like to make some comments or say anything. Yes, Mayor Garcia.
I actually want to wish your grandmother the best in her many years to come. And just wanted to share that I met Jimmy's grandmother when I was 9 years old in 1956, which was 65 years ago. And how I met her is Jimmy's aunt, Corny, was my best friend in elementary school and on through high school. And so many times Epi would welcome me to her house, and she had a beautiful house over in the Pajaro Valley Golf Course on Salinas Road. And I always, every time I'd go visit, I think, oh, one day I'm going to be able to have a house such as this. And luckily, I have attained that. So I just want to say, oh my God, your grandmother's such a special, special person. Oh, and then afterwards, in the last 6 years, actually, I've seen her quite often because every time I go to the senior center, she'd be there always. And so it was always great connecting with her again in the last 6 years. So I just want to wish her well in the many years she has to live. And she's a very special lady. And congratulations to you that she's your grandma.
Thanks, Councilmember Garcia. I appreciate that. Those are very kind words. Councilmember Estrada.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to echo Council Member Garcia said. Congratulations to your grandmother. 100 years is a pretty big deal, and I hope they've been 100 good years, which I'm positive they have been. So congrats, Jimmy, to you and to the whole family, your grandmother. Ed Banks, I just want to say that I had the opportunity to meet Ed Banks when I was working at the County Office of Education. He's very passionate about teaching our youth how to use fire extinguishers, teaching them about careers in firefighting. He's a member of Rotary. He's a hilarious guy, a family guy, and so well-deserved kudos to him. Dana, same thing. When I was at the county office, he was there. His commitment to youth is, you should never question his commitment to youth or the community. He's a great guy. I got to see him practice for the Watsonville band once, and they were playing Star Wars music. I don't know if it was a coincidence or they knew I was a nerd, but either way, it was pretty cool. And Imura's, what can I say about Imura's? Very humble, generous, amazing human beings. I have nothing but love for them. They know that I am a loyal customer. We have great sushi places in Watsonville, but Imura's definitely has a special place in my heart, and it's because of how
Thank you, Councilmember Estrada. Would another council member like to speak? Councilmember Montesino.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate to you and your family, your grandmother, 100 years. That's a tremendous achievement right there. Imura's, other honorees, Ed Banks, Dana Sales, all deserving honorees. So thank you for bringing it to our attention, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Parker.
I'm proud to say that your grandmother is one of my constituents. And she would never put my sign up, but she always had yours.
I was lucky, barely.
great conversation with her every time we came by. So you picked wonderful people. Ed Banks has done so much and will continue, obviously, to do many things for the city and for our youth. Dana Sales, just his role in the Watsonville Band and keeping music alive and committed. You just picked some great people. And of course, Imura, they know how committed I am to that restaurant. I love their food. And so thank you, Mayor Dutra, for bringing these people forward. And thank you for asking the public to help you bring more people forward, because I think it's great.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quick. Felicidades, abuelita, que cumples muchos más. Happy birthday, Grandma. And I hope she's not my grandma, but I think at 100, she's a grandma to a lot of people. So keep going. And as far as Ed Banks goes and Dana Sales, I thank you for your service to the community. Dana Sales, I know him from St. Patrick's. He always inspired me when we were there singing. So if he could sing, I have no shame in singing. But no, he is a really good singer. And I do appreciate all his hard work at the Watsonville Band. And then Murrah's, well, I've been there, but Miyuki's is my place. So, and I'm just being honest, but Imura's is good. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurst, anything?
I think it's all been said, and it's been said very nicely. Congratulations to your grandmother, Epi. My great aunt, Cleo, lived to be 104, and she was cheery and happy right up until the very last. And so we certainly wish your grandmother the best. You got some all-stars that you're recognizing. Thank you very much. It's all been said and very well said. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So let's go out to the public for some comments on some of the people that were being got the mayor's proclamation. Let's see here. Raise your hand if you'd like to speak. I know my mom's out there. Do you want to say something, Mom?
We have Steve. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Steve.
Jimmy, I first met your grandmother 2 years ago when I was campaigning for our seat. It was one of the most delightful experiences I've ever had in talking to any voter anywhere. She obviously has some of the great qualities that you inherited, thank goodness. And she is a wonderful addition to the community. I hope she lives another 100 more. Plus, Jimmy, if you watch your diet and get your exercise, like I saw you out jogging when I was campaigning, you could get to be 100 as well, and I certainly hope you do. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, Steve. This COVID, I've been eating a lot.
Dr. Nunez?
Yes, good evening. Mayor, congratulations on the milestone that your grandmother achieved. 100 years is amazing, incredible. So I'm sure there's a lot of knowledge there, so tap into that. And just want to comment on Imura's. G and Kevin are just amazing people, so thank you for recognizing them. They give so much to education. You can always go ask, we're having an event and they're there for you. Just wanted to acknowledge them and the great work that they're doing in this community. And you hit it right on. They're all about taking care of their customers, and my wife and I are always there, and they greet you pre-COVID times with a big hug, and they find a place for you, and it's always packed. So it just speaks to the great work that they're doing. So kudos to Imura.
Thank you.
Gina, go ahead.
Why?
Gina?
Good evening. I just wanted to wish Epi a happy birthday. I had the honor of growing up across the street from Epi and Furman, and being included in a lot of their family gatherings and, playing ball in the yard with all the kids, with Jimmy and his cousins. And it was a great growing up out there on the hill. So I wish I wish Epi a happy, happy 100th birthday.
Thank you.
Those are all the hands up, Mayor.
Okay. I know my aunt was just texting me. I gave her the closed session link on accident. So I was hoping she was going to get on. She was just texting me.
What's her name?
Corny? Googly? Let's see here.
No.
Okay. Well, if she comes in, I'll let her in. I feel bad. It's as you can see, it's been a learning process. I can't wait till we're back in the chambers, running it like we usually do. So, all right. Well, thank you, and thanks to all the community members that have done such great things, and we appreciate you. All right. Moving on. Let's see here. It says report out of closed session. We already did that. Pink Patch Project. All right, Pink Patch Project. There you go.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, thank you. City Council, members of the public. Buenas noches. I'm Jorge Zamora with the Police Department. I'm the captain here. And I'll be co-presenting with Renee Gonzalez, who is a nurse at the CATS Cancer Research Center. There she is. She's a wonderful human being. So the Pink Patch Project, I'll just share my screen with everyone here before we go into. All right, I'm hoping everybody can see the screen. Yes?
Yes.
All right. Outstanding. So the Pink Patch Project is intended to generate conversation with community and to raise public awareness about the importance of early detection of breast cancer and the ongoing fight against this very deadly disease. Most importantly, the pink patches are intended to show our unified support with those who are affected by breast cancer, specifically here in Watsonville. And in an effort to do this effectively, we partnered up with the Dominican Hospital CATS Cancer Resource Center. And in 2020, despite all of our collective struggle and everything that we endured last year, we were able to raise $13,923. All of the money will be donated to the CATS Cancer Resource Center. And since 2017, the Watsonville Pink Patch Project has raised a total of $48,525 for folks who can't afford services. And those funds are aimed, the majority of those funds are aimed to help people here in Watsonville. So I'm very proud of our community who helps us out. I'm proud of our sponsors. And most of all, I'm proud of the men and women of Watsonville Police. You know, I'm very privileged to work around these good-hearted individuals. They make us very, very proud. I also want to thank our internal Pink Patch team. They've worked very hard to make things happen. So with that, I want to introduce you to these two individuals. You know, Pink Day at Good Shepherd Catholic School this year had greater meaning for preschool teacher, for preschool director, actually, Kristen Barkman, and pre-K teacher, Rhea Brine. I hope I said that right. These women had breast cancer last year and they weren't able to join us for our pink patch or for our pink car photo last year, but they're survivors and they were able to join us this year. And last year, the students, in honor of these two wonderful women, raised more than $1,000 for our Pink Patch campaign. And Kristen and Raya, just know that the Watsonville community is behind you. We love you and continue with your struggle. And you truly are a symbol of a survivor. So Thank you. All right, these two little guys, well, guys and girls, Eli and Ruby, they asked if they could help us with raising funds. And their grandmother is also a survivor. And this dynamic duo was able to raise $240 that were added to the total sum that was given to the Cancer Center. So I'm very proud of them. Their parents should be very proud of them. So it just shows how everybody really comes together, even during a time of struggle. I really believe that, you know, struggle has purpose and meaning, and even these kids here, you know, they really rallied together and made it a family event. So thank you, Eli. Thank you, Ruby. You know, aside from people buying T-shirts and merchandise to help raise funds, our sponsors are just a tremendous help. And this year, I just want to give a special thanks to the owners of Chaz Design, Paul and Frank Chavez, just wonderful human beings. Thank you so much. You know, we were really struggling on whether or not to move forward with this effort this year because of COVID and because of all the layering issues that were occurring. And Paul and Frank just gave us that modicum of potential and showed us that when the undoable seemed like if that was the thing to do, they just made it happen for us. Frank donated the labor and the materials for the pink car. Took a lot of work. So thank you, Frank. Paul donated the T-shirts, which really, really helped us out. So thanks again to all of our sponsors, but Paul and Frank Chavez, I can't thank you enough, really. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Renee, who will tell you a little bit about the CATS Cancer Resource Center and some of the services that they offer. Renee?
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Jorge. Just want to make sure. Is my video on? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, great. So I just want to say thank you so much for the support and your generous donation to the CATS Cancer Resource Center. We are extremely humbled and so grateful. We were actually super impressed that you guys went ahead and fundraised through COVID. And we're so grateful. Just to give you an idea on numbers, last year in 2020, we had 376 patients attend support groups. This last year, we had to do what we call the COVID pivot, right? And move our resources online, move a lot of our education online through Zoom, through FaceTime platforms, and stuff to help continue the support that our patients needed. Also, last year, we provided 150 free wigs to our cancer patients, and 509 patients attended our yoga, which is also now on Zoom, and 99 patients attended our prostate cancer support group. So we still continue providing that support. Thank you for your dedication and hard work in raising the funds, and it's going to make a direct impact to our South County cancer patients. We anticipate continuing to use the funds to support the cancer support groups, the Zoom yoga, providing the free wigs. We had a donor in the past, which was the American Cancer Society, that did pull out. They used to provide us wigs. So we're so grateful for the funds to continue to provide free wigs for patients who lose all of their hair during chemotherapy treatments. Also, we'd like to continue providing rides to cancer treatments and doctor appointments, and continue the education on chemotherapy and radiation. And out of our office, all of the services are free. We have 3 oncology nurses, 1 social worker, 1 dietitian, and then a financial navigator. So for patients who have lost their jobs and have lost their insurance, we help them attain insurance to help them get treatment. So we are considered essential workers, and we've continued to work through COVID. And I'm happy to report that all of the staff in our office have been vaccinated. So we did that in an effort to, continue to be safe and also to keep our cancer patients safe who are immunocompromised. And thank you so much for your generous gift. And there's the pink car. So I don't know if you can go back to the slideshow, but if you see the building, our services are on the first floor. And then our infusion center, where we provide antibiotics, chemotherapy treatments, injections, are on the second floor. And also on the first floor, we have an outpatient lab where we are doing COVID testing prior to patient procedures, and we're drawing blood work and things like that on the first floor. So we're pretty comprehensive building. We're located across the street from Dominican Hospital. So we're close to radiation, the hospital, the Dominican Breast Center, where we get approximately 200 referrals a year on new breast cancer patients in our community. So we're very busy. I speak fluent Spanish, so I'm able to help our Hispanic patients and really make sure they understand the plan of care, the chemotherapy they're getting, radiation, and surgical procedures.
So just real quick, I thought being a police officer was a tough job, and it is in a lot of ways, and it's very rewarding. But we had the opportunity before COVID to visit the center, and I got to tell you, Renee and their team over there are just phenomenal people. Very hard job that they have. So Renee, I just want to tell you and your team out there that you're doing great work. You really are, and thank you. And I also want to thank our partners in this, our community, the officers. I just can't say enough. So with that'll end our presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say you guys do such great work. I always admire all the hard work that you guys do to raise the funds for this very important issue. So, and I think you guys have the coolest car too. So I love it. All right, thank you so much. Now on to the city manager's update report.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate your time tonight. I keep trying to talk Jorge into letting me drive the pink cruiser, but it hasn't happened yet. Hopefully, maybe next year. We'll see. I appreciate the opportunity to provide today's update. Scroll back here real quick. As we kick off 2021, we have a heavy agenda, so I'm going to move through this fairly quickly. Unfortunately, rates of COVID-19 continue to reach all-time highs across the globe, with over 95 million cases worldwide and over 24 million cases in the United States as of this afternoon. Locally, ICU capacity for the Bay Area region is at 7.4%. Again, this is a number that's changing hour by hour. Santa Cruz County has been hovering at or slightly above 0% ICU capacity within our local hospitals. It's a trend that continues to be of great concern for all of us, including our county health officials. As a result, the regional stay-at-home order will remain in effect for the foreseeable future. That unfortunately means a number of our restaurants and businesses continue to be impacted by these closures. But until we see that ICU capacity start to increase, those stay-at-home orders will likely continue indefinitely at this point in time. And as was already mentioned by our mayor and council members earlier this evening, Watsonville continues to be disproportionately affected by the pandemic. We're still reflective of 53% of all cases for Santa Cruz County are attributed to Watsonville. And again, underscores the way in which this virus is adding to existing inequities. and really impacting all of our frontline and essential workers here in Watsonville. There are now multiple testing sites located throughout the county, many with same-day testing availability. You can find the testing sites and make an appointment at the website on this screen. So there's been a lot of discussion this evening about vaccine distribution. It's one of our top priorities and work that we are assisting with our county partners, including Salud para la Gente. You heard from Dory, Salud CEO, this evening already, and we're working closely with our county health officials to ensure both in a efficient, but most importantly, an equitable rollout of the vaccine in our county. The good news is that with the vaccine distribution underway through 3 primary streams, these include the multi-county health entities, federal pharmacy programs, and local county health jurisdictions. Completion of phase 1A is expected in the next week or so, with vaccination of 1B to start shortly thereafter. And just for the benefit of the community, 1B will include all of our education workers, childcare, food and agricultural workers, fire, law enforcement, emergency services, and those over the age of 65. So in addition to what Dory had shared, I would just encourage all of our community members to reach out to their health provider, whether that's one of our local clinics, including Salud, or one of the larger primary care providers like PAMP, Sutter, or Dignity, to help making arrangements and plans to be vaccinated as soon as you get an opportunity to do so. This is a rough outline of the timing of the vaccine phases. So we are moving into a large number of doses needing to be administered in phase 2. It's a very large percentage of our population, and that's what we're ramping up for. With these larger mass distribution sites, we expect to move into phase 3 by this summer. And of course, if we're successful in really expanding rapid mass distribution sites, this could all move faster, and that's what we are striving for. So as was mentioned earlier, there's already a mass distribution site that was stood up at the old drive-in in Mid-County. This happened on Friday. They were able to move quickly for a number of reasons, largely due to the property that Sutter owns. They own the drive-in there, with direct assistance from County Health and a direct vaccine distribution stream from the state. So that was good news. It also means that all of our Watsonville residents that are Sutter patients have access to that are in Tier 1A as we speak. And as Dory had mentioned, vaccines are also rolling out through Watsonville Community Hospital and our Salud para la Gente clinics. So it's a good start, but we have a long way to go. So over the weekend, we put quite a bit of effort in with our county partners, County Health, Salud para la Gente, and our emergency operations team to start ramping up plans to mobilize a site at the fairgrounds. Our hope is to have this site up and running by the week of the 25th. A lot of it is really dependent on ensuring that we have enough vaccine supply coming from the state that we can really ramp up efforts there. But our hope is that over time, we could get up to 5,000 vaccines distributed at the fairgrounds site once we're fully up and running. And we expect that our city staff and our fire department personnel will be assisting with that on-site distribution center once we are able to stand that up. So the community can expect more information on that in the coming weeks. Our hope is to have an online registration form, but we also know that some won't be able to fill those out online, and so we will have on-site help to assist with that as well. And again, this continues to be one of our top priorities until we have that site up and running smoothly. So I wanted to take just a few minutes to talk a little bit about slowing the spread. And this is an illustration that we are sharing with the community of just reminding all of our residents that while you think you might be operating within a social bubble, with those that you're directly in contact with, in reality, the risk is much larger than that. And probably those that you're coming in contact with, even if indirectly, could put you and others at risk. And this is just a reminder that we need to continue to be vigilant and careful about those that we are gathering with and continuing to stay the course. So for that reason, it's especially important to continue taking these simple steps from not gathering, continuing to social distancing, and of course, washing our hands and wearing our face masks. Continuing to stay home if you're feeling sick and getting tested. The testing sites are more available now than they have been over the last 10 months. I actually went on and was able to sign up for a same-day test today. And the site at Ramsey, as well as the one at adjacent to Twin Lakes Church at the Cabrillo parking lot, are very easy to run through. It'll only take a matter of 15 minutes to be tested. And I would encourage those, our community members, to continue doing that. As part of the most recent federal stimulus package, Congress has once again funded the Paycheck Protection Program to help struggling businesses. As the mayor mentioned earlier, the pandemic continues to really be a challenging environment for our businesses to operate under. And this is one program that can help weather the storm. They're accepting applications now, and I would encourage all of our business owners to visit the SBA.gov website and fill out an application if you're struggling. As we approach the summer months, an important deadline for businesses is approaching. All businesses that offer or sell food and beverage are required to transition to BPI certified compostable food service products by July 1st. So we're, again, as a reminder, there's still plenty of time to plan for that, but that is a deadline that's coming up as part of an ordinance that the City Council passed last year. Our Parks and Recreation Department are making great progress on a number of park improvements. We expect the new Ramsey pump track to be completed this February with a virtual ribbon cutting. Over the holidays, we secured funding from Prop 68 funds for the construction of a new dog park at Ramsey Park. We will be moving into the design phase shortly, and we expect construction to be done in summer of 2022. And lastly, while we have faced some delays with the delivery and installation of the new permanent restrooms at the plaza, those are now on their way. We expect the restroom install to be done this summer, and we will also be commissioning a public art project to commission a mural that will wrap those new restrooms and asking for community members to submit proposals. So more to come as part of our efforts to really revitalize our plaza. I know there's been a lot of interest and concern about the state's housing protections. There were, through legislation, protections put in place through January 31st. We're watching these discussions very closely in the state capitol, and in hopes that the state legislature or the governor will extend some of those protections. If that's not the case, we do plan on bringing something forward for the council to take action, or at least have the option of taking action. And we're committed to doing that if the state does not act on those protections before they expire on January 31st. It's also some promising news. The county has applied for $8 million in funding to provide rental assistance. We expect that those funds will be awarded and be available to our families that are struggling to stay up on rent. So more to come on that front. Despite the pandemic, there are still several construction projects that are moving forward, including the reconstruction of the McDonald's on Freedom Boulevard, which drew a crowd over the weekend as they started that project. You can see the picture here on your screen. Staff of Life announced today that they will be opening on March 30th. They had to delay their opening due to the pandemic, but they're now ready to move forward. And we're excited to welcome them to the community and have one more option. And it's, again, a big improvement for Eastlake Shopping Center as part of the revitalization effort. And the new commercial development project at 975 Main Street, this is across from the Grocery Outlet Shopping Center on Main Street, has submitted for their building permits, and they are moving through the building design phase of the project. There was quite a bit of discussion earlier this evening about a growing trend that we're all concerned about, which has been an uptick in violent crime in our community. This is unfortunately a trend that has been occurring across the state and the country, and I think it has many contributing factors. You know, we are now nearly a year into trying to survive and make our way through this pandemic. We've had unprecedented unemployment rates, many youth that have been at home, distance learning for several months, and we know that all the data shows a big uptick in depression, anxiety, and mental health trauma. And I think all of that's contributing to some of these trends that we're seeing not just in our community, but our surrounding communities as well. Watsonville's faced these challenges and overcome these challenges before, but it's really a larger effort than what the city can take on. It's work that we need to do as a community and work together with our partners to really address these challenges and try to change this trend. So we're going to be bringing together a community roundtable around community violence prevention next week. That'll include a number of our nonprofit organizations that we work closely with and community leaders to share data on current trends, to really hear from one another and what we all are experiencing as we work with our constituents, and also brainstorm strategies for moving forward. And again, trying to ensure that Watsonville continues to be a safe community for all. So more to come on that front as well. And as we end tonight, I always share my contact information. I welcome any questions you might have. I'm always happy to converse with our community members and respond to any concerns you have. Please send me an email directly, and I'd love to set up a phone call or, of course, respond to you over email. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. All right, so we are now going to be moving on to.
Mayor, can we ask questions?
Sure. It was just a presentation, but is it going to be brief? Or?
I have a question about the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, Matt, you at the beginning emphasized again in the continued increase of virus in South County. And so I was wondering, do you have any data in terms of how many or what rate there is of farm workers getting the virus?
I don't have that percentage in front of me. I can tell you that what county health and their contact tracers are confirming is that the vast majority of the exposures are happening through gatherings at home across all of our employment sectors in South County and in Watsonville. Of course, there's always the risk that those individuals are going to take it into the workplace as well. And that's why we're placing such an emphasis on those that may be symptomatic to stay home and try to isolate. I think the other hard truth, Councilmember Garcia, is that we know we have many households that have multiple families residing in one house, and it makes it difficult to social distance in that environment. And I think it's unrealistic that many of those individuals will be able to do so. And that's part of the reason why communities like ours that have a scarcity of housing are being disproportionately impacted. And we're seeing that across the state of California, and Watsonville's no exception to that. And of course, that hits our farm worker families the hardest, I think. So those trends are all concerning, and that was part of the reason why we pushed hard with the state to prioritize vaccinations of our agricultural workers, knowing that many are in these housing situations, and also frontline workers trying to keep food on people's table. And fortunately, the governor did move up agricultural workers into phase 1B. And they will start having access to the vaccine in the next week or so. So that's good news.
Good news. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to the next report. This is going to be by the Executive Director of Metro, Alex Clifford. Good to see you, Alex.
Good to see you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and council members and Mr. City Manager. I really appreciate the opportunity to provide you the annual update, what I call the state of Metro. Interestingly enough, just like your council meeting, these presentations have evolved with the COVID environment. So I'm going to talk a lot about that today. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And you should be able to see that. Great. All right, so we're spending a lot of time right now thinking about what does transit look like in the post-COVID environment. As you know, we've lost a lot of riders, and we're not sure if they will all return in post-COVID. So we're thinking through what our service looks like and how it should evolve. But no one really knows at this point, and certainly we have more questions than answers, and there is no history to draw from. We know a little bit about economic impacts that can last some time from the 2008 Great Recession, and of course that lasted until about 2014. But that wasn't like this, but it just helped us understand a little bit about how the economy can take a long time to recover, like could be the case. We hope not, but could be the case in a post-COVID environment. We looked back at the 2009 swine flu, which achieved a pandemic level, but nothing like this. So there was no real history to draw from there, nor were we able to draw from the 2005 avian flu. So we always want to do the right thing, and that means protecting our employees and our customers, taking great care for the public trust, thoughtfulness. We want to try to do the right thing and minimize costly mistakes. And one of the things that we've done since early this year, even predating sort of the mid-March threshold, is to regularly meet in Zoom settings with our colleagues across the nation and throughout the state to share experiences, success stories, and things that didn't work out so well. So right now, our strategy at Metro is sort of divided into 3 phases. One is to restore public and the customer confidence and a safe experience when riding the bus. 2 is added value, and 3 is, again, sort of thinking more and more about what post-COVID transit looks like. Phase 1, which is restoring public confidence, we joined APTA in their nationwide health and safety pledge, and we made a commitment to take a number of safety measures and then some on our bus system in order to keep our bus operators safe and to also ensure the public's safety when riding our system. So you'll see these on every bus, noting that we've signed up and been certified by APTA. You will also notice when you see buses roaming around throughout town that we have these signs on the ad spaces on the side of the buses. Again, really trying to drive home that message to our customers. Come on back. We've taken great measures to ensure your safety. We're deliberately disinfecting, seriously sanitizing, and we're really serious about safety. So how are we doing that? Well, here's some examples. Inside every one of our buses, and we may very well be the only one in the nation that is doing this, but inside every one of our buses, we've installed these between seat row plastic sneeze barriers. So if you have somebody sitting behind you, they're likely going to be within 6 feet of you. This allows you to be protected from airborne droplets. So in addition to the spacing that you see where seats are marked off.
Excuse me, Alex, your screen isn't moving. I hate to interrupt, but we're just seeing the CEO state of Metro COVID. And I'd really like to have the audience see the screens that we've put up for the buses.
Okay, so you're not seeing right now the deliberately disinfected?
On my screen, it's not scrolling.
Huh. Is that the same for everybody? Because it looks like it's scrolling.
No, it's not moving on mine either.
Yeah, it's not moving. We're still
I just wanted to make sure that the public was able to see what protection we're doing on the bus, on the seating.
Let's see. There's something that says your screen is paused. Resume share. Let's try that. Okay, are you seeing deliberately disinfecting now?
No, it's still on the CEO state of Metro COVID update.
I think if you move on the left, if you select the slide that you want to go to and click on it on the left of your screen, there you go.
Yeah, now it moved.
Did that change?
Yes.
Yes.
Ah, okay, interesting. Never encountered that particular problem. Okay, so here you can see the APTA now?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, we got it figured out. Cool. All right, so there's the APTA insignias I talked about and the display that's inside and outside the buses. And then there are the advertisements that are on the sides of the buses about our deliberately disinfecting, seriously sanitizing, and serious about safety. And then this is what Aurelio, I think, wanted me to show you, is the between seat row sneeze barriers that we placed in every single bus in our fleet. Again, I know of no other transit agency who has made this extraordinary commitment. We have, because we really wanted to go the extra mile to keep our customers safe. So to that end, we are these are electrostatic foggers, and so every single night our crew fogs the buses as they come through the fueling station. This disinfects all the surfaces in the bus, and then you'll notice on the right that next to our fare box we've installed hand sanitized dispensers on every single bus. So as customers board, they can use the hand sanitizer. In addition to that, we've taken a page out of train cleanliness. We have hired a number of temporary employees and stationed them at all of our transit centers, Watsonville, Capitola, Scotts Valley, and Pacific Station in Santa Cruz. And what these folks do is they have a bucket with a rag and sanitizing liquid. And every time a bus pulls in, they dip that rag in the bucket and they jump on board and they very quickly sanitize all of what we call the high touch surfaces. So the backs of the seats, these stanchions that you see here, hand straps, those kinds of things. And they quickly get that done so the bus can pull out. What that does is that adds additional protection. Certainly a bus that leaves in the morning that's been fogged at night is sanitized that morning. But within a short period of time after people get on and off that bus, you could have those germs on the bus again. So every time buses go through these transit centers, they get this additional disinfecting to help protect everybody. And then early on, in order to protect our bus operators, again, from airborne droplets, we installed these clear plastic curtains. They look like a shower curtain. They really are kind of like a shower curtain. And what the bus operator does is each time that bus pulls up to a stop, the bus operator deploys this curtain so that when somebody's walking by them within 6 feet or depositing their fare in the fare box, they're not exposing our bus operator to airborne droplets. And then long ago, when the county mandated face coverings, they also said very specifically, people will wear face coverings when they stand at bus stops, when they're boarding a bus, when they're riding a bus, and a bus driver must wear face coverings. So we did that, and we empowered our bus operators to say, hey, no face covering, no ride. So we're very strict about that, and the bus operators are empowered to do that and reject the ride. So in the area of restoring public confidence, continuing, we did a press event back in October and we got lots of media attention to say, hey, you know, we've done all these wonderful things. Look what we've done. If you have the ability to ride the bus again, like for example, if you're still doing essential travel to work or other locations, or if your job has returned, please get back on the bus. We are a safe place to be. We got really good coverage of that. So then phase two, added value. So we're looking at what else do we need to do in order to attract people back to the buses and make the buses look exciting. The talk these days is all about contactless, touchless technologies. And so we've been doing a lot of work in that. We've always had contactless, touchless, because we have the plastic smart card that people can load value onto. And then when they get on the bus, all they have to do is tap that near the fare box and it electronically does the debit process on their little smart card. But we're also looking at mobile technology, and we have a pilot project running. Initially, it was going to be a pilot project on Highway 17, but because of COVID, we expanded it to system-wide. So we do have the Splash Pass available on the mobile application. People can go to our website and they can find out how to download that app. They can put value on their mobile device, and then when they board the bus, they'll flash it and the bus operator will acknowledge them and they can board the bus. We're also looking at expanding Wi-Fi. We have Wi-Fi on all Highway 17 commuter buses, but we don't have it on fixed route. We think that would be great added value. So we're putting together a proposal that sometime early this year we will take to the board and ask for their approval to expand Wi-Fi service on our buses. In addition to the technology that we're adding to our bus right now for automatic vehicle location, we are exploring also bringing a proposal to the board in which we would propose to add what are called automatic passenger counters, or APCs. Now, APCs normally are a great tool for us when we're planning our service because we'll know where people are getting on and off and we can better plan our service. But now in the COVID environment, it's a great tool coupled with that other phone application in which you can see where your bus is and when it arrives at your stop, you will also be able to see how many people are on that bus. So if, for example, you feel there are more people than your comfort zone, you can choose to just wave the bus to pass you and wait for the next bus if there are more people on that bus than you would prefer. But we're offering the customer the opportunity to decide if that's comfortable or not. We're looking at redesigning our bus stops. The board has approved that. We're going to have sleeker looking, more intelligent bus stops. We've added customer service kiosks to the two transit centers, Watsonville and Santa Cruz. Basically what that is it looks like a Ring doorbell, if you will. You walk up and you push the button and you can interact live with somebody in customer service and get answers to your questions. These are things that we're trying to do to replace the fact that we don't have our customer service windows open right now and we're losing that personal touch. So this helps us put that personal touch back in. And then we already talked about the automatic vehicle location. We're installing that as we speak on our buses. We hope that in the next couple of months, we'll get that finalized and be able to deploy the smartphone application. So phase 3, that's where it gets a little tricky, looking at what the post-COVID environment transit looks like. And one of those is something called on-demand service. It's kind of Uber-like service, door-to-door service. Actually, this one, we are proposing to the board this week that we deploy it within the next month. We have identified 6 different districts, or what we call micro districts around the county, that we will offer to the board that we would like to deploy that. And what this does is it utilizes the excess capacity we have on our paratransit right now, because fewer people are riding the paratransit vehicles, and we would deploy that excess capacity for door-to-door service. So people can contact us and schedule service through that if the board approves that. And we do have one in the Watsonville Freedom area. That zone will service all areas within 3/4 mile of fixed route from the Pajo River to Corralitos. So more to follow on that if we get that approved. And then as much as is financially feasible, we're trying to keep as much service out there as we can. Now, right now, with ridership down 85%, we're running a lot of empty buses. And it might be tempting for somebody to say, hey, pull those buses off the street. Well, we still have a lot of people employed right now. We're trying to keep them employed. We're trying to survive this COVID nightmare and have that service ready when people need it. So if somebody is sitting on the sidelines waiting for their job to come back and their job comes back tomorrow, we want to make sure the service is there that they can get on tomorrow, not for them to need the service and have to find another way to get to work until 3 or 6 months later, we can figure out a way to get them to service. So we think the best strategy is keep as much service out there as possible, as much as financially feasible, so that as people return and COVID starts to go away, we get to the other side of COVID, our service is there for them. We did learn through our customer surveys that one of the things people would like to see us do is add more frequency to some of our key routes. So we'll be investigating that. And what we do know is we don't do well when it comes to on-time performance, but we've always operated on anecdotal data, and that automatic vehicle location system that I told you about, once it's launched, it's going to produce pipelines of data for us to analyze and to reroute our service, adjust route times, if you will, so that we can run that service closer to what we tell the people we are doing in our time schedules. So we think that data is really going to help, and we think our customers will be really happy if we can be more on time than we are today. We're rethinking the role and the functionality and the layout of our transit centers. We don't know what that looks like yet, but we think it's going to be different. And then we're also rethinking our traditional fare media mechanisms like ticket vending machines and paper fare media, cash and coins. Because of this contactless, touchless environment, we really think that in the days to come, we need to help people migrate towards smart cards and the mobile application and away from cash and paper and things that you touch. And then, of course, we're working with the Regional Transportation Commission on the bus on shoulder. That will just be incredibly exciting for people who are commuting to work from South County to North County. because we hope when that bus on shoulder gets opened in a couple of years that we might be able to propose an express service from Watsonville to Santa Cruz. That would be really exciting and a really positive outcome from bus on shoulder. Ridership is just tanking. The yellow line, I'll just explain that real quick so you don't pay attention too much to that. That is representing pass-ups. So in other words, since we capacity constrain our buses to no more than 25% of their maximum load, we find that in enforcing that, we've had to leave people at the stops. We've made adjustments to our system, and you can see that along about, it's small and my eyes aren't that good anymore, along about July, we managed to get that back under control so that we're passing up fewer people at the bus stops. The orange line represents the ridership. Even though that slope looks like it's going in the right direction, you need to keep in mind where it was pre-COVID. Like, for example, the line going off the map, off the chart on your left, would represent March 1st, when in the preceding year, we were at 121,000 rides. And then when COVID hit us real hard and we hit the rock bottom, that's rides in a week, by the way. When we hit rock bottom in April, the first week of April, we were only at 7,000 rides a week. So we really tanked, and then we started increasing. And then as we went through the gyrations of the county opened and closed, and you can go indoors to eat, you can't go indoors to eat. We rode that roller coaster, and then we started to climb again. We got to a new high of almost 19,000 rides in early November in a week. And then we started to close up again, obviously coming out of Halloween and all the spiking that occurred there. And we dropped to the end of December at about 10,442 rides, and we're starting to climb back up again. This is small compared to where we should be. For example, that same week, the first week of January, we should have been at 110,000 trips in a week, and we'll only be at about 15,000. So that tells you that we have to put a lot of work in trying to attract our riders back to the systems as they can come back to the system. And then you need to keep in mind that 60% of the missing riders, 60% of the missing riders are students, Cabrillo College and UCSC students, that there's not a darn thing we can do to try to convince them to come back because they're not here until the classes return to in person. So they will come back, hopefully, in the fall of this year, 2021, and we'll see the ridership start to spike back. But that's an important note to clarify. So what is the current state of Metro's budget? Well, as preliminarily as of the end of December, our revenues, just like in the city, I'm sure, our revenues are down 1.3 million, but we're working really hard to save money, to be careful to manage the resources that we have. And through the end of December, this is the first half of our fiscal year, our total operating expenses are down 3.2 million. So we've done a great job of keeping expenses down to more than offset the loss of revenues to the tune of a favorable $1.8 million. So that's good news, and we're going to keep doing that. And then, as you all have been made aware, Congress passed and the president signed an omnibus bill, omnibus meaning a lot of things were happening at the same time in one bill that passes in one single event. But it contained two things that were important to us, the Emergency Coronavirus Relief Act and the 2021 federal budget, which included in our transportation authorization what we call the FAST Act, additional appropriations. So the exciting thing about that is on the COVID stimulus dollars side, we think we're going to get at least 12 million. We now think that we're probably going to get closer to 14 million. That's going to help us because we got the CARES Act money for $20 million in the first round of COVID transportation assistance. And then we're going to get upwards of close to 13, 14 million in this. And all of that is going to help us try to ride out the economic downturn that follows with COVID. And our greatest hope is that as we draw down those dollars to bridge the difference between revenues and expenses, that as the economy recovers, about the time that we run out of these reserves to cover the deficit, hopefully the economy is in much better shape and we won't need those. If we exhaust those and the economy hasn't recovered, then we're hopeful that Congress will continue to make payments to help us out in the coming months and potentially years. So all of that is an unknown, and that unknown means that we have to manage the resources we have very, very carefully. So the other thing that happened in the budget on the transportation funding side, sort of our normal funding, if you will, because we run compressed natural gas buses, every year there is something called an extender. It is alternate fuel tax credit. We have to hope and pray that Congress renews it. They did renew it in this omnibus bill. That's about $300,000 for us this year to use in our capital program. In addition to that, we get formula funds. This is money that always flows, not COVID related, formula funds. And the Congress plussed up, which means they took the FAST Act minimum appropriation levels in law, and they said, we're going to put more money into it. We call it a plus up. They plussed it up 198 million nationwide. That'll mean about 205,000 for us. May look like a little money, but every little bit helps. And then on competitive programs that we apply for grants, capital grants, they're plussing those up an additional 125 million for bus and bus facilities and 125 for Lono. In 2016, we got Lono money, 4 million, to buy some over-the-road coaches for our Highway 17 service, electric, 100% electric, and we hope to place that order within the next year, now that there's other vendors in the market that can help us out. The bus and bus facilities program, we're happy about the plus up because we're going to apply this year for a grant to build a brand new paratransit facility. We lease space. We're always in jeopardy of our landlord canceling the lease on us. We're always under threat of that. We're over on Research Park in an industrial complex. We need to control our destiny. We need to have our own facility. We would build that facility on dirt we own near Dominican at what we call the SoCal Park and Ride. So that's going to be an exciting grant. We're putting that together as we speak, and hopefully we will compete well for that. And then in closing, I would just like to say, all Santa Cruz Metro dedicated employees are frontline heroes delivering essential services. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation. Again, welcome back, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Been gone 2 years, and it feels like it's just been a minute. Do any of the council members have any questions for Alex? Okay. Ooh, okay. Many hands. Okay, let's start with Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Clifford and all the employees at Metro. They're doing an outstanding job in a very difficult economic and social environment. And so thanks for the presentation, and good luck with all the efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurst. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, thank you so much for your report and all the precautions you're taking. My question is in regards to the loss of riders, was there a difference between North County and South County?
Well, that's difficult to say because remember, the biggest bulk, 60% of them are the UCSC students and the Cabrillo College students. So, you know, we still have, you know, the other sort of 40% of that number riding the system, which are predominantly transit dependent. But from what I can observe, and I don't have a lot of statistical data to back it up, it seems like a pretty much even loss across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Good report. I'd like to also say thank you to the staff and the operators for the outstanding work that they're doing in Metro. And I know Eduardo is part of that team, so thank you for all your service to the community. My question is in regards to the EV bus that it's destined to be in the city of Watsonville. I know COVID has put us behind, and testing and getting it approved has been a challenge. Where are we at with that? So just at least the city council is aware of it.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. And Mayor Dutra is probably thinking deja vu at this point because when he left your council, I was saying to him, any day now, those buses are going to arrive any day now. And here he is, he's back, what, 2 years later, and I'm saying, any day now, Jimmy, these buses are going to arrive. This has been a struggle, and they're delayed for good cause. We want to do the right thing. We didn't want to jump into a very difficult new technology and make very costly mistakes, especially when a bus costs you $1 million a bus. And back when Mayor Dutra was on our council before, we got the grants together to get these buses, of which at least one of them are going to be dedicated in Watsonville on a new circulator, right, Jimmy? Remember the circulator? We're going to get it done. We're going to get it done, Jimmy. So that was going to happen. And then Proterra introduced along the journey a better bus that wasn't made yet. It still had to be made and still had to go through testing to be certified. And it's called a 660. Well, why did I make the jump to that? Well, I made the jump because the other buses only had a range of 150 miles, and the 660 has a range of potentially up to 200 or more miles. And so we want to make sure that we put equipment out there that hopefully can charge all night and run all day. We don't want to have to pull a bus out of Watsonville back up here to Judy K. Sue's operations to charge it. We want to try to keep it out there running all day. So it seemed to be a better way to go. And we said, all right, we're not going to pursue the 440s. We're going to pursue the 660s. And that just took forever. It took forever for Proterra, the manufacturer, to get that through the process. And then when COVID hit, they just got to a standstill. So finally, they got their act together, if you will, and they got it through the Altoona. And as of a meeting a week ago, believe this or not, as of a meeting a week ago, they're saying that in the month of February, we're going to receive all 4 of those buses. The charging facility is there at our Judy K. operations facility. We're ready to charge them. Now, once they get here, I need to caution you, once they get here, there is a period of time of acceptance. And this is tricky technology, and I don't expect us to accept those buses in a week. It could take us months to shake them out, make sure Proterra fixes problems, and then we accept it. The reason why that's important is I can't put that bus in service until we accept it. They won't let us put it in service because it'll create a problem with the warranty. So right now, if you said, when is the bus going to go into the new circulator in Watsonville, I would say this is probably going to be fall of this year before we're able to get that in service and on schedule.
Thank you. Glad to be back just in time. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you, Alex, for coming. We appreciate you. We appreciate everybody at Metro. You guys are all doing a great job. I know these times are tough, but just know that we here at Watsonville are very supportive and thankful.
Great. Thank you so much. Welcome back.
Thank you. All right. We're moving on to the consent agenda. Does anybody have any clarifications or anything they want to? Yes, Aurelio?
Yeah, I'd like to comment on item 8F, and I'd like to pull item 8L and item 8Q.
Okay, so we will pull 8L. Comment on AF, pulling 8L and 8Q. AL. All right, those are 2 pulled for Councilmember Gonzalez.
And just my quick comment on 8F on item 15 of that resolution in regards to the fire vehicle and equipment mechanic. Looking at the information, it seems to me that the mechanic, the regular mechanic in the sense 3 is pay scale is the same as the fire mechanic, and I question that because as you look at these stages levels of pay rate, it seems that we're requesting more from the fire mechanic, but not really compensating them for that extra effort to get those certificates. So I'd really like to see it in the future to see how we can readjust that, and that's just my comment on that. Thank you.
Any more comments or yes, Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, the motion is made and it's available for discussion. I'd like to ask questions on 2 items and make a comment on another. But I'll wait for the discussion of the motion.
Okay. I'm gonna go out to the public now to see if they have any comments on the consent agenda.
Okay, we have Teresa. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Teresa Mack. Hello, Mr. Mayor Dutra. Glad to see you and city council members and some of the new folks that the nurses and I don't know. I am the CNA labor representative for the registered nurses at Watsonville Community Hospital. And I just want to begin for thanking Councilmember Garcia and Councilmember Aurelio and anyone else who helped us get our resolution on this agenda concerning staffing. It's not the first time many of you, including Mr. Mayor, have stood up about staffing at Watsonville in far less treacherous times. I'm not sure about the consent agenda item, but I believe it is 8P, Mr. Mayor, and I believe it's a resolution for safe staffing. Thank you. The only thing I would like to say quickly on behalf of the nurses is I don't need to tell any of you to listen to the nurses. You've done it so many times and been by their side. That would be ridiculous. I'm not going to lecture this excellent city council, and I'm sure all the newer members are just as committed from what I've heard, committed to the community. But what I would like to say is what's going on now is terribly tragic. The nurses have definitely been on the front of the front lines. And what's going on at Watsonville is unacceptable. And I know you've been there before when we needed you, but for this one, the nurses need you. And I'm not going to speak on their behalf. They're kind of my boss, so I let them speak on their behalf. But I do want to say this is incredibly serious, incredibly dangerous. The hospital has requested a waiver to waive the staffing ratio laws that the nurses won decades ago. It's a life-saving staffing law. It is only for for-profit reasons. It's not right, and it must be stopped. And if those nurses get sick, the patients aren't going to make it. So
we thank you for being
I
today.
know you'll listen, and I just wanted to speak out ahead of them on that measure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Next caller.
Go ahead, Steve.
I want to further support what Teresa said. Unfortunately, our community hospital is developing into a corporate-minded business, and it's for profit, and it is not taking into fact that our nurses are in harm's way constantly. They are seeing our loved ones pass away, and they have to deal with this every single day. This definitely needs to be addressed to Watsonville Community Hospital. We have to support our nurses. They are, as she pointed out, Teresa, they're the front line of the front line. They certainly have, God knows how many nurses in this country we've lost to COVID-19. We must take care of our nurses and protect them as much as possible. And Watsonville Community Hospital needs to be taken drawn on the carpet and lecture, if we have to lecture to them, to get them to understand they're not running a business, they're running a life-saving units. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next caller.
Roseanne, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a registered nurse in the ICU at Watsonville Hospital. And if you ask the nurses what they need to be supported, being frontline registered nurses in the pandemic, what we need is safe staffing. We've made do with short supplies and limited PPE, and you guys have stood by us as we've had multiple actions to ask the hospital to do what's right for our community. Trying to make do with short staffing is dangerous. Working out of ratio, increasing our workload by half without extra help is dangerous. Working beyond exhaustion without breaks is not what's going to be safe for our community. So we thank you for your support, and we thank each and every council member for all of the support throughout this pandemic. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roseanne. Next caller.
I believe those are all the hands that are up, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Can we get a motion for the consent agenda? Thank you, Eduardo. Second? Aurelio? All in favor?
Well, discussion?
Oh, discussion? Okay, discussion on the items that were not pulled?
And we're gonna need a roll call vote.
Okay, thanks, B. Go ahead, Councilmember Garcia.
Okay, my first question has to do with 8C, the HDL contract. And I need some clarification. In one of the tables, it shows an assumed 25 interviews at $500 per interview for $12,500. Yet in the summary, it says there'll be 10 interviews, which would only be $5,000. So please clarify. Somebody?
Hi there. I'm sorry. I was just moved into the meeting right in the middle of your question. Can you
okay.
let me know what it is again?
The clarification I need is in one of the tables, it shows an assumed 25 interviews for $500 per interview for a total of $12,500. Yet in the summary, it says it will be 10 interviews, which would be only $5,000. And so wanted to know the difference.
Sorry, I think that might be a typo. Our original ask was for 10 interviews. And then once we got the applications in, we realized that there were going to be more than 10 interviews. And that's why we needed to increase the budget.
Got you. Okay. My next question has to do with 8Q. And let me go there. Oh, but it's been pulled, right? Oh, okay. So I'll ask my question when it during that time. My final is on 8P. It's a comment. As Teresa said, we as a council have for many years supported our nurses, and we want to support them again. But I just wanted to point it out that the resolution was corrected because I don't know how public it is, but the hospital is being sold to another entity. And so what I asked that we include in the resolution is, in addition to we said we were going to send a copy of our resolution to the Helson headquarters and to the governor, but it now includes also to any future hospital management. So I just wanted to point that out. Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? Comments? All right. Beatrice, go ahead.
Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Aye.
Hurst?
Yes.
Montesino?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Dutra?
Yes. All right. So let's go to the ones we looked over. Let's start with 8Q.
Mayor, can we just take an alphabetical 8L?
No, let's do 8Q first, please.
Okay. On 8Q, one of the things that I support the pride flag. First of all, I want to make clear on that. But the only thing that I'm questioning here is the procedure that we're establishing, because it will set precedents for any future other flags that want to be flown within the city of Watsonville. And I think we need to be equitable with all the social injustice and all the social inequity that's existed in this country. And so I really want us to consider what we're doing here when we're allowing this flag to be flown. I think the flag should be flying above the city of Watsonville flag. The flag of the city of Watsonville should continue to fly because the city flag represents the whole community. And I think as our statement says, is unity by in coordination and unity. It's really important that we stay together and be unified in that sense. And so by our flag flying on the bottom of the pride flag, we support them. And then if anybody else wants to come along and fly their flag, as we're recognizing people monthly, African Americans, our indigenous group, and any other group that we recognize on a monthly basis, I think it's important that we maintain our equitable and be equitable with everybody in the community and allow them the same access and opportunities to be able to fly their flags if they choose to. So procedurally wise, I think we need to kind of change this up just a little bit to allow that flexibility so we don't have to continuously be making resolutions for new flags that want to be flown. The city would have a better direction how to handle anybody that wants to fly a flag in the future. And I'm glad that we're going to be flying the pride flag. But I think we need to look at it on the procedure and how we're going to be, because we're going to be setting precedents here. And if we allow one flag to fly the whole month without our city flag flying, then are we going to do that for the next flag and for the next flag? And so I just want to make sure that we set something up that, you know, it's going to be equitable for everybody. But yet our city flag still flies. And dimensional wise, you know, we're going to be purchasing these flags. I have no problem with that. We might buy them so that they're dimensionally equal, that the city flag isn't this huge flag when we're flying two flags at the same time. So I'd really like to see an amendment to this resolution so it reflects that. And that's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, I just want 1 second. Sorry, before you get in there. I'm going to make a comment. So if you read the staff report, it clearly says that this has come to us before. We've received other flags that have gone through this process. It is really important, I think, for each flag to come and individually be approved by the city council. What happens if we do a blanket policy and some right-wing group wants to fly their flag? Under that policy, we're going to have to fly that flag. You know, we've already had two other flags that have been voted on, and I think that, you know, I support how the staff has written this up. So, and I know you're talking about equity. The LGBTQ community, we have a rainbow flag. That is the flag that the LGBTQ community flies. I know Black History Month is in February, and I don't know any specific flag that, you know, Black people fly. I don't know specific, you know, so this is a flag that specifically goes to the LGBTQ community. I know you're a big supporter of the arts. Many LGBTQ people are in the arts, and this is a motion that's really important and needs to move forward. Rebecca, go ahead, please.
Yes, I would support the motion because I too support the pride flag being flown. But I want to piggyback on what Councilmember Aurelio said, is because it seems to me that we really do need to establish a flag policy to address other flag requests. And you mentioned doing it individually. I don't think we should be doing it individually. I think it should be a policy for all flags. And so I would support what Councilmember Aurelio says in terms of establishing a policy, although I will vote yes for this motion.
So I think we can bring it back and do a policy later after this. We can approve this specific one to fly in June. And then, yes, Councilmember Garcia, we can bring back a policy and go through it. It's going to have to be pretty specific, though, because as you know, there may be groups being able to fly their flag that you may not want. Yes, yep. Councilmember Montesino.
I make a motion to approve it.
I thank you very much. Do I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. All right. Does this need roll call as well, Beatrice? It does? Okay, go ahead.
Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia? Garcia?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
No.
Hurst?
No.
Montesino?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Dutra?
Yes, and thank you for all those people that supported the LGBTQ community this evening. This was a very, very big moment for us. I appreciate those of you that did. All right, so now we'll move on. I'm gonna need 1 second because my battery's about to die on my computer. I'm gonna have to grab my battery, so give me 1 second.
Do you want to check on the bilingual room?
Yes. Si alguien está escuchando esta reunión en español, por favor pueden levantar la mano digital para ver quién está escuchando y saber si necesitamos que nuestro intérprete siga interpretando. You're muted.
I had 5% left. Sorry about that. Okay, so Councilmember Gonzalez, you had some more questions about, let's see here, 8L.
8L. Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to the recommendations for appointments. What I'm not really asking here is for the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County. I've been a representative for that organization and that nonprofit for the past 2 years. I've just been really getting into it. And I'm really asking the council for them to give me an opportunity to continue to serve on the CAB board. Like I said, I think that I'm just starting to really get the hang of their finances and everything that Community Action does, because they do a lot for the community. And so I'm making a motion for amendments to that I be appointed to the Community Action Board.
So Aurelio, I gave you plenty of commissions and boards. This is a board that I've put in my column. So you're going to basically leave me with 2 while you're taking many. This to me, you've been talking about equity all evening. This is not equitable. And I understand you're coming on.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm the mayor.
Please
stop. No,
Mr. Mayor, you have
no.
6 boards. I have 2 boards, Mayor. Look at your numbers, please.
Okay, you're going to be on PV. You're going to be on Metro. I'm appointing you. You're on PV Arts. You're on TAMC. You're also going to be on the flood zone as a member. It's a non-voting member, but I put you on there, and I put you on plenty. So I find it really rich that you're making these comments, and this needs to be equitable. And I'm the mayor, and I asked for these three commissions.
You have 6.
Now you're going to leave me with 2.
You have 6, Mayor. You need to count your boards that you're on. You have
okay.
6.
You listen.
So,
no.
All right. So I just made.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Recommendation. I just made a recommendation for amendment.
Stop.
Point
you
of
need
order.
to mute him. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
The point of order needs, there needs to be a second to the motion, and I haven't heard it yet.
Okay, Lowell seconded that motion.
And here's why I'm seconding. I've been on the CAB Finance Board as well as a former CAB representative from the city. And I see that Aurelio's really hitting his stride here with the CAB board, and I think it's important that he continue. And I don't think it's about numbers of commissions and boards you sit on. I think it's about who's got the heart and who wants to do it and who's already got a proven track record with it. And I know Aurelio has done a very good job on it, and he should be allowed to continue. And I think it's that's really what ought to happen.
Well, you both voted against the LGBTQ community tonight, so this is falling in line with your voting. So, if you want to make it personal, that's fine, but I don't appreciate this. So let's just
nothing personal about it at all. And it's
Councilmember Parker,
flag or the process of a flag. That's the part that I was associating with was not the flag, but the process and how many flags are we going to fly and what kind of position they're going to be. But let's get back to CAB, okay? CAB has really been doing a great job in the community. They've attracted a whole bunch of resources and money. Aurelio's done a very good job working with them, and I don't know why you would want to pull him out of something that he's done so well at.
Because he sits on several boards. Okay, let's, Councilmember Parker.
So I'm curious now to, maybe we could talk about that. What would Aurelio be on and what would you be on? And if there's a clear, yeah.
Okay, Beatrice, can you please pull up the appointments and in first position, say who gets first position and who gets alternate positions?
And can you tell us what page that is on? Because we got a new agenda item here, and when you look at it, not all of it has got page numbers on it.
You want me to put the resolution?
Let us know what page number it is.
The resolution or the committee list?
Committee list.
The committee list.
Committee list.
We only have 1,800 pages, so.
Okay, so I'll read it. I'm looking right now. Aurelio is going as first position on the Arts Council, which I forgot to say, Arts Council, Santa Cruz County.
Page number, please.
Excuse me.
Page number, please.
It's, if you open up your agenda, there's an attachment. You can open up the attachment. It's the first page.
I got three devices open.
Okay, well, 8L, click on agenda.
690. 690.
690, thank you very much. That's what I was looking for.
Aurelio, Arts Council, first as member. Arts Council, Santa Cruz County.
Meets once a year, and we have no say. It's
Am
just
I,
like-
okay, I'm not gonna argue with you guys. Why don't we just vote? And if you wanna make it, every time I say say a name, you can sit here and argue about it. I'm telling you what committees you sit on as the member, the main member.
Like I said, Aurelio's done a great job.
That I understand that, and I think Lowell, I also can do a good job, and I would hope that you would have faith in me as well.
I do.
Arts Council, Santa Cruz County, Pajaro Valley Arts Council, Transportation, TMC.
We don't belong to that. I'm not going to take that one.
Okay, am I dealing with a kindergarten class? I'm telling you you asked what you're on. I'm giving you the list of what you're on. TAMC, you are also on Metro. You are also a member for Flood Zone 7. Those are where you are all members. You get to show up every meeting to participate in. That's 6. I've asked for CAB as a member. I've asked for CAB, PVPSA, and Metro. And I'm alternate in other things, as you are as alternates as well. So I have 3 right now. You have 6. Yes, Aurelio.
Okay.
Not about the numbers.
First of all I did was ask for a recommendation to continue on the CAB board because I feel that I've been doing a good job and I want to continue doing a good job representing the city on the Community Action Board. That's all I'm asking. I'm not doing this at a personal level. I support the LGBT. I just didn't support the procedure on the flag. And as far as some of these boards go, the Santa Cruz County Arts Council, I've been on it. They meet once only, and it's only for an update from the council. The Pajaro Valley Arts Council, it doesn't really exist. We don't have a position there as a representative for the Arts Council. And I actually just finished resigning from the Pajaro Valley Arts Council, so I don't want to be reassigned to that one. TAMSI, it's a non-official. Again, I just attend those when they meet. So really, in reality, I'm on Metro, and I'm RTC through Metro, and you can put me on the Zone 7 as a non-voting member, which I'm gonna accept, but I have a question on the other Zone 7 flood zone appointments. Thank you.
So we just listed what we're the members in and what we're not the members in. Any other questions?
Let me just say this, I wouldn't be supporting Aurelio's appointment to the CAB if I didn't have total confidence of his experience and his ability to get it done. And I'm sure that you would do an excellent job on it too. But why would you want to change horses in the middle of the stream, especially the COVID stream that CAB is working so hard to help ease the pain in the community?
Lowell, I'm coming in as well as PVPSA, which Council Member Estrada had. He is not complaining right now. He is being supportive. So this is the same situation. When you come in, things change. Every time this happens, new positions come in, things change. And that's, the fight is on your two side.
I'm just asking you don't throw them under the bus.
Beatrice, can you please take a vote, roll call vote, please?
See if there's any more discussion.
Estrada?
Can I ask what we're voting on?
We're voting. I made a motion for recommendation for amendment to the appointment of the CAB. I'm asking the council to reappoint me to CAB on that.
Okay. Nay.
Garcia?
No.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Hurst?
Yes.
Montesino?
I'm torn. So we're voting on no.
Parker?
Yes.
Dutra?
No.
4 noes. The motion fails.
Thank you. Can I get a motion on the, or do you wanted to talk about the flood zone as well, Aurelio?
I need some clarification. There was 4 noes, so the motion did not pass.
It failed.
Okay.
It says the motion failed. Yeah.
Failed.
Okay.
Yeah, the motion failed and the council still needs to take action on approving the item.
And I think Aurelio wanted to talk about the flood zone.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the flood zone 7 board of directors, County of Santa Cruz flood control. We're going to be dealing with the Pajaro Valley levee, and it's going to be a really important, critical issue that's coming up to us. And I think right now is the real important time that we have a city councilman representing us on that board instead of just a committee member, a community member. I know Nancy's done an outstanding job, but I feel that at this time and at this moment, it should be a city councilman, be it Eduardo, be it Francisco, be it Lo, be it Rebecca, Ari, or Jimmy. But I feel that we need to have a representative from the city sitting on that board at this time.
So I appointed Nancy Bilicic. I think she's done an excellent job. She has a great knowledge of this. I believe she's the vice chair of the board right now. She has great relationships with everybody on it. We are in the middle of redoing our levee and in the middle of some really big actions. And I believe that she is the strongest person for this position. If people disagree with me, this is their opportunity to say differently. But right now, I think she's doing a good job. So is that a motion that you have? Do you have a motion, Aurelio?
No, I wasn't making a motion. I was just bringing it out so the council understood what the importance of this position is at this moment. And I'm letting it sit with the council and let them decide. I just wanted to make sure that everybody, and if they had any other questions, we can start this discussion.
Councilmember Garcia?
Yes, I support Nancy being in this position because as vice chair, that means she's going to become chair in the next election. And we need somebody as chair of that zoning commission. And so I would support Nancy being in that position.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any more comments? Councilmember Hurst?
Thank you. Well, I agree with the concept that Aurelio's putting out there, but I also agree that Nancy's done a great job and has some good history on it. But I think in the future, we do need to, see how we're represented everywhere. And, flooding is a great big issue that certainly needs the hands-on experience of the council members. Unfortunately, Dr. Bilicic is a former mayor and a council member and kind of understands the issues. So I have confidence in her, but it's the kind of concept that I think Aurelio is trying to bring forward. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, can we get a motion on this, please?
I move that Nancy remains as our representative.
I think we need a motion on it as a whole. Approve 8. You have to move the whole thing. I move 8L.
Yeah.
The resolution appointing members.
Oh, I see. I'll move that as a motion.
Thank you. A second? Ari, thank you. Beatrice?
Estrada,
Aye.
Garcia,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
No on Al and yes on Nancy.
That's L, but okay.
Hurst,
Well, I'll go with no on L, but yes on the rest of it.
It's only one.
Only L, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But it's no.
L,
It's no on it.
No? Okay, no?
Yes.
Okay. Montesino?
Yes.
Lowell, was it a yes or a no?
That was yes.
Okay. Parker?
Yes.
Dutra?
Yes. So that passes 6-1. All right, great. Thank you. Let's see here. All right, moving on. Public hearing. So the big topic for the evening, the consideration of a propane storage and transfer facility. Do we have a report from somebody?
We do, Mayor. Tomato is moving them into the meeting. Bear with us for one moment.
Great.
Pressing, oh, okay, you're muted.
It sounds like I was muted before, so let me start over. I'm Justin Meek, Principal Planner for the City of Watsonville. I'll be giving the staff presentation. And co-host has asked you to start your video. That means okay. Looks like we had a little technical difficulties there. All right, I think I'm with you now. All right, let me begin again. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. I'm Justin Meek, Principal Planner for the City of Watsonville, and I'll give you the staff presentation for the proposed bulk propane storage facility at 950 West Beach here in Watsonville. By way of quick overview, I'll touch on the project location and surroundings. what the project entails, the proposed project details, the procedure for reviewing a project of this nature, what the entitlements that's been requested, discuss key considerations for everything from surrounding land uses to issues around flooding, talk about environmental review and answer any questions concerning that, go over the key findings, either support or denial of a project of this nature, and the recommendation that was made before the Planning Commission back in last year. There's always a little bit of a delay with these presentations, so. There we go. Okay. The site is in an industrial area, a little smaller than an acre in size. It's triangular shape. On two of the sides are railroad spurs, and on the third side is a warehousing facility. The site was once used many years ago, but has been vacant for a number of years. As you can see here, there's the storage of a empty 50,000 gallon propane storage tank that's been placed on a temporary basis by the applicant with the intent of activating it as a propane facility for storage and transfer. Surrounding land uses are on all sides are industrial, as shown on the graphic here. They include different kinds of industrial type uses, from manufacturing, warehousing. There's some vacant land, as well as a biodiesel facility, a little bit more than 300 feet in the northeasterly direction. To the north, across the railroad tracks, is vacant land that's part of the Minabiao specific business parks specific plan area. And adjoining that, and again to the north, is the Watsonville Slough, and on the other side of the slough, just over 600 feet away, is a residential neighborhood. My goodness, the delay here. This is just showing a figure ground, showing the existing development patterns. The dark outlines are building footprints, and again, showing the proximity of concentric circles, 300 feet each, to show the relative proximity to the project site. Within the IG zone are a number of various types of industrial type using everything from warehousing and wholesaling to producing food and other kindred products. There are also uses that are considered conditionally permitted and require issuance of use permit. And in particular, anything involving petroleum, the wholesaling of petroleum or other chemicals or allied products, as well as the refining or storage of petroleum products, all require issuance of use permit, and that's subject of tonight's meeting. Uses that are not allowed include everything from junkyards to auto dismantling and things of this nature. You may be asking why this is going before you tonight. I just draw your attention that the reason why it's going for you is a function of changes made to the city's ordinance back in the 1990s. Around that time, there was a lot of concern around offshore drilling, and many communities, including Watsonville and surrounding communities in the Monterey Bay area, decided to change their restrictions on the siting operation of onshore oil facilities so as to address their concerns about offshore drilling. That involved the city adopting two ordinances in 1990, one of which established a new chapter in the zoning code that spoke to whether or not onshore facilities would be allowed, and of course amended the chapter that deals with permitted uses in the IG zone to expressly state that we have certain uses that are now only conditionally permitted. Also, they define what an onshore oil facility entails, and that includes any structure or development created for the purpose of storing, transporting, or producing liquid petroleum products. The exclusions, of course, are anything involving the transportation or storage or retail of gasoline. So, for example, a gas station wouldn't be regulated by this, or say a truck transporting gasoline or other petroleum products wouldn't be regulated by this. In terms of the conditional uses, the ones that I highlighted previously about petroleum wholesaling, allied chemicals, and petroleum storage were shifted over from principally permitted to conditionally permitted. Also, and while special use permits are normally reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission, there is a reference to the council reviewing these types of projects. And that's the reason why it's going before council tonight. Within the wider community, there are a few other facilities that are similar to the one that's being proposed tonight, and they are in North County, two of which are in Santa Cruz County, near Roaring Camp at the San Lorenzo lumber yard. There's two 30,000-gallon propane tanks in that area. And then there's another one in the community of Scotts Valley, or the city of Scotts Valley, off Janice Way. That area is in a light industrial area. It's next to the highway, and roughly about 300 feet away from residences. Proposed project involves the establishment of a cellular facility here in Watsonville for the storage, the bulk storage and transfer of propane in a 50,000-gallon tank. As part of the project would be various site improvements, everything from piping equipment to a rail car and tank unloading stations to allow the transfer, providing new paving to allow on-site circulation of trucks, as well as bollards to help protect the equipment from possible accident, new fencing and gates for security purposes, as well as new lighting and security cameras for the same reason, new landscaping, particularly along the portion of the railroad tracks that borders the rail trail corridor, and of course, new on-site drainage facilities that don't currently exist. The proposed project, as you know, also includes possible expansion of the facility with addition of 4 additional tanks, each 30,000 gallons in size, for a total storage additional capacity of 120,000 gallons, or a combined total of 170. And I'll touch on this more in just a moment. But first, let me show you the overall site plan. As you can see, it's a triangular shape. The proposed tank is right in towards the middle of it. The little dashed lines show the piping that would allow for the transfer, say, from a rail car into the tank, and then from the tank into a truck as it rounds that circular, that circular area. This shows the type of piping that would entail allowing propane to transfer to and from all these different facilities. With this involves some grading. There's mounding that's proposed in the middle of the site, and that's in large part not only to provide a level pad for erecting and constructing these tanks, but also to address flooding issues, and I'll touch on that more in a little bit. Just a cross-section or elevation showing what one of these tanks looks like. As you can see, it's going to be elevated on raised piles to bring it a little bit further above the ground level. This shows some of the details, everything from pressure relief valves to emergency shutoffs that are part of any propane tank facility of this nature. The security cameras and lighting that's proposed are at all 3 corners of the site to provide views of every angle of the site, as well as help deter potential loiters from entering it. The phasing plan that's included, showing the outlines of the 4 new tanks on the proposed site. One thing and where they are in relation to not only the property boundaries, but adjoining property boundaries as well. This is just an artistic rendering to give you an idea of what it would look like at full build out. However, the applicant recently submitted an email correspondence to the city indicating their understanding that the future expansions of concern, and that they would forego future plans of expansion at this time, and have revised their project description to just entail the single 50,000 gallon tank, which can be reflected in the approval revision of resolution if the council so chooses. So the procedure here is the review and consideration of a special use permit to allow this bulk propane station, as well as design review, and which is triggered for any project that involves construction of any kind of structure within the industrial zone or other zones of the community. This project also involved CEQA. CEQA, of course, is a consideration of a project's effect on the environment. And it's a way to ensure that those potential impacts are disclosed to not only the public, but the decision makers, so that any impacts can be minimized, and they have a full understanding of what the potential environmental impacts might entail. Now, with CEQA, there are various kinds of exemptions that projects may be eligible for, whether it's a small project or an infill project. These are just some examples. And there's also a section of the CEQA guidelines that speaks to the common sense exemption. This is following the general rule that CEQA only applies to projects that have the potential to have a direct or negative indirect effect on the environment. It's an awkward phrasing because it doesn't make common sense that a project like this might be exempt, but that's just the way in which it is referred to. And I know that people have had a lot of questions about that phrasing. In terms of key aspects I'm going to touch on next, they include land use, safety concerns around this type of proposed facility, the traffic to and from the site, required separation that's needed to for a facility of this nature, how it would operate, and what are the required safety measures they would entail, touch on the fencing and security measures that would be part of the project, drainage and the city's requirements around making sure that it doesn't pollute stormwater during a rain event. Finally, the landscaping that's proposed and flooding protections. Now, the land use consideration for this area, again, this is located entirely in an industrial zone. It doesn't abut or join any sensitive uses like residences or things like that nature. Those type of uses are farther away, as shown on the earlier slides. A facility of this neighbor is not principally permitted anymore, but it is conditionally permitted. And as part of that, there's the consideration of whether it's appropriately sited in this area. One other thing to consider is that the facility is subject to a number of state and federal laws concerning not only the safe transport of propane to the site and from it, but also ensuring the accidental release from the storage tanks is diminished and not likely. One of the things that the applicant chose this site in the first place is because it adjoins the railroad lines, and that makes it convenient for the transfer by rail to the site and then to our nearby arterial roadways for delivery purposes. The project involves improvements. There's landscaping that would be provided to the site that currently doesn't exist and would help not only improve the views, but screen it from view. And as I mentioned previously, it's not located in any sensitive land uses such as residential neighborhood, which are hundreds of feet away from this particular location. However, as you know, and was expressed not only in public comment, but at the Planning Commission, propane is not only explosive, but there's concern that were there to be an event where there was a fire, that could result in a catastrophic failure. And that given it's an industrial zone and there are some other facilities that have hazardous materials, such as the biodiesel facility, a little bit over 300 feet away, that there might be a larger event, and that could not only provide danger for and harm to those properties, but life and safety. And in that sense, the City Council, as the Planning Commission did it, wouldn't be able to make the finding that it wouldn't be detrimental to public health, safety, and the general welfare, and deny the project. All right. In terms of transportation, the railroad facilities are nearby, and those could be used were approved. It's anticipated that if it was just a 50,000 gallon tank, you may have one rail delivery per week, and probably 2 to 3 trips per day for delivery purposes. So a small amount of traffic. The nearby roadways are in large part arterials, and of course there's access to Highway 1. And these roadways could accommodate the small number of trips that would be generated by the project, as these roadways are intended to handle large volumes of traffic in an urbanized setting. The fire code has certain requirements for these types of containers. As you can see in the left column, the container capacity of 70,000 requires an above ground separation of at least 75 feet from any adjoining property line or nearby property lines and or buildings. And as shown on the site plan, the proposed facility maintains at least 75 feet from the nearest property lines. In terms of operations, these type of facilities are heavily regulated. California Code of Regulations talk about or have regulations concerning the installation of a natural gas system. And part of that involves providing redundant safety valves, equipping them with low emission fittings and other equipment. And these are, again, are intended to prevent the major release of propane into the environment. A facility of this nature, a facility of this type would also have to obtain a permit from the County Environmental Health. County Environmental Health is responsible for the permitting of these type of hazardous storage material facilities. And in terms of operating, also the transportation, the federal government in Title 49 has specific requirements for how hazardous materials may be carried by rail to and from individual facilities. And of course, on the roadways, that's regulated by the state. The CHP Form 800C speaks to the exact same federal regulations, and it sets forth requirements for how trucks are regulated to make sure that, again, they limit the likelihood of the accident or release or other events. The proposed project involves security measures. There's new lighting and security cameras that would be installed on the site, as well as signage, making it clear that unauthorized personnel are not permitted on the site as a way of deterrence. They also propose 8-foot-high no-climb fencing with barbed wire on type, again to make it to deter potential people from trying to access the facility that should not be there. Drainage-wise, the site is broken up into what are called 3 drainage management areas. As you can see on those blue arrows, drainage would be directed towards the middle of the site where it'd be collected in 3 large cisterns. These cisterns are also intended to provide infiltration and site cleanup of stormwater into the ground. Landscaping wise, the site involves a 10-foot wide landscape strip along the side that faces the railroad tracks and rail trail. This 10-foot wide strip is the exact same dimensions as would be required for development on the Mount Avial specific plan area, and so it mirrors what might look there. It would be behind the fencing. It involves 25 new trees that would help grow tall and help screen the site. And as I mentioned previously, irrigation would be provided from the on-site cisterns. As you're well aware, this site and the surrounding area is entirely within the 100-year floodplain. Because of this, the proposal involves mounding the ground surface a few feet, as well as elevating the tanks so that it maintains at least 1 foot of freeboard above the base flood elevation. In terms of environmental review, a project of this nature, while it seems not to make sense, is exempt from CEQA in that it's an infill project in an industrial zone, and that the type of development to both construct and operate would not have a foreseeable effect on the environment. Again, CEQA is the process of disclosing potential impacts, and as provided as one of the attachments, where all the technical studies that was done to look into whether there was a possible exception to this exemption that would necessitate further review. That was the evidence shows that that's not the case, and that's why the exemption is one that's being presented here before you tonight.
Sorry about that. All right, thank you.
So there's just a few more slides and okay. Questions. There are findings in your packet, as you see, both in support of the project and key considerations or for conditions that speak to that are outlined here. I won't go into them in detail, other just to highlight them. Of course, there are also findings in opposition, and mainly were the council to determine that the project represents an incompatible land use and would be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. It must deny the request for a special use permit because it cannot support making the required findings in the city's ordinance, namely finding G that speaks to public health, safety, and welfare. Planning Commission made that very recommendation when it went before them for their consideration and recommendation to council. And of course, the council also has the discretion to also grant approval of this project as well. So let me conclude my presentation and also highlight that the applicant is in attendance and has a presentation of their own that they would like to share.
Should we watch that first before we have questions then? Or does anyone have questions for Justin? Councilmember Garcia, then Councilmember Hurst.
Yes, actually, I have 3 questions for Justin and one for the applicant after he makes his presentation. So my first question is, when I found out about the propane request in late August, I think, I can't swear, but I think I spoke to you, Justin, about the common sense exception as CEQA. My concerns were about earthquakes, leaks and corrosion, and explosions. Well, I really wasn't satisfied with your answers. My question is the common sense exception, is that the common sense exception was a staff interpretation. And so my question is can the council override that exemption decision by staff and vote to require a CEQA study?
So the short answer is yes. If you want further review, then we could have the preparation of what's called an initial study to further evaluate whether potential impact could occur with a facility of this nature. Regarding other aspects of it, there's building code requirements. Those are standard requirements for construction of a propane facility. And those would be evaluated and inspected at the building permit stage. So that's not something that would be part of the CEQA document.
Right, right.
Rebecca, your volume, something's wrong with it. I think you're covering the microphone.
Oh, okay.
There you are. Got it.
Okay. My second question is, our climate action and adaptation plan is being updated. Although propane doesn't emit as much carbon dioxide as oil, it's still considered a fossil fuel. In this updated plan, with this propane tank plus the 4 future new 3,000 gallon tanks be considered green infrastructure?
Well, by green infrastructure, I assume you mean things that involve like wind or solar, or perhaps things that help clean stormwater or something to that effect?
Well, the green infrastructure, maybe Steve can define what that is.
Mayor, I know we have Steve available. Perhaps you can continue with your questions and we'll try to bring him into the room to answer that when we can.
Okay. My final question is, I need clarification on traffic. The applicant in an email said that traffic transportation will be reduced. My question is, will there be transportation by truck other than rail? Will there be transportation by truck? And if yes, how many trucks are expected daily or weekly?
There is anticipated to have truck traffic, perhaps 3 trips a day.
3 trips a day. Okay. Is Steve there yet?
Yes, go ahead. Right?
Steve, can you define, in terms of the new climate action and adaptation plan, can you define what green infrastructure is?
Steve, if you're trying to speak, you're still muted.
We can come back to Steve, and let's go to Lowell, and then Rebecca, we'll come back to you when he arrives. If you can let me know when he arrives, Matt, that way we can have her answer.
Yeah, he's in the meeting, but he's having technical issues. We also have Jackie McLeod that's available, but let's continue with questions and we can pull one of them in to answer that. Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Lowell.
Thanks. I was just curious as to, this kind of unusually shaped parcel, and and not that big either. How did it get created? And remind me what was there previously?
It's been vacant for many years, but previously I think there was probably a gas, like a gasoline or diesel facility there because there was a leaking underground storage container that was cleaned up from the site many years ago. And so it was previously owned, I believe, by Standard Oil. So I think it was used for the storage of a different kind of petroleum product in the past.
And when the Planning Commission denied it, was the proposal for multiple tanks or just one tank?
It was for the full project. The reason why the applicant was including the expansion potential, they think that over time they may have more business and would want more tanks. And so in the interest of coming to the city once and requesting the entitlements to do all of that at once. But then they expressed in their email, I think that was shared with you on the 18th, that they would be willing to curtail that aspect of the project to just be the one tank and not have, at this point in time, the others.
Does one tank versus multiple tanks affect the associated risk?
Well, I mean, there would only be one tank on the site. So were there to be a significant enough fire to cause the failure of a tank that's an inch thick, then that's potentially reducing the amount of risk, possibly.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have Jackie McLeod, our Environmental Division Manager, in the call now, and she can respond to Councilmember Garcia's question.
Ari, I'll get to you next. Go ahead, Councilmember Garcia.
Okay, Jackie, the comment and question I made was our climate action and adaptation plan is being updated. Although propane does not emit as much carbon dioxide as oil, it's still considered a fossil fuel. In this updated plan, with this propane tank plus 4 future new 30,000 gallon tanks be considered green infrastructure?
They don't meet the definition of green infrastructure. Propane is going to rely on carbon. Green infrastructure would make carbon neutral. But because of the stormwater facility that they're regulatorily required to put in order to mitigate for their development, stormwater is considered part of green infrastructure. So by allowing detention and water to drain into the cisterns and they treat that water before it goes into our storm system, that is the green piece of the project in terms of that. But the two together, it doesn't make it a carbon neutral project, and it won't move us closer to our CAP goals.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jackie. Councilmember Parker.
I might be jumping on this, but this is a question I've had some constituents ask, and I'd like to know. And it may have to do with the fire hazard mitigation issues. I don't know, but the blast. If I was looking at that map, Justin, that you had, if for some reason it does explode, what is the blast radius for that size propane tank?
I don't know, to be honest. Obviously, there are separation requirements that are set forth in the building code. I would imagine that those are minimum requirements to try to ensure that fires and catastrophic failures don't have negative effects on surrounding properties or buildings. And were that to catastrophically fail, how large of an explosion that would be, I don't have an answer for you.
And what study would give us that kind of answer? What information would give us that kind of answer?
I would have to defer to our fire department on their experiences or their knowledge of something of that nature. That's not within my expertise.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. There's a question out there then for somebody.
Is the fire chief here maybe that can answer it?
We do have Chief Lopez available. We'll try to bring him into the room if you guys want to continue with questions.
Okay. Do you have any more questions, Councilmember Parker?
No, thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Estrada.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Justin, for your report. In the written stuff that we got the report, it states that on June 13th, 2018, the RTC staff contacted city staff to inquire about a reported propane tank stored on site. They confirmed that it was an unpermitted storage tank. How did that unpermitted tank get there without anybody noticing?
Well, I was the one that interfaced with them on this, so I can give you the nitty-gritty. They had initially applied to the city for an administrative use permit for the temporary storage of that tank. And in that process, it took a while, and they had not completed it before they brought the tank on site. So they were in the process of getting temporary approval just for the temporary storage, but technically hadn't received the permit. And so when we learned that they got ahead of themselves, when RTC contacted myself and we visited it the next day and confirmed that the tank was there, we had our code enforcement officers contact them and make it clear that they needed to complete that permit process. And with that, they did. There was the condition that were they not to obtain a use permit for the establishment, they would have to remove it from the site.
Okay, but this gentleman has been, the applicant has been in business for how long?
Mountain Propane, I think, has been in business for some time. They have an office in North County. I think the owner lives in the Felton area, roughly. And so, but how long they've been in business, I don't know exactly. Okay. My impression is it's been for a while.
Okay. And it just didn't dawn on them to make sure that all their T's were crossed and all their I's were dotted, make sure that they had a permit before they dumped a tank there?
You would hope. Unfortunately, in our line of work, we experience this kind of stuff on a regular basis.
Okay. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Estrada. Any more questions? All right, at this point, I will take it out to the public. Can I get a sense of how many, by raise of hands, how many people will be speaking?
Mayor?
Yes. Oh, we have the
applicant presentation.
The applicant wants to speak. Okay, go ahead. Are they here?
Yes, Mr. Kojak, Richard, or William, are you ready to present? Mr. Ragsdale, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, yeah, this is Mr. Kojak. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize that I was muted. We are ready to speak about this project.
Okay, go ahead, and you're also able to share your screen if you have a presentation.
Okay, we're going to do that now. Hopefully we get this right. Does that come up?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, first of all, I know it's been a long day for everybody, and I want to thank you for taking the time to hear me out on this project. I've got a lot to say because there is some confusion behind exactly what this project is and what its potential is. So I want to discuss that. I want to kind of, before I get into my presentation, just talk a little bit about the green infrastructure aspect of it. And I can answer some questions at the end of this, but in fact, we propose to make this a green infrastructure by the use of blended fuels, which I'm going to explain to you a little bit later in the presentation. So I would like just to show you a brief little video here, which kind of discusses propane and its potential use, particularly as a motor fuel. because this is a way to help the city really reach its carbon reduction goals. I know this hasn't really been discussed much, but I really want to bring this to the forefront of the conversation so that everybody understands the true potential of what this facility could bring to the city of Watsonville. And so I'm going to go ahead and show you this brief little video, and then we'll move into the discussion. And let's bear with me. I'm not a presentation expert here, but let's see it. Here we go.
Everywhere you look, communities and businesses are focusing on cleaner energy solutions. Propane plays an important role in this picture, transforming expectations for energy today and into the future. It's clean, all right, but it's also affordable for the road ahead. For decades, Propane Autogas has been hard at work cleaning up school transportation, mass transit, and other vehicles. Propane Autogas is making sustainability doable for more fleets, thanks to its affordable fuel and infrastructure. Organizations of all sizes are investing in clean energy that grows with them, so they can make better decisions for the environment at the best price point. Switching to cleaner fuel has allowed fleets to open up new possibilities you never imagined, like helping students in the classroom. Some of the world's cleanest, most efficient engines are only made possible with propane. As we continue to perfect the fuel and technology, propane is cleaning up more than vehicles. It's also leading the charge for clean operation in material handling and commercial landscape, keeping infrastructure and fuel costs low with powerful, reliable equipment. So, where do we go from here? Renewable propane is the next chapter of clean energy for businesses. It has all the benefits of conventional propane, clean performance at an affordable price point. By 2040, it could supply nearly half of our nation's propane demand, commonly produced from easy-to-find feedstock like animal fats and cooking oil. Renewable propane is even cleaner than conventional, not to mention far cleaner than other energy sources. Propane is taking care of fleets and other businesses this year, next year, and 50 years down the road, always with the low-cost, low-carbon impact they need. No other fuel can live up to such a high standard for sustainability. Only propane can do that.
So I'd like to talk about, the reason I've showed you that video is because the city has stated that they want to, realize carbon reduction goals. And there are fuels available right now and in the near future. More facilities are coming online to supply these fuels. So the city vehicles are going to have to be replaced over time due to CARB rules, the California Air Resources Board rules, and just the aging fleet. So these things are going to have to be replaced anyway, something the city is already engaged in. So if you go to alternative fuel school buses, automobiles, medium duty trucks, they're available now. You won't have the problems of these all electric brand new stuff. These propane designed engines have been around for decades. This is off the shelf school buses, off the shelf trucks, off the shelf automobiles. You can order them. They're affordable and they're eligible for state and federal grants. So you can get help paying for them and dramatically lower cost than, say, an all electric vehicle. They're designed to run on propane and propane blended fuels. So the things that we want to bring to town is not just the propane, but a fuel called DME, which you can blend directly with the propane. There's also biopropane, which is the renewable propane referred to in the video. If you blend these fuels together, you can get very low carbon intensity numbers, absolutely helping to meet those carbon reduction goals. They also happen to be super clean burning, so it's way better for the lungs to be breathing these fumes for our school kids and farm workers. These things are used in agriculture. These motors are very clean burning. So if you have these fuels at your fingertips, you're going to have greater control over your plan to reduce your carbon output. So you can accomplish this reduction without any real major investments in infrastructure. The biggest investment is I'm going to make for you by putting this facility in. The maintenance on these vehicles can be done with your existing mechanics and tools in your existing garage. The fueling systems are relatively low cost and super easy to use. But there's going to be competition for these fuels because many other entities are trying to reduce their carbon footprint as well. And I'm going to have to go back one here and just touch the thing twice. So. Sorry about that. I skipped ahead one. All right. So with this facility and with the plan to introduce DME and biopropane as a blend with the conventional propane, we're breaking new ground. There's no reason that Watsonville can't be a leader in reducing their carbon output and kind of show other communities how it's done. And this is not pie in the sky. This is affordable stuff. So DME, probably you never heard of it, but it is a fuel that is made from methane and other harmful agricultural emissions that would normally just be released into the atmosphere. This fuel is an extremely low carbon, super clean burning alternative fuel. It uses methane to create it that otherwise, like I said, would be just released into the environment. DME alone has a carbon intensity number of minus 150, which is amazing. That's because it prevents a lot of very potent greenhouse gases from being released into the environment. So there's no other commercially viable fuel that can equal that feat. DME blends directly with propane and or with biopropane to create a cost-effective fuel with a low carbon intensity number. And you have control over carbon reduction versus cost because it's a blend. So biopropane is propane produced from readily available products like animal fats and other agricultural byproducts. It is a renewable propane, and when blended with DME results in very low or even negative carbon intensity numbers. So I'm stand ready to partner with the city for a cleaner, brighter future. We care as much about the environment as anybody else. Our children live here, our grandchildren live here. I really care about this stuff. I want to do the right thing here. So we want to bring renewable energy and sustainable development to our community, and we want to help you do that. So I'd also like to point out that conventional propane is in wide use. It's safe. It's already being used. It's going to continue to be used because it fills a lot of roles. But by having these blends, we can reduce the environmental impact. We can reduce the carbon output of the entire surrounding area, everybody that we deliver to. And by doing that, we're all working together for the same goal, slow environmental warming. So these propane fuel blends are a real important step in the journey away from conventional fossil fuels. Conventional propane, yes, it is a fossil fuel. It's a very clean fossil fuel, but it is a fossil fuel. But as we move into these blends, we're moving into the future. We're not trying to put some archaic fossil fuel plant in here. We're trying to bring fuels in that are going to help you meet your goals. They're only going to be available to us if we proactively pursue them. Like I said, there's going to be competition for it. I've got to have a place to put it or I can't contract to receive it. I'm here. I want to bring these fuels to you. Propane's clean burning fuel. It's used to power forklifts, mowers, blowers, and other equipment. Agriculture uses propane in and around crops. Agriculture, which is very important to our area, relies heavily on propane for space heating, hot water, crop drying, freeze protection, non-toxic weed control, irrigation pumps, and other uses. There are many rural homes that are just outside the city limits that don't have access to natural gas, and some of them don't even have access to the grid. And they use propane for their everyday needs like heating, hot water, clothes dryers, cooking. So it's an essential part of the fuel mix. So, you know, I know there's some confusion around this. There were environmental studies done for this facility, extensive third-party reviews commissioned by the city. And it was because of their conclusion that there is no danger to the community, no danger to the wildlife, no danger to the slough, and, you know, minimal impact on traffic. It was because of those conclusions that the common sense exemption is qualified, because the other studies would just be redundant. They've already studied it. They've already concluded that it is safe, and it's not going to have any, you know, detrimental effects on the community. So, additionally, you get further carbon reduction because we want to bring in propane as much as we can in these blends via rail car. Every rail car that comes to our facility and offloads into our tank is keeping 4 semi trucks off the highway. You know, so that reduces traffic congestion, very much improves the safety of the transport of bringing this stuff into our county. It's already coming in here, but it gets the trucks off 17, off Highway 1, off 129. You know, and it also supports the rail freight business. So this project also takes what was an abandoned property and turns it into a living project. It takes the abandoned property, it wasn't generating taxes for years, transforms it into a high value property, which will generate higher property taxes. The jobs that are associated with this facility, on average, pay 2.5 times minimum wage with health benefits. And, you know, when we build this facility, this is going to become sort of the centerpiece of our operation. We currently don't have a bulk facility. So we intend to move our offices, the propane offices, to the city of Watsonville over time, creating more jobs in the city. And these are good jobs. I've already covered some of this stuff, so I don't want to bore you, but I want to point out that you know, these fuels don't start their life cycle in a coal burning factory in China like a lot of the PV panels do. Doesn't generate any e-waste over time or large batteries that are going to have to be disposed of. It doesn't require rare earth metals to produce. We don't have to fight wars over this stuff. It improves the overall safety. And as I said, it's going to help support local rail freight business, which is going to make more local rail jobs, which are, again, good jobs. And by having a viable rail freight system, that helps our agricultural industries and other industries have be more competitive because they can move their goods for less cost by rail and emit less carbon while they're doing it. So I want to point out that this is not just a propane tank. This is a carefully designed facility, and it incorporates state-of-the-art redundant safety systems. When the system's when we're not pumping propane, all the valves are automatically closed. If there's a major leak or an excess flow from a broken hose or something, the valves automatically shut. The operator can hit one button and close down the entire facility. It just shuts off the valves, shuts off the pumps. It's a safe, carefully designed system. And if somebody came along, a transient or a vandal, and tried to start a fire against this tank, they could do that. But propane and propane blends are a refrigerant. So the valves are located inside the tank. The fire can't get to them, and they're cooled by the actual contents of the tank. So they could not cause this to explode. It would be virtually impossible to explode a tank of this size. This design goes through Cal OSHA and the Department of Homeland Security. So it's, there's a lot of people looking at it. The tank itself, the one that's sitting on the property, has been inspected and approved by Cal OSHA for use with propane. And I'd like to point out that this facility the public is not able to enter. Only trained professionals will operate this. The design's been reviewed by your local fire department and local safety experts. The largest tank is a minimum of 75 feet from the nearest buildable property line. And the smaller ones, if we do expand in the future, if you guys allow that, they will be no closer than 50 foot to the property line. So, in the very unlikely event that there was a fire with these propane tanks, it would not spread to nearby properties because of that clearance. And similarly, if the warehouse next door burns, it can affect the propane tanks because of the distance. So how do you know this is safe? You don't have to take my word for it. A lot of trusted safety experts have looked at this and say that it's safe. So I'm hoping that I'm getting through. There's a lot of information here. You guys are going to be making a big decision here, one that affects all of us and future generations. I really hope that you will base it on science and facts. So your local fire authority has looked at this and says it's safe. E.E. Linder, who's also known as Al Linder, and he is the former chair of the Technical Committee on Liquefied Petroleum Gases and a member emeritus of the National Fire Protection Association. Mr. Linder actually authored many of the safety codes in the NFPA 58, which regulates facilities of this type. So, he's considered one of the world's most renowned experts on propane safety. He's also a longtime resident of Watsonville. You couldn't find a more experienced expert on the subject, and he has Watsonville safety at heart. And he will be available tonight to answer your questions on the safety of this facility. Cal OSHA will review and approve and inspect this installation before, during, and after construction, and they've already approved the existing tank for use with propane. It's a carefully designed facility to provide safe storage of propane and propane blended fuels. The design has been reviewed by local and state experts, and it's deemed to be safe. The city commissioned a number of studies, which we've made reference to already. These are the same studies that would take place for a full CEQA review. They concluded that this facility does not pose a threat to wildlife, to the community, to the slough, and so much so that they felt that no more studies were indicated and that a common sense exemption from the full CEQA was indicated. Once in operation, the Department of Homeland Security also has authority over this installation. So there's a lot of eyes on this. This is not haphazard. This is carefully done and carefully regulated. And the only people that can touch this equipment are professionals trained on this exact facility. The facility is equipped or will be equipped with state-of-the-art redundant safety systems. So if one thing fails, another thing is there to protect. In the unlikely event that propane is accidentally released, propane itself is a non-toxic gas in its unburned state. So it's not poisonous. And also it's a gas in the environment. So it cannot enter the water or the ground. So it does not pose any threat to the nearby slough. This is a safe facility. So, why do we want to put it here at this site? Well, for one thing, we're bringing, a very hard to repurpose piece of land back into use. So this project will bring a formerly abandoned property to its best and highest use and maximize property tax revenue for the city. It's unusually shaped and surrounded by railroad tracks and a warehouse, which makes it really difficult to develop for any other type of use. It will be landscaped to present an aesthetically pleasing appearance to the rail trail and adjacent properties. This property was formerly a propane distribution facility, so this use is consistent with the historical use of this property. Propane storage facilities of this type exist in industrial parks and next to residential developments and even adjacent to hospitals and schools in urban communities throughout the state. And in this case, there are no nearby residences. The zoning is heavy industrial, which is where you want this kind of thing. The zoning and access to the railroad make this an ideal location for this facility, and there are very few properties anywhere in the county that meet these criteria, making this a rare property perfectly suited to this type of facility. So what we're offering to do is, bring to you renewable energy and a sustainable development for the community. And again, I urge you to consider the facts when deciding the fate of this project. This project represents an investment in Watsonville, which has a great deal of upside potential for the city, both in terms of carbon reduction goals and in terms of new jobs and revenue for the city. I urge you not to be swayed by misleading claims that have been floated out there. I'm hoping that they weren't misleading claims deliberately, but there's a lot of misinformation out there, particularly that this is dangerous. It is not dangerous. These facilities are ubiquitous. They exist all over the place. They're very safe. So in light
we
of what
appreciate you, Mr. Kojak, coming this evening. We appreciate it. We appreciate the presentation. Would you be willing to take any questions from our council if we have some questions?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go to that. I know it's already 9:40. It's gonna be an early meeting morning, seems like. So, council, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Kojak? Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, Mr. Kojak. You spent a lot of time talking about renewable propane. My first question is, will 100% of what you transport and store be renewable propane?
No, it will be a blend. Some will be conventional propane, some will be renewable propane, and some will be DME, which is together we can, create very low carbon footprint fuels and all the way down to negative carbon intensity numbers. And that is a decision that would be made in partnership with the purchasers of the auto gas fuel that we want to produce or we want to supply. And hopefully one of the main consumers will be the city over time, because it absolutely dovetails into your carbon reduction goals.
My second question is renewable propane explosive?
Well, propane is not considered an explosive. It's considered a flammable gas. And all propane and all fuels for that matter are necessarily flammable because that's, it's how they store the energy, and then they're used in combustion engines to, to get that energy back out and make it useful for, for instance, driving a school bus. But these tanks are designed to absolutely safely store this material. This facility is probably less dangerous than the corner gas station, particularly given the fact that the public is not able to touch it.
My final question is, would you, if the council should decide that they want a CEQA study, would you oppose that?
No, I wouldn't oppose it. I mean, I would feel that it's somewhat redundant because we've already done the applicable studies that would normally be part of CEQA. So the additional studies don't really apply to this facility, but if indeed that would make you guys a lot more comfortable with it, I mean, I don't see any reason why we couldn't do the rest of the studies. It's just, that's money that could go towards, the facility. It's the only reason we wouldn't go down that path normally. But no, I wouldn't oppose it.
Great.
That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kojak, can you stop sharing your screen possibly?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, any other council members have any questions? Okay, much better. Thanks. I can see everybody now. Any other questions? Councilmember Hurst?
I remember reading the study, and I think it was about 170 pages, but I don't remember when it was done or how old it is, if it's stale or if it's still a viable environmental document.
I think Justin Meek might be more qualified to answer that than I am, since the city actually commissioned the studies.
Yeah, so that was one of the things that we required the applicant to conduct, that he entered into a reimbursement agreement with the city for a third-party environmental consulting firm, Harrison Associates, to conduct technical studies involving air quality and greenhouse gases, cultural resources, biological resources, traffic, and so forth. Those were all done within the last 2 years, and 2 years is the typical time frame for a study to be considered current.
Thanks for reminding me.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, so without seeing any other questions, can I get a raise of hands of how many people are going to want to speak this evening? That way I can get an idea of setting the time for speaking.
I would like to get a speech out, but I can't raise my hand.
Who is that?
Hello? Council members, can you hear me? I'm sorry. Oh, there he is.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so Thamada, how are we looking?
Looks like right now.
Hello, can you guys hear me? This is William Kojak.
Yes, Mr. Kojak, you can.
We have about 15.
15? If you can just stay muted for a minute while we figure out the process here. Okay, so we have about 15 people.
19 now, Jimmy.
19. How many people how many people do we have on the call? 95. We have almost 100 participants on the call. So some extras will probably jump on at the end. Where are we now?
About 40 minutes or 2 minutes.
If 2 minutes is 40 minutes, but that's only what we have right now, right? So if I cut off the list and didn't add anybody, then we would be at 40, but we probably will have a bunch of people jumping on wanting to talk later, right?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Okay, so why don't we do 1.5 minutes? And since there's gonna be quite a few speakers this evening.
All right, are you ready to start public comment?
Let's do it.
All right, well, Jenny, lead us on.
Thank you. Thank you so much for so many good questions that Councilmember Garcia asked. I would like to say that the Planning Commission a few months ago heard this proposal, and we 100% denied the proposal. Please do not approve this proposal. This is not a benefit to the city residents. It does not create the jobs that we are told that they do, maybe at max 1 or 2. It does not improve the area, and it's really not a benefit to the resources to the community. Please oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Tamara, are you getting phone?
Gabe, it's your turn now.
Alrighty, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Gabriel Medina here. And I agree with Mr. Kojak. There was a lot of misinformation about this tank, including in this presentation. So first, I'd like the council to understand that not all videos are based in fact. I can easily create a video, slap on some good footage, and add a soothing voiceover in order to establish ethos or credibility, right? And I think this is a great example of environmental propaganda within the filmmaking world. And these types of videos are targeted towards the elderly who may not have full access to the facts and are perceived as naive by many of these companies. I have already found several videos on YouTube that rebuttal what was presented to us via a simple Google search. Second, I'd like to bring attention to an article written by the Santa Cruz Sentinel, and I quote, "The owner of Fountain-based Mountain Propane said Friday he would remove a 4,000-gallon tank from his home on 2 Bar Road after an explosion injured a worker and damaged 2 homes." I don't think we should be partnering with people who take these things extremely lightly. And in this age that we're moving into of green energy and renewable energy, I think that's what our focus should be. That is what's going to be creating jobs for the future, green energy. So I'd urge the council to truly vote against this. And also, I thought it was hilarious that a tank would bring beauty to our community. I don't think that's going to bring beauty. I think arts is going to bring beauty to our community. And I find it interesting how many outsiders come into our hometown and say that they're going to create jobs and opportunities for us. Well, what I think we should do is invest in local entrepreneurs who want to go green, who want to bring renewable energy, and we should give them a true fighting chance opposed to outsiders from the community who have done damage in other cities and are now trying to bring that resource to our community. I urge you all to please vote against this, and if you need me to send you that article, I will be more than happy to. Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you, Gabe. Next caller.
Robert, go ahead.
Hello, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, Robert, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Robert Singleton, and I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Cruz County Business Council. I'm speaking to you tonight in opposition of the proposed propane storage facility that is under consideration. It's unneeded, unsafe, and it's incongruent with the environmental and social justice values of our community. The propane stored at this facility, which could allow for up to 120,000 gallons of on-site storage, creates a clear risk of extraordinary danger to the surrounding neighborhoods and the community at large. The risk of fire or other such failures is an issue of public health, and the demand for the commercial activity proposed does not warrant or appropriately value the risk. Not all businesses are created equal, and not every business is well suited for every community. Our community has also committed to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Surely these principles and goals apply in the context with regard to fossil fuel infrastructure. Why do we need another propane storage facility in our community? The city has the ability to deny this application based upon legitimate and legal findings, and your planning commission has already recommended as such. You should exercise that authority and follow suit. Please say no to this unsafe and unnecessary facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Next caller.
Manuel, go ahead.
Edward Montesino, 316 4th Street. Well, very quickly, I just want to say that looking at Alan there, if the council was to deny, the reasons have to be reasonable. They can't be based on emotions and they can't be based on bias. So the city staff themselves said the council would have grounds to deny if the project was incompatible with the local biodiesel plant. A fire and an explosion would lead to the potential destruction of a wide area of our industrial site. Another reason is that the project is a clear public health and safety hazard. Look how close those tanks are in his own presentation. And then also, you can't really have a public presentation on a propane tank farm without fire being present to talk about the project. And not talking to the Watsonville fire chief, but a fire chief from the cities where they had propane tank explosions: Orlando, Long Beach in New York, Farmington in Maine, Toronto, Vancouver, and Quebec in Canada. Those are the folks that you need to talk to if you're going to have fire. Just really quickly, guys, Manabi Al, half an acre project versus a business park project, there's just no comparison. We've been working for Manabi Al now for 20 years. Yes, it's been taking time, but we put hundreds of hours, city staff, council, hundreds of hours. Please do not throw that away. It really is the future of the city of Watsonville, not this project. Thank you all.
Jennifer, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jen Laskin. I am so pleased to speak to the council and the public tonight about this very important issue. I lived in Watsonville from 2002 to 2012 and am blessed to have been asked to speak on this issue. I'll focus on three main ideas. First of all, this project will bring no great jobs, nor will it create a new visionary industry or space for industry to grow and prosper for the people of Watsonville. It is located near a business park development, the Manabi Al property, which does provide a base for businesses who provide these sort of growth-based jobs for the city. This project has been in the work for 2 decades, and to do the math, it's never really been spelled out what specifically in the way of benefits will occur because of this propane storage facility, and the dangers analysis greatly outweighs the benefits. This site is also located near residential homes and schools, and Richard Kojak wants to put this property and business in Watsonville because it is an economic opportunity for him. The limited driver jobs and possibly site-based jobs he promises will not put a dent in the massive unemployment rates facing so many people in Watsonville. The community wants careers, not crumb jobs that only serve a private business owner. The owner of this proposed storage facility lives nowhere near Watsonville, has no links or history in the community, and is taking advantage of a possible real estate zoning opportunity that will only exacerbate environmental racism for the homes and schools in the area. Thank you.
Steve, go ahead.
I ask you to please accept the findings of your planning commission. They've had it right on a number of decisions. They voted unanimously to turn this down. Folks, this is an example of environmental racism. You think they're going to put this next to Pajaro Dunes filled with wealthy white people? Hardly. You think they're going to put this in some area of Aptos, which is filled with more wealthy white people? No, folks. They're putting it in Watsonville because it's 80% Latino, relatively poor, and many are not registered to even vote because they're not citizens. And they're not going to speak up, unfortunately, because they haven't been radicalized in order to become, to speak for themselves on a forceful way. This is, why not put 2 windmills? 2 windmills would produce a lot more energy, especially today. We had gale force winds. Do you realize how much energy we could have produced with 2 windmills on the property? We do not need any more things that are going to create things that are going to create fire. 50,000 gallons of propane. Can you imagine what it would do to that area of Beach Street? Everything would melt if it didn't burn. The whole idea that putting this in Watsonville is crazy. Oh, and let's not forget domestic terrorism. We do have a few Proud Boys in the community. They'd love to get their hands on this thing. So let's say no to this ridiculous idea.
Ben, go ahead and unmute.
Well, good evening, Mayor Dutra and council members. My name is Ben Granholm with the Western Propane Gas Association.
The propane industry is proud of the role that we play in providing an affordable, resilient, and clean energy for communities across California. Propane is not methane and provides residents with a reliable and non-toxic energy solution at a cheaper rate than electricity. Providing customers with a reliable and affordable energy source is critical in today's world, particularly as we navigate the current financial crisis. Over the past couple of years, California has been ravaged by numerous public safety power shutoffs. These occurrences, which are expected to continue for at least the next 8 years, are a prime example as to why relying on a single power source is unacceptably risky and accentuates the need for both energy diversity and resiliency across the state, which will be aided by this project. Following these events, WPGA has heard from countless individuals who were able to power their homes, stay warm, and ensure that essential life-sustaining equipment was not turned off during the shutoffs because their homes were also plumbed with propane. Propane provides power to firefighter base camps so they can cook, clean, shower, provides backup to cell phone towers, hospitals, water treatment plants, and temporary shelters for people without housing and other facilities critical to California's survival during unfortunate events. We hope that you'll pass this project and benefit from it in the future. Thank you so much.
William, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council people. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it. And thanks for the consideration. I would like to have you consider and plead you to vote no against this project. A big part of this is talking about the adjacency to Manabi Ao. We put together almost a 20-year relationship with a public-private partnership with the city. Major stakeholders unanimously voted in support of that as our annexation into the city of Watsonville for 30 years. And that would be the next place for job creation and growth. The adjacency of putting in, 0.7 acre parcel with propane against 60 acres of possible development, which some are, for example, like FedEx, there's no comparison. It would basically sabotage the vision and the goals of where we were planning to go and where we need to take this for the benefit of Watsonville and its citizens. So again, thank you for your time, and please vote no on this project.
Thank you, William.
Dr. Nunez?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Dr. Manny Nunez, and I'm a resident of the Brisas community, which is right adjacent to the proposed propane tank facility. I'd just like to state clearly that my family and I strongly oppose the proposed propane gas facility. This item was brought to the City Planning Commission on September 1st, and obviously it was voted down unanimously 6-0. Additionally, I don't know if you know, but there's some beautiful trails behind here at home, and we enjoy walking those trails. And we feel that propane facility will be hazardous to the safety of all of our community. And just as somebody who works in education, Mr. Kojak did show a video about school buses and emphasize green energy. The future of buses is going to be electric. Twin Rivers Unified is a school district in Sacramento, and they currently have the largest electric school bus fleet in the country, and most districts will follow that suit. Electrification is a smart investment for school districts and a great way to clean up our air. So a lot of school districts are saving money in that manner. Once again, please vote no, and thank you for your consideration and service to the city of Watsonville.
Thank you, Dr. Nunez.
Salvador, you go ahead.
Hello, this is Salvador Lua, and I'm speaking in opposition to this project. We're already fighting a lot of pollutants, a lot of risk factors in our community, including pesticides and like all the pollutants that we just have in general from production. Again, I feel like the future in 50 years is not going to be propane. It'll definitely be electric. We already have a lot of propane facilities in town. We don't need another one. The argument that, we're going to reduce traffic doesn't make sense because, there's going to be traffic coming in in and out of there. As they grow up, there's going to be even more. And this means that there's going to be propane tanks on the roads, through our neighborhoods, next to our schools, on our highways. It just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Salvador.
Consuelo, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Consuelo Alba. I live and work in Watsonville, downtown, District 5, and I'm always involved in arts and cultural projects. But I feel very, very strongly about this proposed propane facility in our community. From the beginning, I started talking with people. It's not my area of expertise. And the more I learn about it, the stronger my opposition grew. First of all, it's in violation of the Watsonville 2030 Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. I'm so glad that the city has a climate action plan, and we must follow it. This project is not aligned with this project and the vision we have for Watsonville. During the Watsonville Planning Commission hearing on September 1st, Mr. Kojak referred to the propane deliveries arriving from Canada. The propane industry is flooded with surplus propane, which is derived from extremely polluting fossil fuel oil fracking industry, including the infamous tar sands project in Canada. This project is bad for Canada and is bad for Watsonville. We are all connected. Wherever the propane is coming from, this project is directly linked to the dangerous and polluting fossil fuel industry. Please do not believe that it's going to be green or carbon neutral. There is no much, it's really connected to the fossil fuel industry. Let's just keep that in mind, front and center. And please follow the local climate action plan. The other point I wanna make is about safety. And this is connected to the question earlier on about the blast radius of these kind of projects. Propane tanks, large and small, can and do explode all the time. Trucks and trains carrying propane can and do have accidents. This is not fear mongering. According to the U.S. Department of Transportation 2000 Emergency Response Guidebook, if a tank, rail, car, or tank truck is involved in a fire, you must isolate for 1,600 meters, 1 mile in all directions. This means that dozens of residents plus businesses, schools, city hall, library, plaza, and protected sloughs fall within the 1 mile radius in this case. Federal and local governments have emergency plans in place precisely because accidents occur. Does the city have an emergency incident and evacuation plan available to assist us? And the better question is, should we even have to deal with this issue? Our community is being asked to
can you please wrap it up?
Environmental risk for a handful of jobs. Please vote no. Thank you.
I'm going to ask if people could kindly follow our 1 minute and 30 seconds time limit. We have a lot of people that want to speak, and I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to do so. So thank you. Our next speaker.
Joey.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, this is Joy.
Yeah, Joy Alafia. Thank you for this opportunity, Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Joy Alafia with the Western Propane Gas Association. And I just want to share a little bit about where we're headed. So we are committed to decarbonization. We have been recognized by the California Air Resources Board in their low carbon fuel standard program that decarbonizes transportation. Today, we've already displaced 10% of propane's transportation fuel with renewable propane. If we're targeting by 2024 to have 129 million gallons of renewable propane in our state. Our association is the first association to commit to 100% renewable propane by the year 2030. Neutral parties, if you will, including the former energy secretary under Barack Obama, Dr. Ernest Moniz, shares that biofuels must be part of California's decarbonization effort. You can't do it alone with just electricity. We've been invited to participate in the California Energy Commission's EPIC forum that deals with reimagining the future, where we can demonstrate how you can net renewable electricity back to the grid with renewable propane. I thank you for your time, and I applaud your city for already taking the step with biodiesel and the mayor signing the ribbon cutting for that. This is another biofuel opportunity alongside with biodiesel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Adam, go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. Adam Bolaños Scale here. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I do want to support in opposition to this proposal. Just because we put renewable in front of the word propane doesn't actually make it renewable. That spin and PR, propane is a byproduct of refining petroleum and fracking for oil and gas, and that's just how it is, and you can call it renewable. You can paint the tank green. It doesn't make it clean energy. I also want to speak in support. We had some fires today. The owner, the applicant had some fires on his property when his own tank blew up, which was illegally cited. He said he didn't know. I think this is an opportunity to think about the next climate plan and how we can generate our own electricity here in Watsonville area, having a local microgrid, which would be an opportunity to bring local jobs and have local control when we're suffering from PG&E and other outside operators. So an opportunity to think bigger about the future. Absolute great job from leadership from the community here in the Planning Commission. I want to thank Consuelo for her leadership. I hope you deny this project. I would say we should have a sequel review, but I see no need for that. I think we can do better. And thank you for your listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Adam.
Oscar, go ahead.
Good evening, Council Member and Mayor. My name is Oscar Rios, and I agree with all the speakers, except with the one that wants to propose and support the project. We are living in the fear of COVID-19 right now. I fear of what has happened in the past with this type of facilities, propane. Today, we don't know what will happen in the future. But we know that in the present moment, we can stop this process by denying the use permit. We can avoid a future crisis. I fear that since we don't know, we are setting our city population to be in fear of what could happen one day, and then blame those that didn't have a vision on what could happen. Today, we can make the future not come to a reality. Please deny this permit. We are at the point right now where Watsonville is coming back again. We have properties next to this little project that will bring more future jobs. Property that we've been in the works, like it was stated before. The house property that we saw already next with FedEx, it has brought tremendous jobs and has brought tremendous also more wealth to our city. And with the pandemic of how it has hit us now, we don't know what's going to happen after this. So we have to start looking at the future. And the future means right now making good decisions. So thank you very much. Good evening.
Amber, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
Hi, I wanted to give you a perspective on the rural people of Santa Cruz County because most of us actually right now are not even able to join this meeting because I'm literally using propane right now for a generator to hook up to the internet. And because of COVID, I've never realized how much I really rely on propane. I have stuck at home working and our electricity goes off all the time and I always need my propane generator. And I can't afford a Tesla, so the idea of having some sort of biopropane and vehicles that would drive on that sounds pretty awesome to me. Also, we just had a huge fire and a bunch of our local propane tanks at houses were all around those fires, huge forest fire, and they were just off gassing the gas. They weren't exploding. I think that's a pretty good example of them not exploding. It's ridiculous to think that your guys are gonna have this facility explode. The reason why they want it in your city is because you have the rail. If they could bring the rail up here, they would. I wish we could have cheaper propane. I rely completely on it for my dryer, my water heater, and hopefully a car in the future. I know it's not everything, but there's no way we can completely rely on electricity. It's way too expensive and it's not reliable for most of us. So please consider the equity of us up here, not just people who live in the city.
Thank you, Amber.
Alan, go ahead.
Good evening. On this project on West Beach, I thought they gave a good presentation, but it left out a lot. It was one-sided. The problem is that it's within the city limits. And if there's a real accident, for instance, there was an earthquake just 3 nights ago in Prunedale, it was 4.2. If we had a bigger one, that could throw those tanks all over the place. And there was the nuclear power plant, Fukushima, I'm sure they had redundant upon redundant safety precautions. But an earthquake and a tsunami wiped out an entire region. It was unusable for generations. And you're only 288 yards from a residential neighborhood. There's plenty of, you can go on Google and find dozens and dozens of exploding propane storage areas. And even more problematic are the rail cars. There's one where it showed a rail car literally flew, and you could watch it on the Google, the YouTube, fly for a mile. What if that flew into the neighborhood just across the way from these tanks? So it's a matter of an accident waiting to happen, and who's going to be accountable for that? As far as propane is going to be around for a while. It has a good, I'd call niche uses, like forklifts and so on. But electric is the future.
Thank you, Alan. If you can wrap up, please.
Okay, but just one last thing. There's been a 27% decline in residential propane use in the last 10 years, according to industry reports. So that's going to be, electric is still going to be the future, and it's going to be cheaper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Victoria, you go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for listening to me. My name is Victoria Bañales. I've been a resident of Watsonville for 13 years now. I teach at Cabrillo College, and I strongly oppose this, this idea to put a propane storage in my city. As some of the speakers have noted, I mean, the people in favor may say, well, it's perfectly safe and this and that, but we've had really difficult years. As you've seen, we've got fires raging across California. We have had earthquakes. We don't know what could potentially happen under those circumstances. And I do want to see job growth in my community, but not this way. This is not what I envision for my community. As Consuelo said, it does not align with the Climate Action Plan. And also, as many people have noted, the Planning Commission opposed it. I would ask you guys to not move forward with this. And also, it just upsets me to see that we're having these fights over and over again. This is a form of environmental racism. In my opinion, I don't see these kinds of things. I mean, why aren't we building this in, like I said in my letter, in places like Carmel or Santa Barbara? Generally speaking, they tend to be in lower income brown and Black communities. And we could do better as a city. We need jobs, but not these kinds of jobs. And it would create such a blemish. We already have a lot of toxic things in our community, like, you know, pesticides. This is not the direction we want to go. So thank you for listening to my comments. I strongly oppose this.
Thank you.
Ellie, you go ahead.
Hi, so those were bold statements to make regarding the safety, especially after learning that he's already had an explosion on his own property and that it wasn't even set up legally. It sounds like no real lesson was learned to still claim that there is no danger to our community. I ask you to listen to our community and your planning commission who unanimously voted to deny this project. It won't move us closer to our goals with the climate change plan. This is not green energy, and our electric cars is our future. For people that don't live in Watsonville to tell us we have to do their bidding and feel entitled to say that we've got a ridiculous way of thinking, and to then use equity as reasoning when it's Watsonville that's constantly disproportionately affected from COVID to arts, and now being your propane garage. So I mean, council, who would we even be taking this risk for? You take the risk in your city, or take it to the county to bring it up to North County if that's what you want and if that's what you need. Watsonville does not need this. This is environmental racism, and I ask the council to not support this because it is very clear who is in favor of it and who it's not. And it's us from Watsonville that are here all the time, that live here, that are asking you to listen and represent us. Ari, you are my council member. I'm asking you from your district to please not support this, because I don't care what North County thinks. We're not here to do your bidding. I don't know what else to say. That was rude. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie.
Mayor, the next person is someone on the phone number ending in 189, and I want to take this opportunity because I see a lot of people are on the phone. If you want to raise your hand and you're on the phone, please press *9, and that will raise your hand so that I can call on you. So a person by a number ending in 189, you go ahead now.
Hi, this is George Al, and I'm so against this project. I want to give you one example. We have property in Scotts Valley, and it took years and years to get rid of the propane tanks there. And they only had small ones. They had 20 and 30,000 gallon facilities, but everybody was so afraid that they were going to blow up. And they polluted the ground. They polluted the air. And you know what? When I hear these guys talk about how safe it is and how it doesn't pollute anything, can you believe that? And when they have 200-page reports with so much fill, and they come to the conclusion that it's completely safe, but you can turn on the YouTube any night and watch all night and read stories about explosions. You wonder, what the heck? Who are we dealing with? In Scotts Valley, they left pollution, and they cost millions of dollars to get them out. Don't let them in the first place. Now look at, they say this is a historical use. Well, the historical use polluted the land. That was a propane user who polluted the land and took off, and then a Superfund had to pay for it. You don't want to deal with this. This is terrible. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Next caller.
Vanessa, go ahead.
Hello, good evening. I just want to point out that those have spoken who are in favor of this project, they are either in the propane industry or they are not residents. I really want to commend Mr. Kojak. That was, as a public speaking instructor, that was a great presentation with great rhetoric, but that's all it was. I'm not going to reiterate what other folks have said, but I just want to, for those who were not present at the last meeting, I do want to remind them that Mr. Kojak stated that he would be hiring from within his company. So I'm not sure where this idea of creating jobs or bringing anything to Watsonville is coming from. I don't fault a business owner for, you know, making a living. We all have to make a living. However, it's very clear within our residents that we don't want this to happen. And I just humbly ask the council, I just want to remind them that you are here to serve the interests of the residents. You are not here to serve the interests of industries or to be at the convenience of rural residents. So thank you very much, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Go ahead, Pam.
Hello, my name is Pam Sexton, and I'm a teacher in the Pajaro Valley. I moved to Watsonville in 1997, and I am deeply committed to the Watsonville community. I'm speaking to oppose the special permit. And I want to make maybe two key points. Earlier in the evening, there was a presentation on COVID, and I appreciate the mention at that about existing inequities. What we're seeing here is opportunity to not continue to build inequities. I believe this is a situation of environmental racism where Watsonville would have more than triple. So if this facility went to what he's envisioning, it would be almost triple what the current county-wide storage is for propane. Propane, it's not green. It's not what we need. I live in a rural area outside of Watsonville. I rely on propane, and we're currently changing to solar. COVID has also taught us this is an existential threat we're facing. With COVID, we made drastic changes. We need to make drastic changes related to climate change. That means investing in really renewable, 100% renewables. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Pam, for everything.
William, go ahead.
Hi, my name is William. Just wanted to speak a little bit about the financial benefits for this project to the city of Watsonville and the businesses and community around it. First off, this is taking a dirt lot and turning it into an actual built-out facility, which will boost tax revenues just on property taxes alone, which I read over the Watsonville city budget. It's the only really stable tax income that is available to Watsonville. Most every other form of taxation has been significantly impacted by COVID and is not expected to recover anytime soon. In fact, I believe the general fund is expected to be depleted by 2025, according to the latest budget calculations. And moreover, Mountain Propane has, in 2019, Mountain Propane spent over $1 million in businesses located within 1 mile of our facilities in Felton and in Scotts Valley. That's economic boost to those local areas, to those businesses that are around us. We utilize local services, local businesses, local people to help get done what we need to get done. We hire locally, our jobs are local, our training is local, our expenditures are local. We really do work with the community. I live 10 minutes from the proposed facility. I don't live super far away. I'm right down the street. This is a very safe facility. You know, it's a lot of the things you're hearing is really just misinformation, just misinformed people that are, you know, they don't understand what's going on with this project.
Thank you, William.
Natalie, go ahead.
Hi, this is Natalie with Regeneración Pájaro Valley Climate Action. We've really considered the complexities of the situation and would like to express our opposition to the propane facility. The perpetuation of propane over renewable energy will only inhibit the transition to 100% renewable energy. Propane produced by things like feedstock from industrial agriculture are not genuinely renewable resources like wind and solar. This facility would perpetuate our area's dependence on fossil fuels. The climate crisis worsens each year, and the 2005 general plan does not take into account the urgency needed to transition our community to renewable energy. The city is taking appropriate steps by creating the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, which reduces greenhouse gases by the year 2030. But this project includes a 20-year permit, and that is not in line with the city's 10-year plan. Climate change is increasing the amount and likelihood of natural disasters, including wildfires, extreme heat, and intense storms. These events are becoming increasingly common and increase the risk of accidents. We need to focus on long-term goals and make choices that clearly move us toward our vision, and make commitments toward real renewable energy and not let capital investments compromise the health and safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
Eileen, go ahead.
Hi, Eileen.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having these extensive comments, or listening to these extensive comments. I also want to speak against allowing the propane storage tanks to go in. First of all, the Planning Commission has unanimously voted. I think you should follow their direction since they've been chartered to study this. Second of all, I really agree with everyone who's spoken about the environmental racism. You just really have to look at how the disproportionate amount of propane that's being proposed to be stored in Watsonville. And then finally, I think right now that's an unused piece of land, but if the Ao Manada project goes through, that's going to be a very different area. And with the rail trail as well, going through there, I think in a few years it could be a very thriving mixed use area. So I hope you'll be thinking about the future too, and the changes that are coming about. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eileen, so much.
Mayor, that seems to be the last speaker. I just want to make sure that there are not any other hands up, but hold on 1 second, Mayor, please.
There's always some late ones.
Yeah, there was, okay. Jessica, go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everybody. I'll be really quick. My name is Jessica Carrasco, and I just wanted to say that we really need to put the Watsonville community first. This is one of those projects that is really not doing that. And, you know, I've been hearing the public comments with people saying, well, you know, rural people in Santa Cruz County need it. And, well, we need space a lot more. You know, let's be realistic. There's not a lot of space here in Watsonville. We're always fighting over it. I just don't understand why this space will be given to somebody who's not even from the community. On top of that, not only can we not afford to give space, we really can't afford to, you know, our safety either. What I said during the Planning Commission meeting was this would not even fly in Santa Cruz at all, right? But because it's Watsonville, you know, they're going for it, and people have already touched on why. And I'm just going to say what I said in the other meeting. We're not the garage. You guys need to put the community first. You need to think of Watsonville. And I'm hoping that you say no to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
Quasimodo. Can you go ahead and unmute now, Kwasi?
Can you hear me? I'm so sorry.
It's okay. We can hear you now.
You can hear me. Okay, so yes, that's my name's Maria Heredia. Sorry, that's my computer name. I couldn't change it. I don't know how to change it. So I just want to thank you for listening to your community. I'll keep it short. I want to reiterate what the rest of the neighborhood has said, what the rest of the city members have said. I agree with what Oscar Rios has said, with Manuel Bersamin, Pam, well, anyway, the rest of the members. I especially appreciate the highlighted information that we did not know from Been There, Done That, don't allow it to come to your community by George Ao. That was very key. And anyway, I urge a no vote. We did present our opposition at the Planning Commission. It was voted down unanimously. I urge another unanimous no vote on this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria.
Matt, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Matthew Ragsdale. I am with Mountain Propane, of course, but I wasn't going to speak tonight because Richard and William mostly had it covered. I grew up in Santa Cruz, all over the place. West side, east side, Watsonville, all the way out to Felton and Boulder Creek. I think a lot of us who grew up here had to move around and try to find the place that we could be at the time as young people, because as we all know, it is not a cheap place to live. I tonight have heard a lot of things about North County, South County, and how there's some sort of resentment or line drawn in the sand, which was troubling to me, which is why I decided to speak. When I was growing up, my friends at Watsonville High didn't seem any different than I. My friends at Harbor High, Aptos, SLV, we were all the same people. When we traveled outside of town, I guarantee you, we all said that we were from Santa Cruz, because that's what people in the other parts of the United States know. They don't know Watsonville, they don't know Felton, they know Santa Cruz. And I think that's an important thing to remember. The city limits might be drawn on some sort of a map, but you all have a lot of people outside of the city, real close, but outside of the city, who shop at your shopping centers and who take advantage of your businesses, automotive, stores, whatever, you name it. They are the ones who come in there. The agriculture is mostly outside of town. I'm sorry, I know I'm out of time. The point is that I think we're all part of Santa Cruz. Thank you. I support the project.
Well, Santa Cruz County, not Santa Cruz.
Well, we're Santa Cruz.
Well, you're talking to the city of Watsonville. We are Santa Cruz County.
Yeah, I realize that. Thank you.
Citlali, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Citlali here again, District 2. I just want to point out, that the person previously who spoke, it clearly a little bit tone deaf. I would love to think that we are all the same people, but it's clear that Watsonville often gets the short end of the stick, right? We constantly are having to have this conversation about about profits over people, and this is not what we want for our community here. Sorry, it's a little late. I'm like scrambled, but just another thought, like, are these the type of jobs that we want for our community members as well? We should be striving to think bigger and to have more equitable opportunities for our youth and young adults here. We need to think bigger. I don't think this propane tank is safe for our community. It is not good for the environment. And it's very clear that, people from Watsonville don't want this here. And so as city council members, you all have a responsibility to listen and to hear, what we have to say. And it's very clear that we are not in support of this propane tank being in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jen, go ahead, and this will be the last speaker, Mayor.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
Jen. Yes, go ahead, Jen.
Okay. Hi. This is Jennifer Shocker, trustee with PVUSD. Thank you. I wanted to say I oppose this propane tank facility. And Watsonville, this is our community. Our community is Watsonville. Our community is not Santa Cruz, not Aptos, not Scotts Valley. This is Watsonville. And the people of Watsonville want to be known for the city of Watsonville. And we want our voices to be heard. And we want a safe place for our children to grow up without having to worry about resources for the future. And propane is not a green fuel. It's a fossil fuel. And it's time that we start doing things to put the name of our city of Watsonville on the map for the good things that we do, for the future that we want our children to have. We want to bring their rail. We want to protect our sloughs, our wildlife. These are the things that should matter to Watsonville. And these are the things that we need to think about as a community, and our city council needs to support our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. All right. I want to say thank you to all the people that spoke this evening. We appreciate your participation in this matter. I'd like to bring it back to the council at this time, and I would like to see if there are any comments or further questions by the council for this topic. Okay, let's go with Councilmember Garcia, then Councilmember Hurst.
The comment would come after I make a motion. I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to deny a special use permit and not allow the establishment of a propane storage tank.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'd
Eduardo?
like to second that.
Thank you. Eduardo is a second. Now it's time for a discussion. Councilmember Hurst?
Thank you very much. And I also want to thank all the speakers from near and far that have weighed in. I think we've heard from everybody in the outlying communities and distant communities as well. So nobody could say that we weren't open to different ideas. I'd completely forgotten about how much propane experience I actually had until we started thinking about it. And I remember now there's a big tank at the district maintenance yard on Blackburn Street at the school district. And I think that there's a number of pump stations throughout town with propane tanks for the sewer pumps and such. And I remember walking by Ooloni, the past landmark, and there's some private property over there, and they've got a propane tank. And so I got 2 propane tanks because I like to barbecue and I don't want to run out. So I got to thinking about it, and we've heard a lot of great comments and from all kinds of residents and non-residents alike. I got to teach welding at Watsonville High too, and that was with compressed gas and oxygen and acetylene and probably some pretty dangerous stuff, but we got by somehow and nobody had an accident. So, what do we do here? We've got a complex situation. We've got all kinds of perceptions, and sometimes perceptions actually become reality. And so I'm kind of in a quandary here. I don't want to provide any kind of additional danger to the community, but I want to see jobs and economic prosperity and vacant parcels developed, and I don't want to impede other parcels from being developed either. So, I'm not sure what to do, and so I'm just gonna. And I think about the environmental justice issue too. And I know there's a big propane storage yard out on it's kind of across from the golf course out on
Salinas Road.
Warner Road.
Salinas. Oh yeah, Warner.
What do you do under these circumstances? Where is our fire department chief, and do we have any kind of guidance from our local fire department?
Thank you, Councilmember Hurst. Councilmember Parker, anything?
No, just the answer to my question if the fire chief is available.
Yeah, is the fire chief back? And we've been waiting all evening.
Yeah, let me move him into the call.
Okay, let's bring the fire chief in, and then we'll get those questions answered before we move forward.
Yeah, Chief Rudy's available, and I know that Justin and probably even Susie can speak a bit more too about the fire plan check review that's conducted as a matter of due course for these types of projects as well.
Or I think some questions were about the flammable, and Justin didn't know it earlier when Rebecca asked. So I think the fire chief was supposed to answer that.
Chief is not on the call, so go ahead, Chief.
Okay. Chief, you have a couple of council members have some questions for you. So why don't we start with Councilmember Parker, and then we can go to Councilmember Hurst afterwards.
Chief, I just wanted to ask about, whether it was what the blast radius would be for a propane tank that size. That's all. More like a scientific inquiry.
Yeah, good evening, council member. I'm sorry, I didn't get who this was, and you're kind of breaking that up a little bit.
Councilmember Parker.
Chief Lopez.
Sorry, Parker.
Oh, good evening, council member Parker. Can you repeat the question again? I don't have the best signal. I lost internet this evening, and so I'm relying on my phone.
Sure. No, I was just asking about what the blast radius would be for a propane tank the size that they proposed for this project.
Yes, so if you're referring to, yes, Councilman Parker, well, good evening, first of all, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. Chief Lopez here. I could not answer that specifically. I do know that the liquid petroleum gas, in this case propane, is not considered an explosive, but it does pose hazards for the tank exploding under extreme stress related to heat. But that would vary. That would depend on the type of the size of the tank, for sure. So I could not provide you the specific information right now.
Okay, it would be big, right? I'm not trying to be too technical about it.
No,
Potentially. I'm just talking
and it
about
has
how far
right.
from the tank would be affected. That's all. I'm not being facetious about it. I'm just trying to, So the other question I would have is, and I did hear and I listened to all the comments, pro and con, and the presentation, and I thank the owners for the presentation. Earthquake, and I know I just worry about it partly because we just had a big shaker, and it felt more like a 5.5 to me. And I think about a huge earthquake, and that goes offline or whatever, and I just worry about that being in the context it's within the city limits. So, do you have anything you could give us? As in fire training, whatever it would be, and how that would be dealt with in the city at the same time?
Well, I would be concerned with any facility or even gas stations for that matter in the event that we have an earthquake, and be concerned for buildings collapsing and all of the above. The fact of the matter is that when these, and this is really this is a non-biased information that I'm providing. They are regulated by the state, by Cal OSHA, by the EPA, and the fire code, and they dictate how these facilities are built. So they fall under some strict regulations, and then once they get built, we, the fire department, are responsible for inspecting them on an annual basis. And so we also try to become familiar with their hazardous materials mitigation plan, and actually, like the cold storage facilities, just try to have annual emergency response drills with the facility. So anything I give you is going to be based on the fire code and the regulations that they fall under. But in terms of concern with earthquakes, there's a lot of things that concern me when it comes to earthquakes, for sure.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
Councilmember Hurst, did you have a question?
Chief Lopez, have you had a chance to review this proposal, and did you have any opinions on it or statements?
Yeah, so I have briefly, but let me just say that the way we currently operate in the fire department is that we have we contract. Well, the building department contracts with the company CSG, which provides a plan checker, right? And that person being Jim Diaz, who does all of our project reviews, and I rely heavily on his opinion. And he has quite a bit of experience as fire marshal, working for different jurisdictions, and so my thoughts are highly dependent, are relied on, in terms of this subject, on Jim Diaz, for example, his thoughts and his opinions.
And can someone tell us what his thoughts and opinions are?
I'm going to ask Susie to answer that question. Thank you, Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you. Yes, this project was reviewed by both our building division as well as Jim Diaz in the fire division, and it was determined that it meets all the setbacks as well as the design criteria as required by the fire code as well as the building code. So while we might not know the exact blast range, we do know what the adopted safety standards and setback and design requirements are, and these have been shown to be designed and situated on the site such that they meet all of those regulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Councilmember Montesino.
Yeah, one of the biggest reasons I'm opposed is, former council members from my district both opposed it, and I got it's in my district, and I got a lot of community, pushback on this in my district. But just to relay some of the concerns that the Planning Commission overwhelmingly denied the special use permit. So, that's why I'm opposing this project.
Thank you, Councilmember Montesino. Councilmember Gonzalez Estrada. Okay, so I just wanted to make a comment. I want to say I recognize the fact that people do use propane. When I lived in Watsonville, in another house out in the country, I was living off of propane. So I do understand that it is used for people. If you need heat, it keeps you warm. So I understand that this is a way of life for many people, especially up in the hills. I recognize that, and I appreciate, I just want to say that that part is not overlooked. I have a couple problems with it. The one is I think that the being so close to the other refinery that's right next door within just feet of it is a problem, the proximity. And second of all, I have a bigger vision for Watsonville than continuing to add facilities out in that area when we're putting in multi-million-dollar trail, which looks beautiful and should be done soon. And hopefully with the future renovation or build of the Manabi Al property, this location will be a local spot for so many people to be able to enjoy and to walk around. And I understand that this is an industrial area, but Watsonville is changing, and we're seeing the industrial area change as well. We've seen cannabis going in there. We've seen other businesses that there's a school in there, Saba. We see things happening in this industrial area that are not what is considered industrial anymore. And so as we're moving forward and progressing as a city, I think we need to give our city a chance and to see what it can be. And the opportunities that can happen in this area will be really limited if we put this facility in there or any facility similar to it. So I'm going to be transparent with you all this evening. I will be voting no on this, and that is my reasoning. Anybody else? Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, I wanted to share why I made the motion to deny the special use permit, and it's twofold. One is when I asked the question, will 100% of what you transport and store be renewable propane? The answer was no, which says to me then it does not meet the goals of the climate action and adaptation plan. As you know, climate action, we are in a crisis of that. The second reason is, as a council member, I need to listen to the community, and the community is saying no, and I need to listen to our commission. The Planning Commission also said no. So for those two primary reasons is why I made the motion to deny the special use permit.
Thank you. Beatrice, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Aye.
Hurst?
That was yes.
Montesino?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Dutra?
Yes, I was confused. I forgot that Councilmember Garcia said she was voting no. It's been a very long day. So yes.
Is to deny the special use permit.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. It is almost 11 o'clock. And we have several other topics still to do. And many of us have been up since really, really early this morning. So let us get moving. I think I scared a lot of people right there with that, with that vote.
So Mayor, we'd like to request that we take up the Pajaro Levy JPA approval out of order prior to the local hazard mitigation plan, if the council's amenable to that. We have a couple county staff that have been patiently waiting that are going to be helping with that presentation, and we'd like to allow them to get their item done before midnight tonight, if that's possible.
Absolutely. If there's no objection to switching, I will definitely allow that. Thank you. Go ahead, Jackie.
Great. Actually, I'm going to hand it to Steve first.
Okay.
All right. It's working this time, right?
Yes.
Good. All right. Jackie, are you going to share your screen for this?
Yeah,
one?
are you ready? Okay.
I'm ready. Yeah, let's go. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Steve Palmisano, Director of Public Works. And I'd like to introduce who I'm here with, who is available for questions at the end. Right now, it'll be myself and Jackie McLeod that will be presenting on this, but we have available also Matt Machado, the Director of Public Works for the county, Kent Edler, the Assistant Director of Public Works for the county, and Mark Stradley, who is the Flood Control Program Manager for the county. So they're all here available also for questions once we go through our presentation. So our topic here tonight is the possibility of forming a joint powers authority to help manage and run our levee project that we have been working on for a very long time. So I'd like to start with a little history of flooding in Watsonville. Our levees were built in 1949, and just 6 years after they were completed, they flooded on Christmas Day, 1955, as you can see here. So right away, we knew that our levees were inadequately sized. And again, flooding occurred a few years after that. And then in 1995, we all know about the flood in the town of Pajaro, which put the entire town underwater, also took 2 lives very tragically, and cost over $100 million in damages. So that was a huge event. And then there was a follow-up flood in 1998. And so those 2 events really triggered a new effort at that time to renew our progress in getting new levees for our community. And so since that time, we have been working very hard on getting the new levees in place. But this is an overview of what the community could look like in a very large flood. And the next slide shows what the floodplain would look like with our new levees in place. And so you can see it's hugely important for our community that we get these built. So the next slide shows a long history of this project. So I myself, 23 years ago, started working on this project, 23 out of my 26 years here working for the city of Watsonville. And it was a very long and windy road over those years, just trying to get the concept of a project for our community approved by the headquarters of the Army Corps of Engineers. There were many years where there was no federal funding. There were years where things just completely stopped because of the Army Corps bureaucracy and different things we had to go through. But the good news is in 2019, our feasibility study, which is basically the concept of the project, was approved by the headquarters of the Army Corps, which was a huge milestone for us. And so after all that time, it really put us into a positive position for this project to move forward. And so this slide shows a couple of the significant things that have happened recently, including the fact that we were approved for funding last year in the federal budget for $1.8 million. And what we found out just today was that we are now included in the federal budget for 2021 for $2.8 million, which is almost exactly what we wanted. And so it's really exciting news that this is happening. We're very thrilled. And so design could begin next month, as early as next month, which is really the most hopeful news and the best place we've been at in this project ever, at least in my 23-year career. So it's great. Another area where our county staff and our city staff have been working very hard on our state funding. So about a quarter of the project cost, or about $100 million of the cost, will be paid for out of state sources of funding. So long ago, we secured a Prop 1E funding that we are still using today to develop the project and keep it moving forward. Last year, a legislation was passed called AB 489 that allows 70% of the local cost share or the non-federal cost share to be paid for by state funding, state subventions funding, which is really big, really important for this project. We are also going after a number of state grants to help supplement and fund the project, and also looking at a water code fix that could increase that 70% of the non-federal cost share to even something like 80%. So that's also in the works. So I really want to congratulate and thank our county partners for all their work in this area. They're doing a fantastic job. And DWR, Department of Water Resources of the state, recognized our project last year as a showcase project because we have the federal and state funding sources aligned right now, and the work we're doing in the community as well. And so we're really well aligned right now for this project. So tonight, what we're going to be talking about is a decision of whether or not to create a new governance structure, a joint powers authority to run this $400 million project. So right now, it's pretty awkward because we have 4 different agencies running the show. It's the County of Santa Cruz Zone 7, Monterey County, and Monterey County Water Resources Agency. And then the city of Watsonville is a partner, but in the eyes of the federal government, we're sort of an unofficial partner. And so us joining this Joint Powers Authority would actually give us an official seat at the table, which is really important. We really want to finally have our voice there in a formal way. We've always been well listened to by the counties, but it would be, I think, really important to have us formally have a seat at the table. And the other thing it would do is just create one agency to deal with the federal government instead of four or 5. And so that also will really help the project move forward in a much better way. So at this point, I'm going to just turn it over to Jackie McLeod, who's going to tell a little bit more of the details of how the JPA would work and some of the details of how it would be functioning and administered. So thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public that are still enjoying and awake with us this evening. We appreciate your patience getting to our items. So I'm going to talk about the proposed JPA, which is the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency. And this has been a really collaborative effort with great stakeholders involved. As Steve said, the County of Santa Cruz Zone 7 has really spearheaded this effort, and we really appreciate the hard work they've put into this. What the JPA would do, it would act as that local sponsor. As Steve said, right now we have 4 different agencies managing this flood project. So the river itself is essentially split in the middle with a flood control agency on the Monterey side and a flood control agency on the Santa Cruz side, which makes it difficult to streamline projects. And we often end up, because we work collaboratively, we don't compete for grants, but the opportunity presents itself when grants are available. The JPA will also provide assurances to state and federal agencies for operations and maintenance of the levee. This is a required part of the Army Corps federal levee program. You have to have a signed operations and maintenance agreement that goes into place with new levees. We currently have one for Zone 7, and I believe Zone 2A on the Monterey side has one as well. The JPA will finance and lead the implementation of this critical construction project that the city has desperately wanted for the past 23 years, if not longer. Some other benefits are it's a singular agency, and it's going to be focused solely on flood control issues and project delivery. It's going to be I think we can all agree within the past 3 to 4 years, this project has moved faster than it has in 23 years. Steve can attest to that, and anyone that has sat on this council for at least the time I've been involved can see that we have a strong group working together that has been pushing this forward. It'll have preference with state and federal government to provide funding to that single governing local sponsor. Again, not creating that friction between the two agencies across the river, where we're actually going to start working together. And City of Watsonville will have a formal seat at the table. We've always enjoyed the pleasure of having that non-silent voice at the table, but now we'll be an official partner in this project. It'll allow efficient decision-making authority and the ability to quickly adapt to changing conditions, whether that's political, environmental, or financial. Right now, speaking of finances, there are no financial obligations to member agencies initially. The existing member agency staff will perform the duties of the JPA. We'll be able to execute cost share and other agreements with the state and federal governments, in particular the design agreement, to move us forward now that we have funding for the pre-engineering and design. We'll form a governing body of the Powder River Flood Management Agency in accordance with the proposed conditions of the Joint Exercise of Powers Agreement, which was included with your council packet this evening. There's also an indemnity agreement for Watsonville that is included for your consideration this evening. So what do the next steps look like for forming the JPA after tonight's decision? Well, there's going to be those administrative tasks, which include notifications of establishment, developing bylaws. There'll be an interim JPA staffing by member agencies through a services agreement or an MOA or an MOU. We'll develop a charter and other guidance plan and planning documents. We'll implement long-term staffing plan upon successful assessment district formation. And we'll transition the two different operations and maintenance agreements from the Monterey side and Santa Cruz side to the one JPA to form, so the member agencies will all be involved in that operations and maintenance agreement. Oh, Steve, I am so sorry. I look like my formatting really messed up here.
Okay.
Apologies to everyone in the public and council. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Yeah, so we've kind of just done a quick overview of the JPA, and one of the things I just wanted to touch on with this slide is showing the overall cost of the project, which I mentioned was $400 million. The federal government will be covering about $260 million of it, and the state, as I mentioned, will be about $98 million, maybe even $100 million of that funding. So what's left, and kind of another big milestone for this year, will be a local cost share. And that will come in the form of a tax assessment that will be having to be voted on by property owners in the floodplain area. And so maybe go on to the next slide. And so there's a number of things that are happening in the next year or a couple of years, and I wanted to lay those out for you. So one is we'll continue to secure the state and federal funding over this year and next year. Design work now that we know today the funding is approved, will begin next month potentially, and so that's very exciting. Sometime this year, there will hopefully be a local tax assessment to fund that $42 million. So that will be fun. That will be a property tax assessment mailed in, and it is something that we will be working very closely with the counties on. In terms of right now, we're going to be putting out a survey to to get a better measure of people's understanding of the project. And then we'll be doing a lot of outreach and education around the project before any kind of voting happens. But it's a really critical step in the project because now we have the federal funding in really good position, the state funding in really good position. And if we get that local funding also secured, then construction could potentially begin in about 2 years. And so, to be able to actually see construction on the horizon for the first time is really, really a big deal and really exciting. And so I just wanted to share that with everybody. We have been working for so long to get to this point. To actually have it this close is really, really a tremendous point in the progress of the project. So with that, I think we have another slide. And so the two actions that we're recommending today is to adopt the Joint Powers Agreement which would then create the JPA, and then also the indemnity agreement. And so that indemnity agreement, basically what that does is right now, the city of Watsonville, because we are not an official sponsor of the levy project, we also don't have any liability. So what this indemnity agreement does is creates conditions so that the city does not take on any liability until sections of the levy are completed. And so that just allows us to participate in the JPA without taking on the liability until the levies are completed. And so that also is something we feel very is important and we're very comfortable with and we support. So I think that ends our presentation, and we're happy to answer questions, and we're also happy to have our county partners answer some of these questions.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to first of all say thank you very much to Congressman Panetta, everybody in the Zone 7 board, and everybody who's just really stepped up to make this happen. I know when I originally was on the council, we were in a different area, and now because of Congressman Panetta, we've had a lot of movement. So I'm appreciative of that. So, and good luck on trying to, and hopefully the seniors will get on board with the taxing as well. On that note, Councilmember Ari Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Actually, I'd like to see if Mark Studley would weigh in on this, because he has been a great architect of this JPA and what's going on. And Mark, welcome.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. So I'm definitely in favor of standing up the JPA. We're proposing to do it in a manner that has very little obligations to the member agencies, like Jackie and Steve spelled out. There are no financial obligations associated with the JPA initially until there's movement with the project, until we have financing mechanisms in place. And like Steve said, all the stars are aligned for this project right now. And the news that we got today, I was jumping up and down. It was one of the nicest bits of New Year news I could get, that we got additional federal funding for this project. So this is very real. The Army Corps does prefer to sign design agreements with single non-federal sponsors, not multiple non-federal sponsors as we have now. So there is a preference there. The state is the same way. So it's a very advantageous organization to have behind the project with a single purpose focus.
Well, thank you. And the news today was pretty exciting. That was pretty exciting when Steve bubbled over with it. So I know from our previous meetings that this is really huge. So as Mayor Dietra mentioned, the area in which I represent has a tremendous amount of seniors who live in a floodplain, and they would be a part of what we'll talk about a little bit later in this year. But it's an integral part, as well as those folks in District 2 that are close to the Pajaro River. So, I don't have much to say on this except for that I'm pretty excited. My entire family has lived through many, many floods here for, decades and decades and decades. And to know that this would be a 300-year, is this a 300-year floodplain? Flood protection?
100-year.
100-year, okay. I guess wishful thinking. Not that I'm going to see the end of that anyway, but, But thank you, Mark, for all the work that you have done to bringing all these different agencies and people together. It's much appreciated. And you know me from some of my comments at previous meetings. I really do appreciate all that you've done.
Thank you. Any other council members, comments, questions? Councilmember Garcia?
Yes, your presentation showed the benefit of having a more efficient and effective governance to reduce flood risk. My question is, if a community member approached you and asked, how does a GPA benefit me? What would you say to them?
Dave, did you want to take that or you want me to try to take that?
Well, I guess I would say it does create a more efficient way of making decisions. So, for example, right now, just making the JPA has to go to our council meeting and then the Board of Supervisors at each Monterey and Santa Cruz County and the Board of Supervisors or the Board of Directors for each of the water agencies. And so that's 5 different meetings. And sometimes our experience in getting the items through all of those various agencies, it could take 2 to 3 months to get a decision made on something like this. So whereas the JPA could actually just in one meeting make that decision and move forward and keep making progress. So I think that's one of the key benefits, really.
Thank you, Steve.
And I think to add to that, when we look at financing a project, when it comes to creating those agreements now, that is an extra layer of time that's added. So we spend a lot of time putting together agreements between the agencies. By having one governing agency, we'll be operating on the same financing schedule, be operating on the same operations and maintenance schedule. When we apply for grants, it's a singular agency. It isn't Zone 7 is the lead agency with Zone 2A coming in and City of Watsonville supporting. We have a unified voice that we're fighting for the same thing. We want this flood control project. We want construction. We want to protect the residents that live near the levee.
Thank you, Jackie. Any other questions before we take it out to the public? Councilmember Gonzalez.
Oh, thank you. Hey, we have the matching cost of 42 million. Is that correct? Now, is this going to, when we create this JPA, that will be shared amongst both sides, the 42 million, or is that just on our side?
Yeah, for both sides of the river.
And so, but since the city of Watsonville has more residents that benefit in the benefit zone, how is that going to be balanced out, I guess, is a question. Since on the Monterey County side, the impact is mostly more towards their agricultural land and less population size.
Mark or Matt, do you want to answer that?
Sure, I'll take that one, Steve. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Matt Machado, Deputy CAO and Director of Public Works for County of Santa Cruz. It will be a single vote of all the members of the proposed benefit assessment district, but it will be a weighted vote. And so based upon the land use and in essence, the value, their votes will be respective to their existing values and structures that they have on their parcels. And so, but the essence is that it will be a fair vote and all will get to vote on the same ballot measure. That means both sides of the river. Thank you, council member.
And just so some of the councilmen, if they don't know that, they get a little bit more information. And on this vote, it's property owner vote only, correct?
That is correct.
So anybody that's leasing or renting will not have a vote or a say in this.
That is true. Yes.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, at this point, I'll go out to the public. Can we get a show of hands on how many people are going to be speaking on this topic?
There's no members of the public wishing to speak at this time.
Okay, great. Okay, we'll bring it back to the council for a motion or some comments. Just yes, Eduardo.
I move the motion to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the JPA. Lowell?
Second.
Lowell will second. Any discussion? Yes, Lowell. Councilmember Hurst.
Well, this is a great example of cooperation and working together, and sometimes it takes 30 years, which is really kind of a long time to get to this point, but it is indicative of the depth and the need and I'm surprised there's not any more public comment, because there probably will be a lot of comment when, you know, when the bill comes in or the assessment is proposed. But we all remember the terrible floods and the specter of that happening again. And so it's great that staff and governmental agencies can all work together and try to achieve something that'll benefit the entire community.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes,
I
Alan.
just want to have some clarity. I didn't hear the beginning of the motion. I want to make sure that I understand the motion is to approve the JPA and the indemnity agreement. Is that correct?
Both, yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Just a quick question, I guess maybe to Steve or Jackie or whoever. What kind of outreach do you guys plan on doing to get the seniors and the people and residents in District 2 on board for this tax that we're going to have to, that they're going to have to put on themselves?
Mark, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I'm happy to. We are about to embark on a very large and extended outreach campaign. It's going to include a lot of different elements, the first among which will be informational balloting that is expected to arrive in people's mailboxes sometime in the next few weeks to get some baseline information about flood risk and about knowledge in the community. We have tremendous help coming from your city council and the membership we have on the governance and finance committee that we have for this project. They have tremendous connections with the community, obviously, and we'll be speaking with people once we have more information about the proposed benefit assessment district and as we move into project implementation. And there's going to be lots of other lines of communication established with other pillars of the community and people from all walks of life, from the agricultural community as well as the business community and in the city. And we've already made a tremendous amount of connections just from the historic nature of this project, as well as the multitude of tasks that we're engaged in right now. So we're going to build upon that over the coming months and really reacquaint people with this project and get them to learn that this project is actually moving and there's new information to share and new information to learn from them and from the community.
Okay, and then a follow-up question is, what's the percentage of renters in District 2 and District 7 versus homeowners?
Jackie, do you have those numbers? Yeah. I don't have those at my fingertip.
I do, and I conveniently just closed our PowerPoint. So give me 1 second, Mayor. I apologize. I was already pulling up the other one. So I don't think we have it broken down per district, but I believe we have, is it 43% are renters in the benefit assessment area? Within so that's within Watsonville. I can't speak for the other side of the river. I'm only talking about our residents right now, but I believe when we look,
number. Yeah. So, but it could work to your advantage because the owners may want to protect their property. So that could be advantageous versus somebody who owns their house, lives in it, and has it paid off, where they don't have to pay that flood insurance. So, thank you. All right. At this point, we have a motion. It's on the floor. Beatrice, could you take the vote, please?
Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Hurst?
Yes.
Montesino?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Dutra?
Yes. It unanimously passes 2 in a row.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's move on to our next. Let's go to 10B, 2020 local hazard mitigation plan and approving a general plan amendment.
All right, so I'm going to just introduce Jackie McLeod, our Environmental Sustainability Manager, and just give a little bit of background because Jackie went after a grant from the State of California Office of Emergency Services a couple of years ago and was successful in getting that grant. And so through that, we were able to implement and write a hazard mitigation plan with the help of Harris and Associates. And so thank you very much, Jackie, for a year and a half of very hard work in bringing the community together, to walking us through our community a number of very complicated issues around hazards and hazard mitigation, and putting together this report. And then also we'll have Justin Meek supporting us as he's going to help us bring part of this plan into our general plan as an amendment. And so his help has also been very, very important in making a general plan amendment happen. So also thank you very much, Justin, for your great work on this. So I'm going to turn it out over to Jackie and Justin to present. Thank you.
Well, good evening. I'm glad we're still in the evening here. My name is Jackie McLeod. I'm the Environmental Sustainability Manager. I'm going to talk about the city's first ever single jurisdiction local hazard mitigation plan. First, I'm going to start with, we did get funded through California Office of Emergency Services. Director Palmisano recognized the need for us to protect our residents through building a more resilient community against natural hazards. So we're very fortunate that we were pushed to do this for our community. But what really is a local hazard mitigation plan? It's a plan that identifies the natural risk to our community. It assesses the natural hazards, and it assesses the risk of those hazards in our community. It identifies vulnerable areas and identifies mitigation actions so we can build a more resilient community. Some of the benefits of a local hazard mitigation plan in our community, and you are going to see that as an acronym now, which is LHMP. So if I go between the two, I apologize, but they stand for Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. The biggest benefit, and the reason that Director Palmisano directed staff to push this forward, is our city participates in the National Flood Insurance Program Community Rating Service. This is a really important program that we participate in that offers our residents that are paying flood insurance a reduction in their flood insurance rates based on activities and actions the city does to prevent flooding in the city. With this local hazard mitigation plan, once approved, we are hoping that it can help our community rating service system number from a class 7 to a class 6 so that we can offer a insurance reduction of 20% in the special flood hazard area. It also will make us eligible for disaster relief funding in any emergency. And if today and this weekend don't show us that natural hazards are plaguing us, then oh boy, what else? I shouldn't even ask. We don't want to know. But with earthquakes, wildfires just today, as well as winds that we had, which caused power shutoffs, we recognize that we need to be resilient and we need to find a way to mitigate for these. It creates a natural hazard resiliency planning for the community. And as you heard quite a bit today, this is going to be the basis for our 2030 Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. The Local Hazard Mitigation Plan is the beginning of your Climate Action Plan. We did contract with Harris through a competitive bidding process. And what they like to say is that we had an accidental opportunity of overlaying legislation to do a plan integration in alignment with many legislative requirements. The first of these involved you have to have a local hazard mitigation plan that includes climate action planning. We also have to look at mitigation measures. We have to look at the safety element, which thank goodness Justin's going to talk about in a little bit. We also have to have an environmental justice element, which you heard quite a bit about. And CDD and Susie and Justin have been leading the effort on environmental justice, and our community is involved in that. We also have to be compliant with our Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. And we had a unique opportunity to apply for a grant, which was on consent agenda earlier, to award contract for the Green Infrastructure Plan that will take the modeling from the local hazard mitigation plan and allow us to create an opportunity zone to plant trees combined with stormwater. And it's the green infrastructure plan. So I know Councilmember Garcia had a question about green infrastructure, and you'll be happy to know the city's already working on that for the community. And now I am so thankful to have Justin Meek present the next few slides to talk about the general plan amendment.
First unmute. Certainly. One of the things I just want to highlight here, and that was shown on that previous slide, is that there are a number of overlapping opportunities. As you see that these two symbols here for CalOUS and the State Office of Planning and Research highlight that the state has been looking for local agencies to try to address safety when it involves around fire, flooding, and more importantly, around climate change moving forward. And so what that previous slide shows a number of the overlap of these topics, as well as the various bills that have been passed over the number of years, all with the expectation and the focus on trying to enhance planning around safety and looking down the road to improve upon that. And this is where you see these cross collaborations becoming much more the norm. It's not just in public works, not just in CDD or parks and community services. There's overlap and these efforts that need to be tackled with everyone on board. Let's go on, next slide. So one of the key things that we looked at when the LHMP was under development is making sure that we could adopt it by reference into the city's general plan, because one of the things that helps with implementing it is to have the power of the general plan behind it. The city already has a safety element. That's a required element of any general plan for City of Watsonville, communities in Santa Cruz and elsewhere. But what's the advantage of doing the LHMP is you don't necessarily have to duplicate your efforts. So rather than going through and having some of the same measures, same analysis in a community's general plan, you can adopt the LHMP by reference into the safety element of the general plan. And that's what's included as part of your packet is some key language talking about emergency preparedness, and then updating some of the implementation measures under emergency preparedness policies. If you go to the next slide, that speaks to what we're talking about. So here's just a screen capture of the general plan and showing how in the italics, bold italics, how augmenting it with some updated information is what we're talking about, the general plan text amendment. Let's go to the next slide. And then again, under the existing policy in the safety element of the general plan, under policy 12.L, there's an implementation measures that speak to planning for emergency preparedness, as well as looking at hazard mitigation plans. So with just a couple key strokes, under implementation 12.L.3, we make reference not only to the emergency preparedness that the city is already committed to doing, but also to now the LHMP and doing this and updating it on an annual basis. And then under implementation 12L5, striking some of the old language that spoke to preparedness around the Loma Prieta earthquake, and again, incorporating by reference the current 2020 LHMP and any subsequent upgrades. And that phrasing is important because we don't have to revisit amending the general plan, but whenever any changes are made to LHMP, the LHMP is a living document, and they're further the communities and the city's objective to prepare for hazards as they change over time. And so we have that in place with these policy changes, text amendments to the existing general plan, and allows that flexibility to change the LHMP as appropriate on an annual basis moving forward. One other key consideration I just want to bring to your attention, and that is one of those laws that we talked to was only drafted and prepared or adopted last year. It's a recent one. It speaks to emergency evacuation routes. And so we worked with Harris as some additional supplemental analysis for the LHMP that could then be incorporated into it to look at, does the transportation network function under a range of emergency scenarios? So if there's a fire to the north or to the south, there's flooding to the east or the west, would people be able to evacuate? So that technical analysis was prepared and is being formally incorporated as a new appendix to the general plan as Appendix D. So again, just highlighting that cross coordination between our efforts. Let me go ahead, Jackie, if you want to move on to the next slide. I think Jacqueline wants to speak to here. This is some of the planning process that was entailed for the overall preparation of the LHMP. So.
Yes, thank you, Justin. I certainly appreciate all of planning's help, especially when it comes to the general plan. Director Miriam reminded me that I should know the general plan like the back of my hand. So that was news to me. And so it was nice to have help working through it. So we're going to talk about what this planning process looked like. We received the grant in October 2019, and we had to go through a stepped process. We also made sure to align the National Flood Insurance Program, Community Rating System Program, so that we would get capture credit for that program while constructing our LHMP for the first time. We had to identify hazards. We had to do a risk assessment. We had to form a mitigation strategy, and that involved every single department in the city of Watsonville, as well as partner agencies. In spring 2020, we were faced with the unique challenge of online public outreach. So we had to somehow do engagement and release our draft element and public review of these mitigation strategies, as well as the LHMP. And it was unique, but we did get participation. So we were pleased to see that. In the summer, so August 2020, I sent our draft LHMP to Cal OES and FEMA for approval. And council and the public will be happy to know that we were commended for our outreach efforts given the pandemic, as well as our inclusion and our equity of our local hazard mitigation plan, that we took the entire community into consideration. And today, as was stated, what's before you is adoption of our local hazard mitigation plan and incorporation into the general plan by reference. As I stated, the planning process was very involved. It took most of the time for us creating the local hazard mitigation plan. Many departments were involved, which include Public Works, Community Development and Planning, Building, Emergency Services. Our key stakeholders were Watsonville Wetlands Watch, Pajaro Valley Unified School District, Zone 7 Flood Control, and the Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency. When we created the local hazard mitigation plan, you pretty much get a formula for what you have to look at. And one of the key considerations is you have to include climate change as just the basis for looking at any natural hazards. Once you apply the climate change lens, you look at the primary hazards of concern in your community after doing modeling. So our primary were earthquake, flood, wind, wildfire, drought. Climate change is a standalone, so that's the underlying natural hazard as well as a standalone natural hazard. Tsunami and dam inundation weren't looked at because when we did the modeling, they really didn't impact us. And as we look at critical facilities, which is required through the modeling, they are structures and institutions that are necessary for communities' response to and recovery from emergencies. These facilities have to continue to operate during and following a disaster to reduce the severity of impacts and accelerate recovery. So we have 7 municipal services that we looked at, 2 community facilities, 22 medical facilities within the city of Watsonville, 20 emergency shelters, and 22 schools. And what I found interesting is schools act as emergency shelters as well. We also have quite a bit of critical infrastructure. We have 26 water stations. When I say stations, that includes our wells, our water operations, and our water booster station. And due to the high winds today, we actually had a large tree fall at Fowles Reservoir and take down our fencing there. They repaired it today, and we're lucky to have those services on call. But that is an example of a high wind event actually causing damage at a critical facility. We also have wastewater and drainage systems, which we identified 27 infrastructures, 7 energy, 10 communication facilities, 6 bridges, our levees, natural gas transmission lines, and our electrical transmission lines. So a few examples of the modeling we're done. We're going to talk about earthquakes, and ironically, the earthquake that hit Saturday was on the San Andreas Fault. So when we look at the modeling, what we do is we look at the probability of those earthquakes hitting, and what you see is exactly what was modeled. We had a 14% chance of an earthquake hitting on the San Andreas, and that's what happened. The biggest probability is the Calaveras Fault, which is actually further inland from the San Andreas Fault. So those are the 2 earthquake probabilities within the city of Watsonville that could impact our community. We know about flooding. We're lucky that we just had our JPA presentation, and we know flooding is a big risk in the city of Watsonville. What you're seeing here is the 100-year floodplain and the 500-year floodplain. The 500-year floodplain, and I'm hoping it's showing up in the presentation, is the darker blue areas in the city of Watsonville. And as you can see, we have a few municipal services and critical facilities within the 100-year floodplain that would be impacted by flooding. And wildfire risk. Well, today showed us we certainly have wildfire risk within Watsonville. So what this did is this looks within the city boundary again, and we see how many emergency shelters, schools, and medical facilities are within that critical facilities in the fire hazard area. And again, we have facilities that could be impacted. So the next thing we did after we did the modeling is we came together as a planning committee, which involved the community as well. And we came up with mitigation strategies and goals that we felt like aligned with our community's needs. We came up with a list that you see before you, which is number 1, we want to avoid or reduce potential loss of life, injury, and property damage in Watsonville. Number 2, we want to proactively distribute risk reduction and resilience benefits more equitably in the city. 3, we want to improve the capacity of Watsonville government and the community to prevent, protect against, respond to, mitigate, and recover from hazards. And 4, we want to advance local, regional, state, federal, private, and community collaboration and partnerships to deliver actionable, effective, innovative risk reduction solutions and data to support decisions. Often we see these planning documents end up on a shelf and they just are there to gather dust. Our goal on our core team is to actually make actionable movement towards resiliency in the community. So what are some of the strategies that are going to move us closer to actionable goals? We want, for flood and drought risk, an example of some of our mitigation strategies are to improve existing stormwater infrastructure, such as the storm pump stations and rigger levee to reduce flood risk. We want to increase our monitoring of groundwater levels and improve aquifer storage and recovery to reduce the drought risk. For fire and earthquake risk, we want to strengthen and stabilize public facilities and infrastructures, such as libraries, wastewater treatment plant, bridges, roads, levees, to reduce risk in case of an earthquake. We want to implement a fire risk reduction program by improving eaves or extending roofs on homes. For climate change adaptation and resiliency, all of these examples are just a small sampling of mitigation strategies. We have about 50 mitigation strategies in the local hazard mitigation plan. But for climate change adaptation, we want to support the development and use of community gardens for local food production. When we did our first survey, this was actually what came out as one of the highest concerns in our community. We also want to develop a local power grid and power generation to allow the city to generate and distribute electricity even if the surrounding areas do not have power. And for disaster response and recovery, some of the examples are develop community participation, leadership, and action to reduce risks in the event of natural hazards and other disasters, and assess the current capacity of food banks to develop strategies to increase their functionality during disasters. When we did present to Planning Commission, one of the requests was for us to work with our law enforcement group to better get public announcements out when there is an emergency. And luckily, Assistant Chief Sims was serving on our Planning Commission and Steering Commission, and he had already identified that as a mitigation strategy as well. So what we're asking for tonight is the incorporation of the LHMP into the 2005 Watsonville General Plan. And by incorporating the LHMP into the general plan, the city becomes compliant with Government Code 65302.6 or AB 2104. This will make the city eligible for California Emergency Disaster Relief Funding. It provides prioritization and mitigation actions to make the city of Watsonville more resilient to natural disasters. And this action was approved by the Planning Commission in December 2020. And as Justin stated, this is a living document. We will need to go through every year and update California Office of Emergency Services and FEMA on a yearly basis. How far have we gotten on our mitigation actions included in the local hazard mitigation plan? So thank you for your consideration. If you have any questions, you can contact me or you can contact LHMP at cityofwatsonville.org. They both go to me. I appreciate your time this evening and your consideration, and I look forward to your questions this evening.
Great. Thanks, Jackie. Quick question. So do we not qualify for the disaster relief now because this is not adopted?
So we have applied for disaster relief funding. We have done it through with our partner agencies as the lead agency. So when an emergency is declared, we have taken the opportunity. That's how we got funded to write our local hazard mitigation plan. It was from the previous fire season. We applied and got grant funding through their pre-disaster mitigation program. So we have been able to. This will just put us kind of, when you look at grants, at the forefront of getting that funding. But we qualify for disaster funding. This just puts us in better alignment.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions from the council? Councilmember Garcia, then Councilmember Gonzalez.
Jackie, you mentioned that in your process of this development of this plan, there was public review. Can you give the amount of community participation that occurred?
Yeah, so we had, I believe, 6 different community meetings. When we were meeting in person, we had a higher percentage of the community come to our meetings. Unfortunately, we had to go out and ask the community to come in because LHMP is kind of a onerous project. It doesn't make sense to a lot of people. So we had a great outreach effort to our community. I would say we had engaged at all times at least 15 of our community members, which for this type of project, when I saw how other jurisdictions did it, was pretty darn good. But we need to do better. I agree. And virtual engagement was probably the sticking point for this project. It was so challenging to do virtual engagement on this.
And so when you say you need to do better, does that mean there'll be other opportunities?
Yeah, because we're updating this on a yearly basis. We're going to have to go out to the public. So I know what I think would be best to build a resilient community, but this is for the community. And if those two don't align, then the community needs to speak up and say, actually, this mitigation action doesn't really protect me or make me feel more resilient. Couldn't we make it this? And then we submit that back to Cal OES for review, as long as it's focused on natural hazard resiliency. So there'll be a yearly opportunity, and then every 5 years, we go for a big review.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? All right, I think we'll go out to the public. Is there any comments from the public? Looks like there's a hand up. Is it Gina Cole?
Good evening. Thank you, Jackie, for such an awesome report. Thank you for making it accessible to somebody like me that doesn't always get it. I hope everybody took her seriously because she really knows what she's talking about. This is something that we need to have in place, and I hope you will support staff recommendation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Gina. Thanks for staying up so late.
You're Jackie.
What happened?
To hear Jackie speak, of course I'll stay up.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
She's so energetic for midnight, so I love it. Any other question? Okay, we'll come back to the council, or unless there's are there any more comments or questions from the residents? Okay, we'll come back to the council. Councilmember Hurst.
Well, here's another great example about how it takes decades and decades to get focused on some of these issues, and the fact that we don't have a whole lot of public comment tonight shouldn't dissuade us from or discourage us from moving forward, and everybody's going to benefit when we can reduce our hazards and mitigate them as well. So congrats to Jackie for her long and steady hard work and pushing this over the edge.
Thank you. It's also almost midnight. So if it was earlier in the agenda, I'm sure you would have had a packed house for this, Jackie. Councilmember Parker.
I just want to say thank you, Jackie. As always, you never fail to impress. Your attention to detail, and I know Steve appreciates that, is amazing. And you kick yourself. I can see it when you look at stuff and it's not exactly the way you want. And hey, and that's all great for us and the people of the city of Watsonville, because as staff, I know that when you work on something, it's going to come back. As Councilman Estrada said earlier, when something didn't happen, you mind your P's and Q's and dot your I's and cross your T's. So I thank you very much, and I'm totally with Lowell on this. I feel some days as a teacher, we're walking down the street and there's hazards everywhere, and you're always looking for it, because you're watching out for the kids. So thank you for watching out for all the people of Watsonville. Thank you. Very nice.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Estrada.
Thank you, Mayor. Jackie, Steve, same kudos for the great work. The whole agenda was a huge beast that we had to read. I did enjoy reading your portion of the agenda, and I definitely appreciated how I think you dedicated a specific section to how people, the vulnerable or the people that are sort of already disproportionately affected by stuff would be even more disproportionately affected by some of these emergencies. So I really appreciated that, just because I know equity has been sort of a theme that's been running throughout this entire meeting. So thank you for that. And, I also know how tough working on stuff like this is, because I had to do some of that work for the County Office of Education. And, for tsunamis, like, there is no plan for tsunamis. You're just, if the tsunami hits, you're just like kind of hoping that you're on high ground or you're sort of away from stuff. And so some of this stuff is kind of a bummer, but I'm glad you guys put a lot of work into this, a lot of detail. So thank you for all of that.
Thank you, Councilmember Estrada. Anybody else? All right.
We need a motion.
I was saying we don't have a motion yet, do we? Everyone's saying nice things, but no one's making a motion. Eduardo, thank you, Councilmember Montesino. Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
And Parker will be a second. All right, let's get this roll call vote happening.
Estrada?
Aye.
Garcia?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Hurst?
Yes.
Montesino?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Dutra?
Yes. Great. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you so much for your consideration of this project. I really appreciate it, and you all made me blush, so thank you so much. I hope you have a good evening.
Oh my gosh, it's late. Yes. Okay, only 4 more agenda items. We will be out of here by 2 a.m. Just kidding. Ari was like, what?
That'll beat the record.
Yeah, you did. You made me double check the agenda. I'm like, 4 more? What?
Okay, so emergency items added to the agenda. There are none. Requests and scheduling future agenda items.
Mayor, we do have one more action item.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not.
11B.
11B. I thought that was taken care of when we did 11A. Oh, okay.
No, it was not. We've got one more to do, and we can get through it quickly.
Okay.
That's gonna be Steve and his team making this presentation.
So much for running a meeting effects.
Well, we did move around, but thanks.
Can we add Danielle into the meeting?
Danielle's in.
Danielle
Oh,
is
great.
in.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. And I assume you can see my screen. I will try to be brief here. I know it's late. We have what's hopefully a
can't see
much
your
less.
screen.
Oh, you can't. Okay,
No.
sorry. Let's see. There we go. Okay. How about now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we have for you what is hopefully a much less controversial tank. We're proposing a new project for a new Zone 2 reservoir. Little background on how we got to this recommendation. This is a picture of our existing airport reservoir. It's a 3 million gallon steel tank constructed in 1985. And since it is 35 years old, it is due for some maintenance. We have some pictures here of our last interior inspection, and you can see that the coating, there's quite a bit of rust. There's some cracking of the coating that was rated poor in the previous inspection in 2019. And so it's time for us to take care of that. And it sounds simple enough. Let's just drain the tank and get in there and coat it. Well, it's a little more complicated than that. And this here's a map of our Zone 1 and Zone 2 pressure zones for the water system. It covers the whole city here, city limits. And the rectangle there is our Freedom Reservoir, which, although it's on the edge of Zone 1, elevation-wise only serves Zone 1. And then that means that the airport reservoir that I just showed you is the only storage in Zone 2. So if we take that 3 million gallons out of service for approximately 6 months to complete the coating project, that leaves us in a very precarious situation operationally, and particularly if we had a disaster happen at that same time, an earthquake or fires or anything of the sort, we would be in a really bad position. So that's one consideration. Also, as a lot of you are aware, last year we finished our water master plan. One of the things that they did there was evaluate the seismic vulnerability of our existing infrastructure. And they found that this reservoir is seismically vulnerable. And the graphic at the top there kind of explains how that works. If you picture a glass of water and you were to move it back and forth, you would have a sloshing wave build and spill water over the top. Well, our reservoir is a closed top, so there's nowhere for that water to go. And the force of that wave could potentially crash into the roof and cause, we have a sample picture there of what that failure would look like. So we don't want our reservoir to look like that. So the master plan recommendation was to lower the operating level of that tank. However, that would result in a loss of 700,000 gallons of storage within Zone 2. So between that and the maintenance needs on the existing reservoir, that led us to the conclusion that we need additional storage in Zone 2. So we asked Corolla Engineers to do a feasibility study of adding a tank next to the existing one to see if that would be feasible. And they were able to confirm that indeed it is. There's sufficient space between the dashed line there is the existing sewer. And then we have a riparian area to the south there, which is the red dashed line. But there's just enough room to fit one in there. The airport is owned, obviously, city property. We're working with Rayvon and his staff to make sure we meet all FAA requirements and any operational concerns. And then for added fun, the airport is also a protected habitat of Santa Cruz tar plant. So that's something that we will need to mitigate for in the construction of the project. So this is a rendering of what the new reservoir would look like next to the existing one. It's recommended to be a 2.3 million gallon reinforced concrete reservoir. It's recommended to be reinforced concrete instead of the steel, matching the existing steel, for a couple of reasons. One, you can have a higher storage capacity within the same footprint, and we're able to achieve that because with reinforced concrete, you can design it to withstand that sloshing force that I mentioned earlier. You can design that to withstand it much better than the steel. And then also looking at the life cycle cost as a whole, reinforced concrete is a higher initial cost, but when you compare that with the expected lifespan of concrete versus steel and add in the cost of the coating projects through that lifetime, the net cost is about the same. So we asked Carollo for a proposal to take it from the feasibility study to full design. You can see their proposed design fee is just under $900,000. If approved tonight, they would get started right away. Design would take about a year to year and a half. Construction would be shortly thereafter, and the estimated cost at this time for the construction of the tank is $10 million, which is currently planned in the 5-year CIP. So again, just to summarize real quick, it would allow us to perform the much needed maintenance on the existing steel tank. It would allow us to reduce the seismic risk in that existing tank while still providing the storage needed for Zone 2. And having the two tanks in the same zone will give us the opportunity to have a better system reliability and do better operation and maintenance in the future. So with that, tried to keep it quick, but here's the recommendation before you tonight would be to authorize city manager to execute an agreement with Carollo Engineers so that we can start the design of the Zone 2 reservoir. And I can take any questions.
Thank you. If you could kindly get out of the screen. There you go, cool. Any questions from, there you go, Councilmember Hurst?
Since we're talking about hazard mitigation and catastrophic failures this evening, what would be the effect if one or even possibly two tanks did catastrophically fail?
Yeah, good question. We would probably need to bring in some temporary emergency storage to support the system until we were able to do some permanent repairs to the damage that was caused, which would obviously be a lot more costly than if we plan ahead for it.
Well, what would the effect be downstream from catastrophic failure? In the drainage swale?
Oh, yes, I see, gotcha. I see where you're going. Yes, there's the drainage swale there from the airport that connects to the storm drain system in the city. So that would also lead to potentially flooding in the city as well.
Well, I'm hoping in the planning stages that there's adequate protection for the slough, the headwaters of the slough and our drainage system as well, and that they not be overwhelmed.
Yes, we can definitely consider that in the design. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, I wasn't clear in terms of where the money's coming from for both the design and the construction.
Do you want me to answer that one?
Want to take that, Steve?
Sure. Yeah. So both of these projects are actually in the design is in our current budget, and the construction is in our 5-year CIP plan. And so the way we would finance it is probably through a low interest loan for the construction portion, and we would pay cash for the design portion of it. So we're also hoping, actually, one of the reasons we're moving ahead for this particular design is we are hoping there might be some infrastructure funding coming with our new administration, some grants, some maybe COVID sort of economic stimulus packages, things like that. So we want to be shovel ready with this project in order to take advantage of some of those potential opportunities as well. And if those don't come, then we already have done the financial modeling that show that we can afford to do the project just by doing a low interest loan. But we would love to save that money and get a grant instead if we can. So we're trying to prepare for that opportunity as well.
And Steve, if you implied in that the water utility would be the payor for that, not the general fund.
Correct, correct.
I'll make that clear to the council. So ratepayers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? All right, I'll go out to the public. Is there anybody that would like to speak on this topic?
I don't see any hands up at this time.
Okay, I'll bring it back. Do we see a motion? Eduardo, thank you.
We'll do a motion. Approve or staff recommendation.
Thanks.
I'm tired.
I hear you.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. First, Eduardo, and a second by Parker. Beatrice, or do you guys want a discussion, or can we go on to vote?
Let's vote.
Okay, we're going to vote. It's midnight.
Estrada,
Aye.
Garcia,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Hurst,
Yes.
Parker,
Parker?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Listen. Yes.
Yes. This unanimously passes. Great.
Thank you.
All right. Now, requests for any scheduling and future agenda items. Councilmember Garcia, then Councilmember Parker, then Councilmember Hurst.
Yes, I understand that the Santa Cruz County supervisors have identified racism as a health issue. I would like to request a resolution to support that concept and identify what the city will do to address it.
Say that again. The county is doing that?
Yeah, the county has, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The county has identified racism as a health issue. And so I'd like to request a resolution to support that concept and say what we're going to do to address it.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. Councilmember Parker.
Just want to make sure we bring our flag policy back so that that goes someplace, whether in a committee first, and then we move forward with that for the future. And I'd really like to recognize Frank Barba, who is my newly appointed commissioner for the Parks and Rec Commission. And he's been here the whole meeting, and he's still here. He may have fallen asleep out there, but I see his name. So I just wanted to say thank you, Frank.
Awesome. Thank you. Councilmember Hurst.
I don't know if this raises an issue worthy of an agenda item or not, but it's a burning issue in the community. Residents continue to contact me about street racing, and now they're talking about loud mufflers that rev up and then go pop, 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 pop. And so I don't know if we could put some more enforcement on that or some kind of focus. I think it's a regional problem and not just within the control of the city, but maybe there's muffler shops that need to be talked to, or I don't know the answer, but it's pressing with the community.
Yeah. Thank you. I agree as well.
It's loud.
And the street racing and yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, our speed bumps
like
on Bridge have helped to mitigate that to a certain extent. I
Say that again?
They were doing donuts on Bridge Street.
Yeah.
Like crazy. So thank you for the speed bumps. That's made a big difference.
Slow them down, huh?
Residents would just like to see a little more enforcement action on that, but I know not all the street racers and loud pipes necessarily want to cooperate.
We'll bring an update on it. We address speeding in a number of ways, including infrastructure improvements along with enforcement. So we'll bring an update on that.
Thanks, Q.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah. Last year I had requested that the Parker Valley Prevention Student Association come and do a presentation on the funding that we allocated to them from the Contigo program. Was that correct?
Contigo, correct.
So can we have them do a presentation since we have given them a little over $70,000?
Okay. Anybody else? All right. With no further suggestions, it is 12:06 and meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Victory.
Everyone.
Nice job, Mayor Jimmy.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Out of the gate. We'll get better as it goes. Have a good one.
Maybe we can shave off a couple.
The recording has
I know.
stopped.
Are they all this long? Like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
This one was this long.
this was long.
Yeah, this one was long.
Yeah.
So get some sleep because you got to teach in the morning.
I
babe.
know. That's what I'm saying. I got to be up early. So it's been a long day today. It's going to be a long, and I didn't sleep well because the wind last night woke me up at 5
Yeah.
and I didn't know if it was rain or if it was wind. So I went outside, I got up and I was like, oh my God, it's wind. And I stepped in the backyard and I was out at 5 a.m. trying to get the stuff from, it was a lot. So.
Yeah, it started at 3 at my, I mean, it was so bad. The wind